Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumb.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy shit.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted, but Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thanks to you. Cheers.
I know. I didn't post on Locals yet. I'm doing it right now. I was just in a hurry to get started, but I'm doing it now. No concerns. Everybody calm down. It's going on the Locals. MeganFox.locals.com. I'm doing it now. Happy Halloween, everybody. I found my favorite t-shirt that I've been looking for all season. I found it just in time. It says Momster. And it's my favorite. I love it. I wear it every Halloween. You think my kids would get tired of it? I went into the basement specifically today to dig through all my boxes of fall clothes, and I found it. And I also found boxes of fall clothes that need to be, moved upstairs. And so now my room's a whole mess. And I pulled shit out and didn't put it away. And I'm going to really hate that later. So maybe during lunch we'll take a break and I'll go put those clothes away. All right. Anywho, I'm trying to get the link for YouTube, for the YouTubes, via the internets, so I can throw it up on Locals, so my Locals peeps don't get mad at me. And I want to make sure I'm not talking about anything important until I do that. All right. If you are not following me on Locals, you need to be, because that's where I publish all my links. Normally I publish them before I go live. Just not today. But it's up there now, and so is the live chat. So if you want to join Locals so you can share memes, which are hilarious, that's where all of them are. All of the memes are on Locals. Oh my God, I just opened Locals. There's so many new ones. Oh my God. Oh, you guys are the best. The best. I love you so much. I have to kill the live chat from yesterday, though. Do you think anyone's going to be confused? Anyway, let me try and do that. All right. So Locals has this weird bug where I can't just go and end the chat. I have to wait. Oh my God, there's one of the judge. I just went into yesterday's local chat. And you have to see this. This is so funny. Somebody made a meme of the judge, Baby Huey. Judge Baby Huey. Oh my God, you guys, look. Ah. Hello. There it is. I love how basic your Photoshop skills are, by the way, because like mine are worse. Like I really appreciate how basic the Photoshop is. Oh no, I can see I'm going to have camera problems again today. As soon as I start sharing, the camera's going to freeze. All right, let's just get to it, shall we? What was I doing? All right, so I watched the whatchamacallit. I watched the beginning of the trial this morning, most of the arguments. We didn't miss anything that important, except I would say there was one argument that I might go back to later if we have time. Basically about they're still arguing about Munchausen. The judge has told them not to, and in fact, just a few minutes ago, the judge said to the defense, and that's why I named today the Dick defense, because they're continuing to just drag Beata through the mud. They just want to say she's a bad person, and the judge is like, I don't see any point to this other than to keep saying Beata's a bad person. Thank you, Judge Carroll. Thank you for noticing that the Dick defense is at it again. All right, here we go. I'm going to share. We're only a little bit behind. Their first witness is on the stand. It's another doctor, I think, that they've dragged out of from under a rock to come and tell lies about Maya and her family. Or, I don't know. I don't know what the point is. The point is that this defense just keeps on doing the same thing over and over again. It's a Dick defense. All right. I don't know. I don't remember this guy's name, but he'll spell his name for us, so don't worry.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be
the oath that means absolutely nothing. I'm going to be painting my nails during this stream for Halloween. I'm going to match my t-shirt with this bright green. Look at how cool this is. Aha! It's perfect for Halloween.
Please, Gordon. Can you tell us your name, please?
It's Randall Alexander, and Randall is R-E-N-D-E-L-L.
And what is your occupation?
I'm professor and chief of Division of Child Protection and Forensic Pediatrics at the University of Florida in Jacksonville.
Oh.
I'm a child abuse pediatrician.
Oh, another one. Oh, a child abuse pediatrician. One of the worst people on earth. That's who this is. A child abuse pediatrician. These people are so incurious with no specialties and no knowledge, and they don't even come and meet you and your kids. They just decide based on your files that you're a child abuser.
And you're training to be a pediatrician, first of all.
Well, I got a bachelor's degree at Michigan State University in 1972. And then went to the University of Michigan, got a master's degree in 1974 in psychology.
Wait, before we get too far ahead, what's his last name again?
University and chief of ELL.
Tell us your name, please.
It's Randall Alexander, and Randall is R-E-N-D-E-L-L.
I'm going to look him up.
The United States' largest clinical campus. And then additionally, you're working on community pediatrics fellowship, more informal at that time, where I was working on child abuse issues, and also being a chief resident. And then I got my first job at the University of Iowa.
All right, sir. And at the University of Iowa, what was your appointment?
Oh, I started out as an assistant professor and eventually became an associate professor.
And in what field?
It was in pediatrics. I was working in Division of Developmental Disabilities and doing some work with that, with children with a wide range of physical disabilities. We were kind of the state resource for school issues, learning problems and things. And also I was doing a lot of child abuse work at the university, state and national.
All right, sir. Where did you go from Iowa?
I went to Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta for 6 years.
All right, sir. And were you involved with child abuse pediatrics at that point?
Oh, yes.
All right. Could you describe to the jury how you became involved in child abuse pediatrics?
I think in medical school, there were some interesting cases when I was on the pediatrics rotation. It's not your standard look in somebody's ears and see an infection, which is satisfying, but there's more complication with child abuse. I did a pediatric radiology rotation with 4 of some of the top radiologists in the country working on child abuse issues. And so I think I sparked some of my interest there. And then my residency, there was more of that. And ultimately, my 3rd-year residency, I did a month with working with a guy at Michigan State, Ray Helfer, was probably the premier child abuse pediatrician in the world at that time. And then I took off from there.
All right. So what did you do at Morehouse State? What was your teaching interest?
It was Morehouse School of Medicine, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I did a little bit, I did about a day a week of general pediatrics, but most of the time I was working in child abuse issues. I worked statewide, got some money from the legislature, trying to put together a bit of a network with various cities in it. Georgia, got some money for some equipment, for instance, and was seeing cases.
Did there come a point at which your career path led you to Florida?
Well, I was being recruited over several years to come down there, and I showed up there in 2004, and I was the statewide medical director, where I oversaw all the child protection teams, which is currently 22 teams. And so I was the boss of the medical directors.
All right. It took me less than 30 seconds to Google him and find a case that that has been overturned that he testified in. This guy, Randall Alexander. Let's go over to NPR real quick because we need to see this. This is reported by National Public Radio right here in 2011. The child cases, guilty until proven innocent. This man went to prison. Ernie Lopez went to prison because of the testimony of the guy on the stand right now, Randall Alexander, child abuse pediatrician. Her name was Isis Charm Voss, and at 6 months old, she was a slight child. She was, doctors and nurses feared that someone had done something awful to her. A constellation of bruises stretched across her pale skin. CT scans showed blood pooling on her brain and swelling. Blood was found in her girl parts. I don't know if YouTube lets me say this. The damage was so severe that her body's vital organs were shutting down. Less than 24 hours later, she died. An autopsy bolstered the initial suspicions that she'd been abused. Joni McLean, a forensic pathologist, ruled Isis's death a homicide and said the baby had been SA'd. McLean would later describe it as a classic case of blunt force trauma, the type of damage often done by a beating. The police investigation that followed was constructed almost entirely from medical evidence, and in the end, prosecutors indicted one of the child's babysitters, Ernie Lopez. Today, he's serving a 60-year prison term for SA and is still facing capital murder charges. Now, it appears that the coroners mishandled the case, and then also there's evidence that the baby had a bleeding disorder and was not a victim of child abuse. And experts are saying that this case should be overturned. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's very detailed. He's fighting an appeal, I guess. I don't know if it was overturned or since then or what. We don't know. However, it was Randall Alexander was one of the dudes who testified against this guy. Here we go. 4 other doctors testified for the state, saying Isis had died from blunt force injuries, not a bleeding disorder. This is a pattern of injury that we see with trauma, said Randall Alexander, the guy we're listening to on the stand right now, who heads the child abuse division at the University of Florida's College of Medicine in Jacksonville. This is not a bleeding death, he said. That's the only quote we have from him in here. But, this is so par for the course. These people are totally incurious, and they go with the easiest answer first, period.
In each of their different locales.
Okay. And how long did you hold that position?
10.5 years.
All right, sir. Did there come a point at which you became board certified in child abuse pediatrics?
Yes.
He, by the way, I'm going to speed this up. I don't care about his background. He, by the way, is an expert in the case. He did not see
child abuse pediatrics as a specialty came about And the
He's a paid
first
expert.
wave of people that were child abuse pediatricians formally, as a formal subspecialty, was in 2009. And at that time, you had to have worked over half time, at least for 5 years in child abuse, and then you had to pass a national exam. And I did.
And then you continued to work as the statewide medical director for the Child Protection Team program?
I did for 10.5 years. Now I'm I'm in Jacksonville, but I'm in charge of the Tallahassee and its 8 counties Child Protection Team, and Jacksonville and its 8 counties Child Protection Team. So 16 counties.
All right, sir. And in that connection, you're still working as a member of both these child protection teams?
Well, I am. I was on call this weekend, and I'm on call tonight.
Right.
So when I get back to Jacksonville, I may have to see patients in the middle of the night, although I hope not.
Let me backtrack a little bit into your credentials here. What is the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children?
Oh, look. Steak is Great says, wow, you found one case where he might be wrong. You're so biased, Megan. It's not even funny. I'm sorry. Are you new here? Are you new? I am 100% biased against the state. 100%. And they're colluders in the hospitals. Okay, so if you were wondering if I have a bias, yeah, I've been covering these stories for 20 years. I've been covering medical kidnappings, CPS corruption for 20 years. I'm 100% biased against the state and the jackbooted thug state that decides parents are criminals and guilty and must prove their own innocence. That's not the way this country is supposed to work. This person is one of these child abuse doctors. That was only the first 30 seconds. If I started digging into this guy, how many families do you think I would find where he falsely accused somebody of child abuse who didn't do it? I guarantee you there's more than 5. I guarantee it. Guaranteed. Yeah, not nonsense. No, yeah, I found the one case in 30 seconds. Give me a week. I'll find more. Don't worry. There's more. And if you are one of the families that this man has falsely accused of child abuse, please let me know. I'm happy to tell your story. Have you been falsely accused of child abuse by this man? This child abuse doctor, Randall Alexander, has he falsely accused you of Munchausen syndrome by proxy? If he has, please email me. Let me give you my email address, because I will be happy to tell your story. meganfox.writer@protonmail.com. If Randall Alexander has attacked or abused your family in any way, let me know.
What we call
because I have a feeling that he has.
APSAC. It is the largest, somewhat the only, multidisciplinary professional organization in child abuse. And so it spans not just medicine, but psychology and social work and police and a whole variety of people that deal with child abuse in one form or another.
And have you been a member of that organization?
I'm a member. I'm on the board, have been in Florida. I was on the board and at one point was the president in Georgia, and I've been on the board twice nationally.
All right. Have you had occasion to contribute to the literature of your profession regarding the subject of child abuse?
Yes.
And do you have any estimate of how many papers you published?
Oh, gosh. Well, it's over 50 in terms of paper publications, books and chapters, 70, 80. I would have to look at my CV on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And have you had occasion to lecture on the subject of child abuse?
Around the world, yes.
Yes. Do you have any estimate of how many times you've been asked to lecture on that subject?
I'm sure it's at least 300, might be a fair bit more than that.
Okay. And at the University of Florida today, what is your role in teaching child abuse?
Okay, so I'm the division chief. I have about 50 or some people that work for me in my several locations. I see kids. I'm on the call schedule. And I also have administrative duties supervising people. We have the only child abuse fellowship in Florida, and I'm the program director for that. So I teach and help with any of our fellows, people who are pediatricians, but are trying to spend 3 years to be a child abuse pediatrician. And then I work on some prevention issues and try to sneak in some occasional publications.
All right, sir. Now, do you know Dr. Sally Smith?
I do. I was her boss for quite a long time.
During your tenure,
he taught her how to do it.
Statewide head of child protection.
Sally Smith worked for this dude. So he's the one who taught Sally Smith how to take kids from parents. Yep. I'm surprised John Wright hasn't come up in this. He's one that I bet he was trained by these same people. He was a Broward County child abuse doctor who was involved in the Cynthia Absug case. What a horrible man he is. Never met her kids, accused her of Munchausen. It was unfounded by the sheriff, but his report was used to nail her in Colorado. Terrible what these child abuse doctors do. Absolutely terrible. And they're all connected.
Program, you were her boss?
I was. That'd be 2004 to, I think, probably early 2015.
Okay. And during 2016, you did not hold that role?
That's right.
Okay. During 2016, were you in your present position?
Yes.
All right. Have you not had occasion to meet and discuss this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did we meet for the first time last night?
In person? I think that could be, yeah.
Okay.
I think we may have done Zoom or telephone or something before that.
All right. And have you been paid, or have we agreed to pay you a fee for your consultative and testimonial services?
Not me, the University of Florida. It's not any money I get, but the University of Florida will be billing you. Yes.
Gotcha. Very good. Now, let me turn your attention, if I can, to the subject of the child protection teams in general. Your background suggests that you've had occasion to become familiar with how the Florida Child Protection Team program works. Is that true?
Well, sure. I mean, I was leading it for a considerable time, and I still have to teach it to all my trainees and new staff and everything. Yes.
Is the Child Protection Team program something that is created by Florida statute?
It is. It's had several revisions, but since it first started in 1978.
Could you describe for the jury what the Child Protection Team program consists of and what its function is?
Sure.
Objection. Relevant in 39. He can answer that.
Yes, sir.
Florida, uniquely in the world, is divided into 22 zones. And in these zones, if you will, we have a child protection team. So we don't work just out of a hospital. So for instance, in Jacksonville, we have several hospitals we work for. Under Florida law, first of all, we're paid through the Department of Health, and we have to conform to a whole bunch of rules. It's somewhat of a public-private partnership. So in our particular case, the University of Florida holds the contract, our Jacksonville College of Medicine. In, say, Pinellas, it would be a nonprofit. And most of the places in the state, it's some sort of a social services nonprofit. But there's, I think, 5 of the 22 teams are university.
All right. He was involved in the Kathy Bush trial, too, whose daughter, by the way, says she was never abused. So I will admit that in the Kathy Bush case, there was a lot of evidence that seemed to point to her doing all sorts of bad stuff. However, now that she's out of prison, her daughter came forward and said she was never, ever abused. And I don't know, they have a good relationship. However, I just found this article in the Sun Sentinel now. I Googled his name with Munchausen because these child abuse doctors absolutely freaking love to talk about Munchausen. They love accusing everybody of Munchausen. So this dude who's on the stand, Alexander, what's his name? Randall Alexander, has also been interviewed by the Sun Sentinel about Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Let's look at what he has to say. He says that between 500 and 1,000 parents suffer from Munchausen and abuse their kids every year. Sounds like a lot. It's hard to explain why somebody would do elaborate, planned out child abuse, said Alexander, an expert on the syndrome. It almost sounds like they must be crazy. Yet those affected by the syndrome are typically not mentally ill, he said. It's a syndrome. It's a psychological disorder, but you're not sick. You get it yet? Have you got it yet? They fabricate symptoms, frequently taking their children to doctors and emergency rooms. They describe life-threatening episodes that no one else witnesses. Blah, blah, blah. She will be charming, convincing, know lots of details about her child, times, and dates. This is what they use for evidence that you have Munchausen, that you're charming, you're convincing, and you know shit about your kid's medical condition. That's abuse, guys. They tend to know the condition pretty well that they're trying to fake. If you know very much, if you have any intelligence on the issue, you're a faker. You're a Munchausen mom. Okay, let's go back down here. This really makes me mad. Look at this. Most parents, this should make everybody mad. Oh yeah, always she, because it's always a mom. Pale Rogue, it's always mom. Most parents accused of the syndrome are not charged criminally, Alexander said. Of those who are, many are found not guilty. Do you know why? Because there is not enough, because there was never enough evidence to charge them in the first place. Look what he says. They tend to be complicated cases, he said. Most people find it difficult to imagine anyone could do such things. Juries see this sympathetic person and think it's all just a misunderstanding. Oh, but he knows. He knows better than anybody. It's not just a misunderstanding. It's not just misunderstanding complicated medical rare cases. It's criminal. Yeah, I don't think Beata was trying to charm anyone. She was telling everyone where they could fucking go.
Florida, Miami, and a couple of the UF ones. By law, we are there to assist the Department of Children and Families in their investigations. We're medically led with a medical director, but we have other medical people, all told probably over 100. and a couple hundred what we call case coordinators or social workers, if you will, psychologists, team attorney. And we see under law, they specify, here's the kids you're supposed to see. They're called mandatory. So we see these kids by statute, but we also see other children because there's some that need to be seen. The law can't think of everything. And we write reports and we help to decide, is there even child abuse in the first place? And if it is, what is it? And what our recommendations would be. And we have a number of quirky things that you only find here in Florida and not any place else in the world.
Thank you for the super chat, Mandy.
Let me try to reframe
She
that
says,
question
what
for you.
blows my mind are people who
Doctor,
don't question the
can you tell
state
the
or
jury,
government at all.
whether
Me too. I don't get
function
it.
of a child protection team includes the education and
Thank you,
and
Unhung Hero.
outreach to the community and professionals regarding the subject of child abuse, its awareness and prevention.
Rosalind, ever looked into APS
I'd like to
stories? I
approach on
have
this,
one
Judge.
for you. I don't know if I know what APS means. What does APS mean? Anybody? Please turn off the noise machine. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just reading your comments. Steak is Great wants to troll me today. I don't know if I'm going to let him or not. I don't know. We'll see. Look, I've written a book about evidence, Steak. It's right here. It's called Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salome to #MeToo. You can pick it up on Amazon. I'm a person who cares about evidence a great deal. I've written an entire book on it. I absolutely get evidence before I write stories. I published all kinds of evidence in Cynthia Absuck's case. It didn't make a difference. They convicted her anyway. And the truth is the state doesn't care about the evidence. And in these cases, parents are guilty until they prove their own innocence. And that's not the way that our system is supposed to work. Not by a mile. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of these. And yes, I do think child abuse doctors lie. I know they do because I've been researching them for years. And I know they lie. They lie, they fabricate, they exaggerate. They do all the things that they acclaim Munchausen's moms of doing.
Doctor, your
They do all of
experience
them.
is outreach to the community and the professional community to provide education and awareness regarding child abuse prevention and recognition, part of the function of a child protection team.
It's a contract standard. We actually have to provide a certain number of hours. The teams do, according to the Department of Health contract standards. So the answer is not just yes, but it's required.
Now, at our request, or I guess I should say request of counsel, can we approach him just a minute? I'm sorry.
He also has written papers on serial Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I knew I was going to find this guy was a quack. I knew it. Here's another one. Like, look, I'm sorry. I'm just always right. Sorry for having great tits and correct opinions on everything. Serial Munchausen syndrome by proxy, 1990, written by Randall Alexander. This is a guy who he's obsessed with Munchausen. All child abuse doctors are obsessed with it. It gives them relevancy. It makes them relevant. If they didn't have Munchausen, which is something that they just basically blame anybody, any disorder that comes up that doctors can't answer, they just blame mom. They just blame mom and say she's doing it. She's making it up because one person somewhere did that. It's crazy. So he's obsessed with this, just like all child
At
abuse
request of
doctors
counsel,
are.
have you reviewed some material regarding the case of Maya Kowalski, this case?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just give the jury a general description of what you've reviewed?
Medical records from a whole variety of sources. I'm sure at least 40 more various transcripts of depositions, particularly those are the main things.
Oh, by the
various
way,
other miscellaneous stuff, communications.
he was supposed to be called to the stand to convince the jury that Beata has Munchausen's, but they're not allowed to do that anymore. They're not allowed to have that argument. So I don't know what he's going to be testifying to because the defense literally called him to be the Munchausen expert.
Maybe the mother had emails and things. I think
She emailed herself.
Seen some videos.
All right. Let me ask you specifically, have you reviewed the materials that Dr. Sally Smith obtained and accumulated in her role in this case?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the medical records of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And have you reviewed various medical records regarding care rendered to Maya Kowalski by a number of other physicians?
Yes.
And have you reviewed you indicated you reviewed somewhere north of 40 some odd depositions. Did those include Dr. Sally Smith's several depositions?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed a transcript for testimony in this case
Yes.
from the last few days?
Yes.
Right. Based on your review of this material, have you arrived at any opinion or conclusion regarding whether Dr. Smith's conduct in this case was within her role as a child protection team medical director?
I have an opinion, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That it is. That I think that she was following what I would expect the CPT physician to do.
All right. And now, would you tell us the basis for your opinion in that regard?
Well,
because he trained her.
I mean, it's the way we work with a child protection team.
It's the way we work. It's
I'm
what
not
we
sure on
do.
your
We
question. I
frame
mean,
you.
in terms of she was contacted, she started looking into the case.
We frame people. That's
There were
what we
several
do.
reports called in, one that was finally accepted, and then she went ahead and did a report, looked at the case in depth, looked at multiple sources and wrote a CPT report, which is what we're supposed to do.
Did he say when it was finally accepted by DCF?
And then she was
Hold on.
one that was finally accepted to the case. I'm not sure on your question. I mean, in terms of she was contacted, she started looking into the case. There were several reports called in, one that was finally accepted, and then she.
There were several reports called in, and then one that was finally accepted. There's the proof I've been looking for. So I have heard throughout this trial that there were other calls, that they made a call to DCF, the hospital did. Somebody at the hospital made a call, and DCF said, nah, there's nothing here. Sorry. So they went back into the file and found more stuff and tried again. So Sally Smith literally was searching through the records, trying to gin up abuse in this case after DCF told her no. And here's this guy, and oh God, I hope Anderson, I don't know if he can, because it's a Chapter 39 issue. If the court already found that they were using good faith to make this phone call, which I don't believe, because they made the phone call and DCF said no. And so they went back into the records to try and gin up more shit. And then until DCF said yes, he just admitted it. There were multiple phone calls made.
Went ahead and did a report, looked at the case in depth, looked at multiple sources and wrote a CPT report, which is what we're supposed to do. And then she was available to help, with any questions anyone had.
Actually, let me ask you several
Yeah,
questions.
they social worker shopped. Yep, they social worker shopped.
I don't think there's a pending question at this moment. As long as you're the next question, sure.
Okay, you made reference to Dr. Smith being contacted.
I'm mad already.
And I believe that took place in a phone call from Dr. Sanchez initially.
Right.
Is that type of phone call something that CPT members typically receive from physicians in the community?
Objection, Your Honor.
Lois Thomas says that one phone call was in good faith. That's right. The first phone call, I could give them the first phone call, but not the second phone call, not the second one. Absolutely not. No. So they got told, no, there's not enough evidence. And they went and they shopped around for more. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Steak is great. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not threatening to ban you. Nobody threatened to ban you. Those words never came out of my mouth. Why are you making shit up? I might mute you though, so I don't have to look at your dumb comments, because who threatened to ban you? You can say whatever stupid shit you want. All right, I'm now putting Steak on ignore. I'm just ignoring this now because this is just dumb. I don't like it when people tell me I've said things I didn't say. Who here witnessed me say I was going to ban Steak?
Can you remember the question, or
I'd like it repeated. Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't.
We made reference to a call that Dr. Sanchez initially made to Dr. Smith regarding Maya Kowalski. And for reference, I think the proof is that it occurred on or about October 8th of 2023. Was, based on your review of the materials you reviewed, is that call the sort of contact from a hospital staff member that a CPT medical director might typically receive?
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
Well, I've had those calls. I just had a staff member have that call yesterday. It's not limited to just child abuse. I mean, doctors, we talk to each other and say, hey, can I run something by you? And is this something that I should pursue or not pursue? And so that would be a pretty typical sort of thing. It's not the same as I've made a report to DCF and now let's do a formal evaluation. This is the pre stuff, if you will, where you're trying to figure out, is there enough here that I should even pursue this?
Okay. And once Dr. Smith became involved with an investigation, was it within her duties as a medical director of a child protection team to consult with the medical team regarding the patient's status and condition going forward?
Also, the conclusion.
To determine, what advice they can give as far as, is this a child abuse situation? You don't have to prove it. You just have to say, is there enough here to make a report? Are you suspicious? And so that would be within the scope. Again, for us to do formal reports, start interviewing and doing exams and everything else, that requires that DCF reports made to the hotline and accepted, and then we get involved.
In reviewing the materials that you have gone through, and there seems to have been quite a passel of them, did you see any indication that Dr. Smith was functioning as part of the treatment team for Maya Kowalski?
No, I think she was given some advice on occasion, but she wasn't a treating physician. No.
All right. Is giving advice on occasion, as you described, part of the function of a child protection team medical director in a situation such as this?
It is.
And tell us why that is.
Well, we don't just drop the case to sort of like, thank you for the thing, here's a report and goodbye. I mean, we're still the resource in the community to help out for things. Not the treating physician, because then you'd have to sign medical charts and have your name there and all that. We don't do that. But to be able to help people as they're trying to figure things out, you can give us a call.
Is that part, in your experience, as a current CPT medical director and past statewide medical director, is that part of the job, so to speak, of a child protection team medical director with respect to a sheltered child such as Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I mean, it can be. It depends if they have any questions. In essence, can we be of assistance?
What other functions did Dr. Smith serve in this case with reference to Ms. Kowalski and coordination of her care?
Well, she did a CPT evaluation. She was available to people at the hospital and in the community for any questions that they had as to what she thought was going on or advice that she could give. I think that's pretty much it.
All right. I believe that's all I have right now. Thank you, sir.
Doctor, did I hear you correctly that you have two roles? You have a role as a pediatrician and then a role with CPT?
I have lots of roles.
Okay.
What you're saying is what you're saying is true, but there's a lot more to it.
Okay. How many hats do you have? How many hats do you wear, I should say?
Well, so my division is about a $7 million operation. We have probably 15 or more funding sources, and I'm in the administration of a number of those. So I have that hat. I help with Wilson Children's Hospital, which is our children's hospital in Jacksonville. As I said, I'm the fellowship program director. Just in the university, I see children. I deal with Daytona and Tallahassee teams. And then I'm involved nationally and statewide with a number of things.
Thanks for the super chat.
Chair of the Child Abuse Committee, for instance.
I'm from the government and I'm
Florida
here to help.
American Academy of Pediatrics, and I'm on the board now for that organization. And
These are all jobs.
a number of other things.
These are all jobs? I mean, like jobs you get paid for?
I get paid by the University of Florida.
Okay. And so you have many, many jobs in addition to working for DCF.
Wait, how is direct
work for
over
DCF.
already?
Sorry, CPT.
Yeah, the child protection team is, again, the
Wait a
University
minute,
of Florida.
wait a minute. Okay, because they couldn't get into all the Munchausen stuff, this is interesting. Defense is only using him. They crossed him for what, 10 minutes? Not even? They're only using him to say what Sally did was completely rational and fine and good. And yeah, that's it. That's all they're going to use him for. That what Sally did is totally fine.
But the funding, partial funding, comes through the Department of Health.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that Dr. Smith's role in this did not include inserting herself into the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski.
Sure.
All right. Let me show you. Can we bring up 1001-0373?
Miranda. What in the law and crime trolling
And
is
if you'll-
happening in here? The Munchie Bunch
Excuse
is
me.
rising
Let's not
like
do that
the
one.
dead.
Sorry.
It's
Wrong one.
Halloween.
2116002. Let's go to the text. 2116002. Now, if you look at 15 down there, you see it? And that's from Sally Smith. And it's to a Paola Dees. Do you recognize her as a doctor at Johns Hopkins?
Right in my review.
And so this is Dr. Smith talking to Dr. Dees, right? In a text.
Right.
And here, Dr. Smith is telling Dr. Dees, get her off as many meds as possible. That is not part of the role that Dr. Smith should have as an investigator, is it?
Well, she's not an investigator. That's to say that's really not a fair description of what we are. Second of all, if that's advice in terms of how you might handle these situations, it is her role to give advice. If she's the one that actually does it, then she'd be a treating physician. But as you pointed out, I think she's talking to someone else.
All right. Well, let's look at 116-005. And let's go down to number 35. We can. That's, 005. And let's go down to 35. We got it. Now, do you recognize this as a text in November of 2016 from Sally Smith to Paola Dees again?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention that Dr. Smith ordered or directed to be ordered a 48-hour video, if you will, surveillance video without knowledge of Maya Kowalski? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware that she did the order. I would imagine that some other physician did the order.
And then she says here, fortunately, as a 10-year-old, she can't perform the charade effectively 24/7. Do you see that?
I do.
That's not part of the role. And what is she? Is she an investigator, a prosecutor? What is she?
Well, as you know, she's none of those. She's the CPT physician that's giving advice to the team.
And so you're contending that she is not part prosecutor in this role.
Well, of course, she's not the prosecutor. You have to be a lawyer to do that and then go to court.
And are you contending she's not an investigator?
Right. Investigator is a term we might use with police or DCF. Now, the fact that we ask questions, if you want to label it that, but we don't consider it that way in medicine.
Well, how about if she's referred to as the head of our team? Say our child abuse team. That's not part of her role, heading up a hospital's team, is it?
I don't think the hospital has a team. The child protection team is independent of the hospital.
I'm just asking you if, in fact, doctors at the hospital referred to her as heading up their team, whatever that is, for child abuse. That's not part of her role, is it?
It's also not part of the child protection team system because we don't have such teams.
Is it part of her role or not?
Well, no, because it doesn't exist.
Let's look at 1001-0373. If you look at the bottom of this progress note, when we get it up, that's 1001-0373. And if you look down here at the bottom, I think you'll see. Do you see that Dr. Smith is reviewing all of Maya's medical records? And this is some 3 weeks after Maya was put there. Do you see?
I do.
All right. And do you see that she is now agreeing with Dr. Hart and Dr. Smith, that's Michelle Smith, that we should proceed removing Maya's port as there's no indication for her to have a CVL? Do you see that?
I do.
Deciding whether or not to take out a CVL, a port in a child's chest, that's not part of her role, is it?
No, she'd have to be the treating physician to actually write the order.
I understand, but becoming involved to the point where you're directing it, that's not part of her role either.
She's not directing it unless she's writing the order.
Mm-hmm.
So she is giving advice as to what she thinks she should do in this case based on her review.
All right. So let's take a look at 2277-068. And we're discussing here the video, I believe. And you see down here the Dr. Smith on the risk management. I'll represent to you, this is a note from risk management. And do you see below that it says okay from risk?
I do.
And you see below that videotaping?
Right.
And you see no order.
Right.
All right. So in this instance, if there was no order and risk management is looking to Sally Smith, that's not part of her role either, is it?
You know, I don't know what this note really means.
Okay.
So I can't really.
They never know what it means. Over on the Rumble chat right now, Levittleton says, Law and Crime Trolls, if you really want to get to Megan, sign up and watch on Rumble and sign up on her locals to really stick it to her. I agree with that, Megan. Fox.locals.com. I'll even give you trolls a promo code. It's Maya for a free month. MAYA, all caps. Sign up monthly. You'll get a free code. A free month. And then you can troll me all you want over there because you're paying for the ability to do it. Any of you who want to troll me in the chat, by the way, you're welcome to do that, but it helps if you send super chats. Then I have to read them. Otherwise, I don't. And I won't. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Where were we? Here?
Medical people, all told, probably over 100, and a couple hundred, what we call case coordinators or social workers.
Where were we?
I'm not going to talk about the report.
Part of the role
further.
that doctor
Lawyer to do that and then go to court.
And are you contending she's not an investigator?
Right. Investigator is a term we might use.
You're directing it. That's not part of her role either.
She's not directing it unless she's writing the order.
Mhm.
So she is giving advice as to what she thinks she should do in this case based on her review.
All right. So let's take a look at 2277-068. And we're discussing here the video, I believe. And you see down here, the Dr. Smith on the risk management. I'll represent to you, this is a note from risk management. And you see below that, it says, okay from risk.
I do.
And you see below that videotaping?
Right.
And you see no order.
Right.
All right. So in this instance, if there was no order and risk management is looking to Sally Smith, that's not part of her role either, is it?
You know, I don't know what this note really means.
Okay.
So I can't really answer your question.
All right. So Sally Smith being a member of various of the hospital's committees, that's not part of her role, is it? I'm not asking about being a doctor. I'm just asking about her role for CPT.
CPT doesn't ask that you be on any committees at any hospital.
And Sally Smith worked for you for over a decade, right?
As I was the statewide medical director, so yes, she did work for me.
Well, let me ask you an ultimate question. Sally Smith should not have been running Maya's treatment in any way, shape, or form, should she?
Right. She'd have to be a treating physician, and my understanding she was not.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
Just briefly, Your Honor. First of all, did you see any indication that Dr. Sally Smith was running the treatment team for Maya Kowalski?
I didn't. Again, she'd have to have written an order, you know, in the chart saying, you know, I order up this lab test or I do something else like that. That was done by others. So she might have given it. Well, she did give advice at times, but that's not a treating physician.
Okay. So is giving advice on such things as whether a central line might come out, is that part of her role as a CPT medical director?
It is.
That's all I have for now. Thank you, sir.
Mr.
I don't know why they
Anderson
called
wasn't
this
just
guy.
giving advice. She was giving direction there. Do you agree?
I think you'd have to ask the parties involved in that. You know, technically from what I'm seeing written, it looks like advice, but if they interpreted that she was giving direction and she was in charge, I don't see that in the notes.
All right, but the question is, it would not be part of her role.
Right. For her to be a treating physician that would be not a CPT role. That would be an attending physician role.
And nothing further.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
I guess they're just trying to rehab Sally Smith with him to say that, you know, what she did was perfectly acceptable and fine. Gosh darn it. I'm just going to turn my camera off for now because I can't watch myself be like this. It's driving me crazy. Sorry, guys, but whatever is going on with the camera, it just sucks. So, Chad Morrill, thanks for the super chat. What a huge super chat, $50. You know what? I'm gonna refresh StreamYard. Hold on, I'll be right back because I can't even pull up your chats now. Hold on, I'll be right back. Stay there. Oh wait, I should probably change my background in case people try to leave. By the way, don't leave when I do this because I'm not gone. I just have to refresh StreamYard because it's annoying. Oh, there it is. Chad says, Megan is so awful and biased, so awful, horrible, and biased. I think that she should have some of this poor boy's money. Silly trolls. That's the way I like to get trolled. It has to come with a super chat. It just does. That's just the way it has to come. Okay, I'm going to refresh my screen. I'll be right back. Be good. Don't fight. All right, I'm back. Good job, everyone, for holding down the fort while I was gone. Let's see. Got my nails going. You want to see the color so far? See, it's going to match my shirt. It's going to be fun. All right, let's pull up the court stream. They're still on a sidebar or whatever. Or no, maybe this is jury questions. Let's see. Let's move ahead, move ahead, move ahead. Maya looks pretty tired. Pretty tired and pretty worn out. I'm gonna be glad for her when this is over.
Dr. Alexander, the jury has a number of questions. Members of the jury, I'll be able to ask most, but not all of the questions. Is there any conflict of interest in a medical director of CPT to access a medical record through means outside DCF, through medical privileges from their private practice?
Yep.
It depends.
Oh, it does?
I mean, I can't just access anybody's records. That's major trouble, just to cruise around and look at records. But if I had somebody that said, they called me up and directed me to a particular person and said they had some question and part of the process of helping them with their question, that would be okay. But it wouldn't be okay just to, just check anybody out willy-nilly and, see what their record is.
Is the pursuit
How do you
of acting as a
define
liaison
willy-nilly?
and educational support for emergency physicians within the scope of expectation of the role?
Could you ask that again?
Is the pursuit of acting as a liaison and educational support for emergency pediatricians within the scope of expectation of the role?
I don't
I think it's a
understand
medical
that
director.
question.
Sure. Well, is a CPT medical personnel?
CPT medical director.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Even within their own assigned jurisdiction, where the doctor plays an integral role educating doctors in their own case.
Right. That's part of what we do.
Since Dr. Smith is part of a structure designed to assess fairly a medical situation, do you think this could contribute to the potential for young doctors to misconstrue that advice?
Well, if the question is she an authority figure that people are going to look up to and think that, she knows something about this area? Well, of course, that's what her job is to do that, if I'm interpreting that question correctly. In the way that I would look up to a cardiologist because they know more about that than I do.
Why wouldn't the Department of Children and Families, in representing the interests of the state, provide a separate ID for identity to identify their representative?
Good question.
While they are pursuing their investigation?
Because they want to fool you.
Well, I don't know about the Department of Children and Families, but we're not
They
the Department
want
of Children and Families at
to
all.
fool you.
And
Yeah,
we're
you
not
are. Yeah,
Dr.
you are.
Smith would, as medical director, would have derived some salary from the Department of Health. And so to some extent, they might regard her as the Department of Health, but not DCF.
What?
And we draw a really clear line that we're different than DCF.
What? How are you different than DCF? She worked for Suncoast. Suncoast. Oh, that's how they do it. That's how they do it. Do you see how they do it? So DCF contracts with Suncoast, and Suncoast does all of DCF's bidding. Then they get up on the stand and say, we're not DCF, we're Suncoast. Oh my God. Make it stop.
Does the hospital have to call Dr. Sally Smith first? Is there any harm in a hospital staff calling the hotline as a reporter? Is there? There's no harm in a hospital staff calling the hotline as a mandatory reporter, is there?
No, in fact, that's usually what happens. Is usually we hear about this because it has been reported to DCF. But if they have a question or they want to sometimes give us a heads up, this is in process. We sometimes hear from the hospital on that. We certainly do that in Jacksonville, and we do it around the state.
You testified there were several reports / calls to CPT. Are you testifying that there were more than one call placed before the hospital called Dr. Sally Smith?
In terms of attempted reports to DCF, yes.
Was the first call not accepted by CPT, and that is why Dr. Tepa reached out to Dr. Sally Smith to see if the hospital had enough information on abuse to make the call?
Yeah, except CPT doesn't accept calls. DCF accepts calls. It's their hotline, not ours. Yeah, it may well be, and I guess you'd have to ask them, but I agree with the general proposition that she was trying to see if Sally Smith thought there was something there or not.
In your testimony, you said something similar to a child protection specialist is not assigned to a hospital, but a zone or area. Am I correct?
That's right. We're structured so that we cover an area. So my Jacksonville team covers 8 counties, and we can go in by state law. We can go into any hospital. We don't need privileges for child abuse issues, and we can see the child and we can look at their records. So we're area focused, county focused. We're not hospital focused.
At the time of Maya's 2016 visits to Tampa General and Johns Hopkins All Children, were those 2 hospitals in the same zone?
Tampa General is served by the Tampa Child Protection Team. And the other one, I'm sorry, was
Johns Hopkins.
Johns Hopkins, that's Pinellas, and those are separate child protection teams. I mean, obviously they get patients that go back and forth, and so hopefully they're getting some good communication between the 2 teams.
So Dr. Sally Smith would not have been the person assigned to the Tampa zone?
Right. So if there was a formal report and a report had to be generated just for Tampa stuff alone, then I would expect that that would be the Tampa CPT team that would actually come in and do that. But again, if there's records from other places and your final destination is, say, Pinellas, then I'd expect that the Pinellas person gathers all that information, writes a report.
Is it normal for Sally Smith, acting in a DCF capacity, to even offer medical advice to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on a juvenile patient while she is not to be a doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, but now in the hat of a DCF investigator?
But she's not a DCF investigator. Once again, I'm sorry, but we are not DCF. We are Department of Health, and the medical directors of the state, we've had meetings on this since 2004.
Oh my God.
We're very particular about that point.
No. The Department of Health, by the way, is the overseeing, it's all underneath the Health and Human Services. Okay. The Federal Department of Health and Human Services oversees all of this, all of it, including the health departments, and then the state health departments oversee DCF. They're all connected. This is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
The conflict of interest for Sally Smith would be as if this was a patient in her private practice, in which case she might have to recuse herself and have a different medical provider do something. So that's the conflict. It's not the fact that she works at a hospital in which she might also have to see a CPT case.
The juror just said, please replace DCF with the initials you need to identify today. So,
okay.
30 seconds to 200 likes. You can do it. Elsie's going to super chat $20.
So let me just re-ask the question.
Hit the like, hit the like.
For Dr. Sally Smith acting as the medical director of the child protection team.
Did we miss it?
Capacity to offer medical advice to Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital on a juvenile patient while she is not to be a doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, but now in the hat of the medical director of the child protection team?
It's normal and expected.
Mr. Hunter, any further questions? Mr. Anderson.
A follow-up to the juror's question on the timeline. So was your understanding there was a first call, a hotline, right? And then, are we in agreement there? Obviously there was.
We are, yeah. There was, yeah.
And then there was a second call from the hospital, Dr. Tapa Sanchez, to
Oh, here
Dr.
we go.
Smith after that?
So we're talking about the first call being the call to the DCF hotline?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was, and then some communication that went on between the two doctors.
Right. And then after that, a second call was made.
To DCF, yes.
And that one was accepted.
Yes.
But the first one
Is
wasn't.
it true that the threshold for the requirement of making a call is exceedingly low?
Well, it's low. I don't know if I say exceedingly.
So it's low.
It's a reasonable suspicion threshold.
Pretty subjective.
Well, purposefully so.
Sustained.
All right. But as a CPT, and again, how should I refer to her? A CPT, what? She's not a prosecutor. She's not an investigator. She's just a doctor, a CPT doctor.
Well, she's a pretty well trained doctor, but I would say just a doctor. But no, she's a CPT medical provider. She's the medical director for the Pinellas team.
All right. But when she steps into whatever role she has at Johns Hopkins, she's not able to violate a parent's right to control medical treatment for the child, is she?
Not in the sense of just normal treatment, but she's certainly entitled to perform CPT functions as specified in state law.
Yes, give me Umax. It's like the Spider-Man meme with all the Spider-Man pointing at each other. Yes.
Looks like I have another juror question coming.
Meanwhile, we pay for all of it. It's our tax money. Does it matter which office she's representing when we pay for all of it? It's all the same. It's all the same government bullshit. It's all the same. All right, let's go forward past this. I guess we have another jury question.
Is Sally Smith with CPT, Department of Health, or any others? Who does she work for?
Who does she work
I
with?
sorry,
They
didn't hear the
still
last part
don't
of that.
know.
Who does she work for?
They still don't
in that
know.
role, she works with her particular team, but the medical directors that aren't part of universities, which she would have been, they had some direct deposits. The way that DOH structured it is for the process of administration, not for seeing kids, but just administration. They would directly pay the medical directors around the state. Again, not for those of us that work at universities. It's a different situation.
Who do you work for?
And then her
Requires
team
500 words.
would pay her. They have the contract from the Department of Health, and their team would then pay her for clinical things like seeing kids, things along that line. I think most of her pay was actually private practice, which was different than child protection team altogether.
That wasn't the
Any
question.
follow up, Mr. Hunter?
Briefly, I just to try to clarify a couple things. What state agency controls the child protection team program?
The Department of Health.
But do the teams advise and serve as a resource to the Department of Children and Families?
We do, police, prosecutors, people that are authorized. But in the legal intro, as perhaps you all know, is we're there to assist the Department of Children and Families, but we're not them.
Okay, thank you.
They're there to do their bidding, though. They're there to assist them.
You're aware that Dr. Sally Smith had a private practice as well, a pediatrics practice.
Right. Being medical director of Pinellas County is not a full-time job. It was part-time.
So she had 3 different jobs.
I'm sorry?
3 different jobs? If you call her private practice a job, I would.
Well, I call that a job, right? So
CPT and then whatever role of the hospital.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
But she did work in the hospital.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Any other question?
Who does number 2 work for? Crystal.
But it was in regard to one of the last questions before. Am I allowed to ask it?
I don't know. I mean, it's your time. The time clock is ticking. So.
Are CPT doctors allowed or encouraged to change their opinions as they progress through their evaluation?
Yes. We write addendums if something significant comes along, or sometimes we order up lab tests or x-rays and they're not immediately available. We're supposed to get all our reports done within 10 days, but some things take longer than that. And so if things come up, we'll write an addendum.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter. Nothing further on. Anything else from the jury? Well, Mr. Hunter, did you have another question?
No, I was going to ask Your Honor about the commission.
Well, I think you'll be visiting with me in a moment.
I think we'll have our chance.
Is this another jury question?
Members of the jury, sorry, there's another question, doctor. Is a doctor with a private practice, quote, not a job, end quote? What do you call a doctor with a private practice?
It's a job. Being a pediatrician and seeing kids is definitely a job.
Well, then why did you
Anything
say it
further,
wasn't?
Mr. Hunter? Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything
You
further, members
literally
of the
just
jury?
said it wasn't a job.
Okay, members of the jury, I
And the
think
jury
this is a good
called
time
them
for
out
us
on
to
it.
take a break. It's probably going to be a healthy 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
Yeah, the jury wants to know who she works for, and they still can't figure it out. After all that, asking him 3 times, they still don't know who Sally Smith works for. That's a problem. That is a problem. It's a problem for everybody involved. Why is it so difficult to figure out who she works for?
Doctor, have you reviewed the report? Well, first of all, have you reviewed
they're
in some
proffering
detail
him
the records
for
that
appeal,
Dr. Sally
probably.
Smith accumulated in her review of the Maya Kowalski case?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed the reports that she rendered as a result of her review of those records and her evaluation
jury is out
of
of the
Maya
room for
Kowalski
this.
and her discussions with the Kowalski family and others?
Yes.
Based on that review, do you have an opinion that you can express within a reasonable degree of medical probability with respect to whether Dr. Sally Smith's conduct complied with the standard of care expected of CPT medical directors in conducting their review of a case such as Maya Kowalski's?
I do have an opinion, yes.
And what is that opinion, sir?
The opinion is that yes, it did conform to what I would expect a medical director or a CPT medical provider to do.
That was the exact same question.
And do you
he asked
believe that her
earlier.
conclusions, as stated in that report, are appropriate and within the standard of practice for CPT medical directors?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Anderson.
What?
So your standard of care would include leaving out reports from almost all of the non-Johns Hopkins, non-DGF, non-Lurie's large hospital doctors.
Jason, I'll give you
Overruled. You can answer.
It's a proffer.
I
He
thought
can
she
answer.
reviewed some of those things, so I'd have to know the details of which things you're talking about that are there or not. But I know she did a lot of follow-up with various
Left them out of
providers
the
and
report.
things. And so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
Sure. To come to your attention that her report did not mention the strong opinion of Dr. Kirkpatrick.
She didn't document that opinion in her report as such. I believe she attempted to contact him. I can't
problem,
remember if
isn't
he was
it?
the one that she was in and able to contact her. She did contact him.
She did contact
She did contact
All right.
him. She left out
All
his
right. And is
opinions.
the standard of care also to leave out Eagles Wings counseling and instead represent that the Kowalskis were not having any counseling?
Well, if she didn't know it and she said that there was no counseling,
No,
then that
she
would
knew
be
it.
what she knew at the time.
Oh,
She had what if she had the records right there in front of her and she left them out? Would that meet your standard of care?
No, I mean, then she shouldn't have said there was no counseling if she knew there was.
yep.
And nobody's brought you up to speed, I guess, on Maya's relapses since all this occurred in 2016, 2017.
Not well enough. I mean, I've heard sort of vague stuff, and I'd hesitate to have this court think that I know well enough to give a valid opinion.
Thank you, Doctor.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
That's it, Judge.
May this doctor be excused from all subpoenas and allowed to return to Jacksonville?
As far as I'm concerned.
No objection, Your Honor.
Drive safely, doctor.
Thank you so much.
All
Good day.
right.
Thanks.
Koza Nightweaver, thanks
anything
for the super
before we
chat.
go
Says,
on
good
our
try,
work?
team. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Over 200 people, almost 300 watching the stream, and only like 80 likes. That's terrible, YouTube. You're failing. You're failing.
Approach. Yeah, the company free as well.
Rumble chat is agreeing that not knowing Sally Smith's employer is a mystery. Very strange. I agree with you guys.
We don't have objections if they want to do that.
Oh, we're at 144 likes on YouTube. Still not enough. Still not enough. Come on, folks. You can do it.
08. What did I do earlier today?
Oh, we're going to fight about evidence again.
Was how the defense had marked it as 3192. This is how, or I'm sorry.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's fight.
3192 was the defense's marking.
No.
Bring on the dick defense.
It is, in fact, 3315.
No, 3315 was excluded. That was to Dr. Kansas.
All right, hold on.
It's 3192 on the first page of your exhibit list.
Yeah, Lois, why don't
So
we
it was
have
admitted
pay
as
stubs?
3192. We could
Let's
either
just get her pay stubs.
make it 3192A with this additional page, or we could admit it as what we had marked it as 2408.
Because what I would suggest is that you just have this added. We'll have
Pay
someone
stubs
on our
don't
team
lie.
Make it 3192A, and we'll attach it, and so it'll be right after 3192.
So long as it's going to be clear to the jury that they go
No,
together.
we'll put it with 3192. If
That's fine. Why don't you get with the
Yeah.
technical folks, and then when we come back, advise what it is so we can make sure that the clerk also has it.
Yeah, I just don't know if 3193 exists, so that's why I'm suggesting we do 3192 and 3192.
Anything else before we take our break?
No more for the plaintiff unless you've got something.
Anything else from the defense?
No, you're on.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes.
All right.
All right, I think they're still on a break. So we've caught up. We've caught up to the live. Unbelievable. So let's go back to this morning and hear the judge say, "You're just trying to drag Beata through the mud." That was funny. And also
Calling
what I
people to
said.
call them to say the same thing over and over.
In the past 48 hours, but we'll.
You ready to go with your rebuttal case tomorrow?
You won't see much of me this afternoon, Judge, but yeah, I'll get it together.
All right, they're talking about what the schedule
And the
for the week is
Padron
going to
rulings.
be.
Exhibits in
We're down to our last list, Judge.
plaintiffs. You're going to be in a position to do your rebuttal starting mid-morning to early afternoon on Wednesday.
We're doing depots this by video this afternoon. Am I understanding a number of them?
Yeah, as long as we need a couple responses back. We have 2 live witnesses today, Judge. I'm sorry.
Dr. Alexander.
Dr. Alexander this morning. Dr. Dolan is after lunch. We don't anticipate either of them being extremely lengthy. Again, we should be able to publish deps this morning, and then the rest of the afternoon would be deps. We don't have that many depositions left. We have 2.
I just ruled on Padron this
Background,
morning.
which is very short. You could tell. I mean, that's probably 10 minutes, maybe. And then we have O'Leary Johnson, which is 30 some minutes.
Yeah, 33 minutes.
And we have Dr. Wyndham.
So my assistant will be circulating the Padron rulings. Are there any other deposition designations I'm going to have to rule on?
Well, we have designated last night some deposition designations from the plaintiff step. I can't imagine that there's going to be any objections to those. We're waiting for their response on that. And if they can get back to us at lunch, and we can have those clips ready as well for this afternoon. But again, 15 minutes most for those. So I think we're in good shape, Judge. The 2 witnesses tomorrow, again, will be here first thing.
So plaintiffs, you need to be ready to go with your rebuttal case tomorrow.
You won't see much of me this afternoon, Judge, but yeah, I'll get it together.
And we need to know who the rebuttal is going to be, Judge, as soon as possible.
Well, I can tell you that Maya Kowalski will testify, probably Jack Kowalski, Dr. Richards, Dr. Corcoran, and
Dr. Goodhair is
we
coming
have
back.
A brief excerpt from the deposition of Kathy Beatty, and I think that's about it right now. Anybody else? Oh, if we can get him, Dr. Newberger. And we're gonna have to just keep calling and find out. We have not been able to get his status in the past 48 hours, but we'll keep trying. And if he can appear by Zoom, we'd like to bring him in too.
Well, I just want to make sure we are not trying the Chapter 39 case, right?
Absolutely.
Judge, we have concerns given the list they've given that it's going to be true rebuttal and not a retry of their case.
I hear you, I agree, and they're also, that 2.5 hour limit is a hard and fast.
Oh, yeah.
And we're not just calling people to call them to say the same thing over and over again.
No.
Well, Judge,
They're all
they already
responsive
said. I mean, that's, you're hearing the defense's concern that they just
Now
want
she doesn't want them to do a rebuttal.
If we're going to call it rebuttal, when it's just to come up and say things they already testified to.
I hear you. I've said what I can say now. I can't make a ruling until I actually have a. Now, as far as directed verdict motions, let's time shift those.
Okay.
So when the defense finishes its case, I want to immediately go into the rebuttal, and we will shift any sort of plaintiff's directed verdict motions to later. And then when we complete the plaintiffs, my goal is, let's say we finish on Wednesday afternoon, we will then time shift until after we send the jury home, and then do any DV motions, and then we'll get back into jury instructions Wednesday afternoon.
Understood.
Understood.
Mr. Hunter.
I was just wondering, court was going to have any proceedings on Thursday morning.
We're going to do jury instructions Thursday morning. And, we're going to start at 8:15 on jury instructions. I would absolutely love to be out of here by 10:30 because I really need to be someplace else, but this will take priority, and I'll stay until we finish what we need to finish. But hopefully we can finish jury instructions by mid-morning on Thursday, which will give everybody 3.5 days for closing arguments. Let's not leave today without talking about rules for closing arguments.
Yes, it's almost like I want to write it out and submit it to the court to get a pre-ruling.
Nick Campbell, thanks for the super chat, says, since Elsie Merritt is denying you the hard-earned super chat, I'll splurge to ask everyone their favorite Halloween candy. I would normally say Reese's, but they're so plentiful that maybe I'll go with the less known one, which is I forget what they're called though, those little round chocolate covered chewy caramel things. But they're really bad for your teeth. What are they called? Not sugar babies. The ones that come in the yellow box. I like those. What are they called? Bad Weather Biker, thanks for the super chat, says, good morning, Megan and the Fox Files. I like it.
It's going to be tough, Judge, but we'll do our best.
We're going to talk about the ground rules because I know you're going to have this weekend to work on them.
Milk duds.
Damages too, so.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it before we leave today.
Rolos are good too.
I have a motion related to our rebuttal. I'd like the court to reconsider the Williams ruling for Elena Kushner in light of Sally Smith's testimony that she never wears a lab coat. Elena Kushner and her husband are in a NECA action, and there is a companion state court action in which the defense is actually defending it. Right now it's up on appeal to the First District Court of Appeals. But the point is, they know the Kushners. And Elena Kushner, her testimony was...
All right, court is back. And they're talking about Elena Kushner and her lawsuit against Sally Smith. But court is back, so we're going to go over and we're going to do that. Hold on. My husband wants something. Okay. All right, let's go back. Court is back in session.
I'm leaving. Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we ready to bring back the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
At some point, I'll need the designation breakdowns for those 2 depositions,
Oh,
time-wise.
What, that was it? Are we still? Oh, maybe they're not back. Hold on.
Johnson.
All right, here we go.
Ma'am, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good morning, Miss O'Leary Johnson. My name is David Hughes. I represent Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. How are you doing this morning?
Great.
So let's go ahead and get started. Can you please state your name and professional address for the record, please?
Sharon O'Leary Johnson and the Guardian ad litem office here in Sarasota.
All right. Can you please give me the benefit of your educational background from where you went to high school all the way through any degrees or licenses you may have obtained over the years?
Okay, I went to Rutherford Union High School in the Detroit area. I graduated from Michigan State University with a bachelor's in education. I got a master's at Central Michigan University in educational administration. And I am all but dissertated out of Michigan State in organizational behavior / development and instructional design.
Okay. Can you please just briefly outline the types of things you did throughout your career in the realm of education?
I taught elementary school, 6th grade. I was a principal of 2 different alternative high schools. And then I went into business and I worked for various companies, developing training programs and training strategies.
Can you please explain in a little bit more detail the types of positions you've held in education and just give me a general timeline of when you served in those roles?
Okay, 1980, I taught 6th grade for 2 years. And then then probably from 84, 85 to 90 or so, I was a principal of 2 different alternative high schools. And then probably from 94 to 2017 or 18, I worked in the business area. I worked for Frito-Lay, I worked for Nestle, and I worked as an independent contractor or consultant. And I developed training programs and strategies usually for frontline workers.
Okay. How was it that you came to become a Guardian Ad Litem volunteer?
I was involved in the Texas and Dallas area in the Children's Advocacy Center as a donor and also as worked on committees for golf things. Then when I moved to Florida, I was going to be partially retired because in my job, I travel a lot. And so I was partially retiring, so I thought I had the time. So I went in to look at becoming a Guardian Ad Litem.
Approximately when did you first start serving as a Guardian Ad Litem here in Florida?
Let's say 7 years ago, like 2014 or 15, somewhere around there.
And approximately how many cases have you volunteered for with the Guardian Ad Litem's office there in Sarasota?
5.
Okay. And do you handle multiple cases at a time, or do you typically handle one case at a time?
1 case at a time.
Okay. My understanding is that you served as Maya Kowalski's Guardian Ad Litem back in 2016 and 2017. Is that correct?
Oh, she was a Guardian Ad Litem.
How was it that you came to be involved with Maya Kowalski's case?
I was asked by my manager if I would be interested in taking that case because I finished off my other case.
Okay. And who was the
She's wearing dark purple. It's true.
manager?
And for those of you who don't understand, the dark purple reference. Maya Kowalski already testified that Kathy Beatty wore dark purple all the time, and because of it, she now has PTSD with the color, and anyone wearing it, she avoids them because it sends her into a panic attack. And since she testified about that on day 15, the defense's witnesses have shown up in court wearing dark purple, and some of the defense team has worn dark purple. In fairness, after that, Anderson also wore a dark purple tie. I don't know what he was thinking, but I haven't seen him repeat that. But after that, I mean, almost all their witnesses have been wearing dark purple. So this is a different guardian ad litem before the one we heard testify. I guess she had another one. This will be interesting. I never heard about her.
Jessica Black, Jessica Black something. I forget her last name.
I believe it's Black Rick.
Jessica Blackwitch?
Okay.
That sounds familiar. That sounds right. Jessica Blackwitch.
What Mrs. Black Rick's role in a situation like Maya Kowalski's case would have been versus what your role was?
I can tell you what my role was.
Okay, why don't we start there?
My role was to visit Maya, talk with her, and make observations, and make sure her educational needs were being met.
What does that mean to you as a guardian ad litem that you're serving to further the child's best interest?
It means when there is a court case, to ask the child, depending on the age, if they want to go or what they want to say to the court, and to advocate to make sure that if they want certain things or if they have certain requests, for an example, if somebody wanted to go to summer camp or somebody wanted to go play soccer or do something that is normalcy for other kids, that I try to work with different people, guardian fund, my manager, or whatever, to try to make things like that happen. And in some cases, to make sure that the place they're at is safe, and to make sure they're getting, medical, like if they need a dentist visit or where they are on those kinds of things.
And my understanding is from time to time that you also enter notes around the time of some of your visits. Is that correct?
Correct.
Dark LL.
And did you do that in this case with Maya Kowalski, enter notes around the time of your visits with her?
Shopkins.
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review those notes before today?
Yes.
And when you say notes, what are you talking about?
It was printed out what I had written down in Optima.
All right. And what is Optimum?
Optima is an application that's used by the guardian ad litems to document. I use it to document my notes, and I don't know what everybody else uses it for.
And my understanding is that on a few occasions you went and visited Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Correct.
Do you recall, separate and apart, anything that you may have documented? And we'll go through your documentation, but separate and apart from what you may have documented, as you sit here today, do you have an independent recollection of your observations of Maya Kowalski?
No.
Okay. So when I say the name Maya Kowalski, what comes to mind?
A little girl I visited at the hospital who liked her little Shopkins and liked to play the piano.
All right. So it's fair to say
God,
that you
the
took an oath to
Shopkins
serve as the
again.
guardian ad litem for Maya Kowalski in this case.
That's all they know about her. Shopkins.
And can you just describe in general terms what it was, what your understanding of the role it was you were to perform here was?
To visit and observe Maya, to make sure that she was getting her needs met, and to advocate for her in court.
Well, let's go to your first visit then, which we can find here on GAL 14. Are you able to view that and read it? Or would you like me to blow it up a little bit more?
No, I can read it. So you're referring to the one on October 24th?
Yeah, it says name Sharon O'Leary
Yep.
Johnson, case number, activity date 10/24/16, activity type contacted child in current placement, subject visit in hospital. Do you see that?
Yes, I got it. I just want to make sure I'm reading the right one. So I'm reading
Gotcha.
it.
Just from a foundational standpoint, the document we're looking at here on GAL 14, do you recognize that as your note that you prepared following a visit with Maya on October 24th, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Having read that note, does the note trigger any recollection about your first visit with Maya at the hospital on the 24th?
Just that she was a nice girl to visit with.
Okay. And what do you mean that she was a nice girl to visit with?
She was talkative. She was welcome for my visit.
Okay. You note here, quote, she didn't look like she was in pain, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you mean when you entered that into her chart?
Right above it, she was smiling and laughing and telling me about how her hospital room was all set up and her dolls and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, she just loved being in the hospital.
She was
Sure.
smiling and laughing.
Sure.
And I don't normally associate that with pain.
Okay. And then you note that a nurse came in to take her blood pressure and she made a face and said she hated it because it hurt. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Why is it that you entered that into the note from this visit for today?
Because that's what I saw.
Whether you found it strange that Maya's demeanor would change depending on who was in the room.
Strange? Maybe a little.
And why is that?
Because we were just laughing and talking, and then a nurse walked in, and then she changed her demeanor a little bit.
What do you mean by she changed her demeanor a little bit?
What she said what did I write down?
You mean her head wasn't spinning around as she shouted expletives at you?
That when the person came in, and I wrote down she made the face because she said it hurt when they did that.
My second note that I have here is on GAL 13, and it appears to be a note from November 9 of 2016 that bears your.
Hey, Joby, thank you so much for the Cash App both yesterday and today. Joby sent $35 on Cash App yesterday and that I missed, and $35 today, saying, so glad you're covering this trial. And I'm so glad you're watching this trial with me. Thanks for being here.
Your name, Sharon O'Leary Johnson, with the case number. It says contact the child in current placement. Contact type face-to-face, hours 3.0. Do you see the document we're talking about here?
Yes.
You start the note by noting that Maya was in a lot of pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it fair for me from your note to interpret that Maya expressed that she was in pain to you?
Yes, Maya expressed she was in pain.
And what was your observation about whether or not Maya appeared to be in pain?
We began talking. It didn't appear she was in pain.
You mentioned briefly earlier that Maya's room was decorated. What do you recall about the way in which Maya's room was laid out and decorated on the times that you visited?
Maya had her bed, and then if you're laying in the bed to the right, there was like a long couch, and she had her little Shopkins dolls and all sorts of toys, different kinds of things. I think she had her makeup stuff next to her on her bed, and she had her artwork hanging.
Did you ever observe her playing with makeup, playing with dolls, doing any artwork, anything like that?
Yes.
Was she able to use her hands?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to watch Maya trying to get around her room?
Yes,
Locals, you're
but not
killing
at
me
this
right now.
time, I don't believe.
Okay.
I love you
Well,
guys.
let's just talk in general. Whenever that was, how did Maya appear to get around while you were observing her in the room?
She either moved the wheelchair over a little bit or she asked me to move it over.
There were times she moved her own wheelchair. Is that correct? Approximately how many times did you observe Maya moving her wheelchair on her own?
I don't remember.
Well, let's go to our next visit here. I believe it's from November 30, 2016. It's at GAL 12. I've got it pulled up right now. It says Sharon O'Leary Johnson, case number. Activity date is listed as November 30, 2016. Contacted child, other location, visit, face-to-face, 3 hours. Do you see the document that I'm talking about?
Yes.
And then I note on this visit, you state, quote, I helped her with her shoes. She was very quiet, end quote. What are you describing there?
She has no independent memory of this.
We were going to go down to play the piano in the lobby.
Oh, so you do have
was
independent
quiet.
memory.
She
Interesting.
seemed sad.
Okay. Did you
For lack of
recall
better.
her explaining why she was sad?
No, not in particular, but in general, she missed her mom and her dad and her brother.
And it says here, quote, we went down to play the piano and she was playing well and having fun, end quote. What are you describing there in that portion of your note?
So when we started, she was sad. And then we went down and she got to play the piano and she was having fun doing it.
Well, a piano
What do
completely
you
makes
recall
up
about her
for the
ability
loss
to
of a
play the
mother.
piano, if
Sure.
anything?
Pretty good for 10.
Okay. What do you mean pretty good for 10?
I mean, she played with both hands and.
Hi, thanks,
some
McCrae,
songs.
for the super chat.
And
I really
where
hate
was this piano
My
in
favorite color is
relationship to
purple,
Maya's
but I'm not a
room?
bad person.
In a lobby of some sort at the hospital. I can't remember exactly, but we had to get on an
Thanks,
elevator
Lacey
and go
Ann.
down.
And then at some point during the piano playing, you
Good
know,
question on Hung
quote,
Hero.
when I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys, end quote. Do you see that?
They're really still on. They're still acting like she's a paraplegic. Unhung Hero, thanks for the super chat, says if you're on strong pain meds, wouldn't you appear to not be in much pain if they're working? Yeah. And also, why is the defense going with this? Well, she moved herself around in her wheelchair. For the last fucking time, she's not paralyzed. She can move her feet. She just can't bear much weight on them. But she can push herself around in the wheelchair sometimes on a good day. Why is this their go-to? Didn't she move herself out of the way while she was still in her wheelchair? What does that have to do with anything? She's not paralyzed for the last time.
Yeah.
What are you describing there in your note?
She moved herself over.
Did you have to physically move her over, or was that Maya moving herself
No,
over?
she moved herself.
And then at some point, it seems like her father showed up during this visit. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And it looks like, based on your note, you went back to Maya's room with Mr. Kowalski and Maya. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it appears as if Mr. Kowalski brought her some toys or some presents on this visit. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you noted here that she was, quote, excited. And when we returned to the room, she put stuff on the couch, then moved her wheelchair from the couch to the chair and began cutting, wrapping, and untying Shopkins, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are you describing there in that portion of your note?
What she did.
Okay. You said here, quote, she was very excited and didn't look like she was in pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Why
'cause
did you
Shopkins
include that
totally make
sentence
up
in
for
your
being
note?
removed from your family.
She was excited and cheering and back to and doing things and back to what the shelter order was
I really don't like
was
this woman.
making
She's bad at her job.
observations for people who are experts to use however they saw fit.
I think you concluded or wrote at the end of this note here, quote, "This time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all," end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
I mean, let me ask you this. Did you author that line at
You
the end
can't
of
tell
your,
someone
of
is
this
in
note here
pain
that
by
says,
looking
quote,
at
"This
them.
time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all," end quote?
Yes.
And what part of the visit are you referencing in that final sentence?
The piano afterwards.
Piano afterwards, that would include her visit with her father.
Correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you visited the child, you authored a note?
Correct.
So ma'am, I just showed you a document that is a guardian ad litem report to the court, and it's signed by Jessica Blackrick for Sharon O'Leary Johnson. Okay.
Right.
You see that document?
I do.
Okay. Is there anything in here that you disagree with in this report?
No, I don't believe so.
Ma'am, my question was, do you have any reason to believe that anything in this report is untrue?
No, I don't have any reason to believe it.
So Ms. O'Leary Johnson, do you recall at any point helping Maya Kowalski put her shoes on?
Yes, in my notes, I wrote before we went to play the piano that I helped her put her shoes on.
What do you recall about helping Maya put her shoes on before you took her down for the piano?
Just that, all I recall now is just helping her put her shoes on.
Is there anything in paragraph 3 of this report we're talking about here that says observations of the child that you believe to be incorrect?
No, I don't believe anything's incorrect.
When you got to the hospital, or if you called them beforehand, I don't know if you called them or just saw them the first time in the hospital, but when you first spoke to somebody at the hospital, what did they tell you about Maya and her condition?
Nothing.
Well, I'm not under oath, but I'm assuming you spoke to somebody at the hospital, one of the nurses or someone, about Maya's condition.
No.
And during the course of that conversation, they told you something negative about Beata Kowalski.
No.
Oh, really?
And during the course of those conversations, they intimated that Beata was some kind of evil person that was keeping Maya from getting better. And that's why she was there. Isn't that true? Isn't that true?
Same.
During one of those conversations, you learned that the hospital was trying to demonstrate instances where Maya was not in pain. Isn't that true?
No.
Do you agree with me on that more than one occasion you made comments to the effect that Maya did not seem like she was in pain?
Yes.
And comments like she could move herself in the bed, roll over. You made comments like that, right?
I did not say she could roll over.
All right.
I believe in my notes, I said that she moved herself from in her wheelchair to the couch to play with the presents that her dad purchased for her.
Now, what was the purpose of that in determining Maya's best interest? Of putting that in there?
Because of my understanding, limited understanding of the shelter order. I made observations of what I saw.
Do you have any medical training whatsoever to understand exactly when someone's in pain or not in pain?
No.
You said
when
I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys. Now, why would you say that if you weren't trying to specifically prove something?
Mr. Anderson, my job is to report what I saw and my
Why would you say that if you didn't know you were supposed to be looking for it?
And that's what I documented.
No, your duty was to protect Maya, was it not?
Wouldn't say the term protect. My term I would use would be advocate.
Well,
okay, and who you? Why advocate?
What? No, guardian ad litem. Not to. She sees her role as to not protect her client, but to just advocate for her. or advocate for the court. We know what you mean.
Don't you advocate for Maya?
Correct.
Or are you advocating for the state?
There it is.
Advocate for mine.
No, for the
Do you
state.
advocate for the hospital?
No.
Bullshit.
But you took whatever they said to be true, correct?
I didn't talk to the hospital.
All right.
False.
Well, you say you report what you saw. Would you
It's
agree with me?
time.
It's a little unusual to pick out of all the things you
It's time.
saw. When I went to play, she
Your
moved
Honor.
herself out of the way so I could access the keys.
Permission to bring in the
Now,
duck.
why else would a guardian ad litem possibly put that particular, out of all of the interactions with that little girl,
Shame.
why would a guardian ad litem supposed
Shame.
to protect her put that
Shame.
scenario in?
Because it's what I saw.
Okay, all right.
Shame.
And so if we're talking about the actual time
Shame.
with Maya, we should
Shame.
deduct 1 to 2 hours, depending from that 3 hours, right?
I spend between probably 35 minutes to an hour with Maya on each visit.
In any event, you also
Shame.
said
Shame.
that
Shame.
when we returned to the room and put stuff on the couch, then moved her wheelchair from the couch to the chair and began cutting, wrapping, and untying Shopkins. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay, so why put in about her moving her wheelchair if it wasn't to try to prove a point?
Just put it in because I thought it was important to note.
Well, right after that, you say, you say she was very excited and didn't look like she was in pain. You see that?
Correct. Yep.
And then the next sentence is,
Shame.
this time I didn't notice her looking
Shame.
like she was in pain at all.
Shame.
Right?
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me, to most reasonable people, it looks exactly like you were putting in instances there to try to support your conclusion that Maya wasn't in pain?
I'm not an expert on everything. I'm just reporting that it, to me, and being not an expert, she didn't appear like she was in pain. At the time, I thought it was relevant for my team to see.
Relevant for who?
My team, my child
your
advocate
team?
manager and my attorney. To my understanding, they're the only people that see what's in Optimum.
Okay. So again, like the hospital, you use a team approach, right? Go ahead. You use a team approach.
We use
All
a
right.
team approach.
And you're saying the only goal is to reunite Maya with her family?
That's the primary goal in all our cases.
I'm asking you to connect up how putting all these comments in these notes, how does that help reunite Maya with her family?
But I don't know one way or another what it was going
Shame.
to do. I was documenting my
Shame.
thing. That's all I can tell you. I wasn't
Shame.
trying to not reunite Maya. I wanted what was best for
Yes,
Maya.
you were. Liar.
Shame.
Liar.
Well, if we
Shame.
go then to the November 9th, 2016, working back, when I asked Maya how she was doing, she said she was in a lot of pain. We then began talking about various things, her artwork, going to baking class, makeup and clothes. During that discussion, she was smiling and giggling and had a great time. Farther down, you say, she didn't appear to be in pain. How is that reuniting Maya with her mom, her dad, and her brother?
Shame.
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't really know the answer.
Shame.
What I don't put
Shame.
those two together. It was not to do either one
Shame.
of those things. It was to be able to document for my team, this is what I saw in a snapshot in time.
So you weren't doing
Did your
job.
team want to help prove that Beata Kowalski was abusing Maya?
No.
And then you say in PT that when they moved her from the chair to the mat, PT.
Yeah, I agree,
says-
Joe. He
it's hard
got
to
down
read,
5
but
minutes ago. That's
when
enough.
they moved her from the chair to the mat,
We don't need this.
and
We get it.
she made faces, but as soon as they engaged
He only has a
in
half
an
hour left.
activity, the grimace was
That's
replaced
going
with
to
a
be gone
smile.
after this.
You learned that from the physical therapist right there?
I need more coffee.
Yes, that's what the physical therapist said.
Instead of that, instead of saying nothing, you said, she told me that it wasn't proper protocol to
Going
take
to get
blood
coffee.
pressure on a RSD patient. She made a face during the process, but once
No, guys, they are not stuck with what's on the deposition. They can choose what to designate to play for the jury. And Anderson chose to play all these clips. He didn't need to play all of this. Like, he could have stopped 5 minutes ago. We got it. When the first shame bell started ringing, that was when you needed to stop. He proved his point. Now he's just kicking her while she's down, which again, it's fun for us to watch, but it is not helpful to his time. He got 2.5 more hours for his rebuttal, not for his redirect, for rebuttal. He still only has a half an hour for cross today, I believe.
resumed talking to me,
Going to get coffee.
I can't read this, I'm sorry. It says, but went over, resumed talking to me. Okay. So she made a face during the process, but went over, resumed talking to me. And then you also say, she told me she didn't like the PT because she really shouldn't be doing it. She also told me that her maternal grandfather had pain in her legs and that her mother told her grandmother probably had RSD also because it runs in the family. So would you agree with me that you were in fact discussing Maya's illness, her reflex sympathetic dystrophy?
I was discussing it.
Well, what was your role in discussing it?
I don't recall other than listening to him.
Why put it in the report? Is it going to medical doctors?
Not going to medical doctors.
Then why put it in the report?
Because I wanted my team to know what I observed and what she said.
If you Googled it, you'd recognize what RSD lesions look like. Would you agree with me there?
No, I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor.
Did you ever see anything to indicate that Maya's pain wasn't completely real?
No.
So again, your primary duty is to ensure the child's returning to, or one of the primary duties is to ensure the child is returning to a safe home. Is that right?
Yeah. It's my duties are to advocate for the child.
Advocate what for the
And the goal that we have is to reunify the child with the family.
All right.
So it's kind of two separate, one's a goal, one's a responsibility.
Well, what else did you comment on other than her pain levels?
She was happy, giggling, she played the piano. She was cutting up stuff with her dolls, played with her dolls.
Well,
There's the different things that we did.
Well, you're not a doctor, but you reported on whether you thought she had pain, right?
I reported on that it didn't appear, my opinion. Right?
But you
And
did
I
report-
reported it to my team not to anyone else.
Okay. Would there have been occasions where you would have discussed this case with members of your team, either Ms. Blackrick or a guardian ad litem attorney?
Yes,
All right. So my understanding is you documented certain things in notes, and that's through Optima, right?
yes,
Okay. And at other times, am I correct in concluding that you would have had oral conversations with Ms. Blackrick and perhaps Mr. Monahan?
yeah.
And do you know if all of those oral conversations get committed to writing or not?
I don't know.
Am I correct in assuming that you don't recall each and everything that you reviewed or that you spoke to in connection with your guardian ad litem services here?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned members of the guardian ad litem team. That would have been Ms. Blackrick, Mr. Monahan. Is there anybody else on the team that you would have reported to?
No.
Okay, and Ms. Crows, what's the next deposition?
Deposition of Dr. Wyndham.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good morning, Dr. Wyndham. Thank you for coming in today, taking some time out of your busy practice to answer some questions about your involvement with Maya Kowalski. I'd like to just start off by getting your name and date of birth for the record, please.
Hugh Wyndham, January 16, 1959.
Can you give me the benefit of your education and training in your specialty, starting with college and moving through fellowship, please?
Undergraduate, Duke University, medical school, Duke University, internal medicine, residency, internship, Georgetown University, allergy immunology, Johns Hopkins University.
Can you please explain what an allergist and immunologist does?
Cares for patients, adult and children with allergic and immunologic conditions, ranging from respiratory, skin, drug reactions, insect reactions, immune deficiencies.
And you indicated you treat both pediatric and adult patients?
Correct.
Are you able to estimate what percentage of your practice is pediatric versus adult?
All right, I'm back. I've got my coffee. And guys, remind me in about an hour, half hour, I've got to check on the fire. I almost let it go out. Dang, I was down there using the thing, the what do you call the thing that blows the sparks into a flame? What do you call it? A bellows. I'm down there like furiously using the bellows to get the fire kicking because it's cold outside. And Mr. Fox is not here. And he usually does it. I cannot let the fire go out, you guys. So please remind me to check on it in about 30 minutes. Will somebody please set a timer and tell me to go check the fire in 30 minutes? I knew it was getting cold. I went downstairs, I put on a sweater. I'm like, why is it so cold down here? Damn it, Megan. Anyway, that last witness was terrible for the defense. Absolutely terrible. If they were smart, they would have just gotten rid of her entirely. It just goes to show the amount of incompetence throughout this entire case. All these people were just incompetent and colluding. There were a bunch of colluders and conspirators. It's not even questionable anymore. Like it's just what it is. Kylie Ratliff, thanks for the $50, says, I'm way behind, but get a new computer. I love you. You're wonderful. It's time to let it go. But I literally just bought it like a year and a half ago. I can't let go of a $1,500 computer. I'm going to just have to go get it serviced. But you guys, I just don't have time right now. It's just that I don't have the time. I am covering this trial every single day for like 6 hours a day. When do I have time to go get this computer fixed? It's just bad timing. It's bad timing.
So we see about 25% kids, 25% Medicare, and they're in between.
You do have some staff privileges at some local hospitals, correct? Which ones do you have privileges at?
Sarasota Memorial Hospital, and I guess consulting at Doctor's Hospital. Maybe the same thing at Lakewood Ranch.
Okay. And I also see here that you are or were an associate clinical professor of medicine at USF, College of Medicine.
And indeed, in both FSU and USF.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
25 years.
And do you have any board certifications?
In internal medicine and allergy and immunology.
Where have you practiced since you were completing your fellowship in allergy and immunology?
Here in Sarasota.
Do you have any independent recollection of treating Maya Kowalski or interacting with her mother, Beata Kowalski?
No.
Okay, it's fair to say you'll be chart-driven today.
I'll check it.
In other words, you're going to rely on what you documented back in
No,
2015.
no independent
And,
recollection.
Your
Another
paperwork
one.
indicates that the referring physician here was a John Wassenaar.
Correct.
Do you know who Dr. Wassenaar is?
Yes.
What's your experience with Dr. Wassenaar?
All good.
So a reference to Dr. Kreisman below there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Dr. Kreisman is?
Yeah, Dr. Jones, yeah.
And do you know what his specialty is?
Pulmonary.
Pulmonary. The prescriptions that Maya Kowalski was on and over-the-counter medications, according to this new patient questionnaire, were what?
Qvar, albuterol, Claritin, Flonase, prednisone, cough medication. There's another thing. Can't read the other one. HVI, MDI, multivitamins, probiotic.
Okay. Can you please explain what Qvar?
Qvar
Just
is
explain what all these medications
Qvar is
are.
an inhaled steroid for asthma. Albuterol is a bronchodilator for asthma. Claritin is an antihistamine. Flonase is a nasal steroid. Prednisone is an oral steroid. Cough medicine, and multivitamins and probiotics.
The information relayed to you under respiratory allergies, subsection 3. What are listed there as things that exposure that wouldn't?
Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the locals tip, says that's at least the second witness now who says, I was just reporting what I saw. Well, why did you think that particular thing you saw was significant? These people are lying, corrupt, child-stealing scum. Yes, they are. And also the locals chat has an awesome new meme, the shame bell. I'm going to have to bring it up in a few minutes. I will. Thank you guys. Keep the memes coming. I love them so much. Nick, like the soup, says, so Megan doesn't miss it. Plaintiffs were granted 5 hours, 2.5 hours for redirect, 2.5 hours for rebuttal. Any time left over for redirect cannot be used for rebuttal. Oh, okay. So they got more than 30 minutes. Okay, good.
Make Maya worse.
Right.
What's listed there?
Oh, cat, dust, smoke, mold.
Lawrax raid. Awesome.
And on
Hey, guys,
7, it indicates
welcome.
that Maya had been hospitalized previously for asthma.
Just a few days before.
And what was the day of the first presentation?
June 24th.
2015?
Correct.
And was it the first time that you, to your knowledge, ever saw Maya Kowalski?
Correct.
And then under subsection 2, subsection D, can you please list off the types of steroids that were listed here?
Where are you?
Subsection 2D. Yeah.
Talking about the one
Orpred.
circled or the one? Orpred, yeah. So she said Orpred every 1 to 2 months.
And what is Orpred?
Orpred's an oral steroid. Like prednisone.
Okay. Is it similar to prednisone?
Basically, yes, liquid form.
Prednisone. And prednisone can come in different forms.
Pretty much.
Liquid or
liquid, oral, IV.
What was reported to you as her daily activities?
Gymnastics.
I believe that says ice skating.
Sounds good. Ice skate.
Okay. All right. And we'll talk about what you actually observed and what was reported to you. I'd like to flash forward now to WAAS 1, which is what appears to be a consult note from your office dated June 24, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, this is the first time that you saw Maya Kowalski?
Correct.
Okay. What was the reason for the appointment?
They want to discuss several things, some allergies to airborne allergens, review their previous testings, and deal with their breathing problems and cough.
And what were some of the symptoms that were reported to you under chest?
It went back into the previous week when she was hospitalized, but currently she was doing better. Just started coughing that day. Just here in the office.
And it indicates here that mom gave 20 milligram prednisone that night, correct?
That goes back to when the flare was 10 days ago.
And that was 2 days ago?
10 days ago.
10 days ago. So there was a flare 10 days ago before presenting to you?
Exactly. And I was evaluating that.
Okay. And what does it indicate that mother did in response to this flare up?
She gave 20 milligrams of prednisone that night and ended up in the hospital the next day.
Okay. And when was prednisone ended?
4 days ago. So it's like a 5 or 6 day course.
And what is prednisone, doctor?
Against an oral steroid for inflammation.
Okay. Is it commonly given for patients with asthma?
Yes.
Were you aware of what Maya Kowalski's prednisone action plan was?
No, but I did. I looked at Kreisman's note from the day before. I guess it was Kreisman's. They talked about an action plan. I don't recall if I ever saw her action plan.
I'd like to represent to you that Dr. Kreisman has documented and also testified that the action plan indicated that if Maya dipped into a quote unquote red zone,
right,
based on a peak flow meter, that she was to be given prednisone, that's 60 milligrams times 1, albuterol as well, and call Dr. Kreisman's office or call a local emergency room.
Correct.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
No,
of the
that's
action plan
standard.
was?
That's standard of care. So
okay, that sounds like a standard action plan.
Yeah.
In terms of red zones for patients with suspected asthma, what is your customary cutoff for the use of prednisone with respect to oxygen saturations?
Specifically oxygen saturation?
Yes.
That's something we don't often have, but it's usually a collection of symptoms and findings. But in reference to oxygen saturation, we'd say under 94, something like that. It depends on what that patient's done before. If it's a COPD patient, they live under 94, so that could be under 90. So
But for a patient like
my
Michael,
asthmatic normally lives at 98, probably under 94 maybe. Okay. But we don't isolate drugs on one finding. It's how the patient's doing and how long it's been going on for, how they're sleeping at night, et cetera.
Same question for a peak flow meter.
That's subjective. The problem with that device is if you don't try very hard, it's not going to be very good. So we don't use that a lot, but it's always been historically part of the action plan, but it's faulty.
Anything remarkable under the social history?
Nope.
Hospitalization, major diagnostic procedure, asthma. What's the significance of that document or that note in your document?
Just to indicate that she's been hospitalized for asthma before.
Can you please describe what your physical examination was on
It was pretty
June
normal.
of
Right.
2015?
It was pretty normal. There was mild nasal mucosal edema, mild cobblestone in the back of the throat, which usually indicates drainage, posting drainage, and everything else. Some hypopigmented areas in the folds of her arms and behind her knees, which goes along with the history of eczema.
Okay. And I see here in the first line that you note the patient was pleasant, NAD. What is the significance of that documentation?
To be truthful, it's kind of a default, but as long as someone's not in distress or sitting there febrile shaking, we all say pleasant, no apparent distress.
And
NAD.
you had a chance to also observe the patient's lungs, correct?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Listening to her back to the stethoscope.
And what was the finding of your lung examination?
It was clear and no abnormal breath sounds were heard.
And what is the significance of that, doctor?
At that moment, her lungs were clear.
We're going to move over to WAS 3
Yeah, they're
now,
trying to
okay?
say she doesn't have
There's a section
asthma
here, assessment,
either.
correct?
Yes.
Is that your assessment?
Correct.
And these are the assessments that you
Correct.
you put in the chart after your observation of the patient. What were your assessments?
Allergic asthma, allergic rhinitis, allergic conjunctivitis, atopic dermatitis, food reaction, and a family history of allergy.
And then asthma, allergic. What is allergic asthma?
Asthma can be allergic and non-allergic. More often in kids, there's an allergy component. So I mean, allergies as a contributing factor to their airway.
And as a result of these assessments, I see here that you came up with 4 different treatment plans, correct?
Correct.
And what was the treatment for the allergic asthma?
To continue her current regimen of that inhaled steroid QVAR, and to have the reliever albuterol or ProAir available as needed.
And that was something that Maya was already on by the time she saw you.
Just continuation, so no change.
And so the event that you're referencing there, that would have been something that was either from reported to you by either Beata Kowalski or Maya Kowalski?
Yeah, I didn't have records from the hospital.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to put a super chat up on the screen, but StreamYard is being slow again. Sandy B, thanks for the super chat, says, I don't care who thinks you are biased. These people, the hospital, the doctors, the experts are interested in making money. She's right. I think a lot of them are. A guy like this, I don't know. I have no read on him. He has no recollection of anything, it seems. So he's just going over the records.
And can you read the next line in your entry from there?
I don't know why this is relevant.
Today sounds like a head cough occurring every 15 seconds in a happy, well-appearing girl with normal lung sounds.
Doctor, what is a habit cough?
Habit cough is kind of a oftentimes involuntary, but a cough that kids will do, some adults will do it as well. And it can become self-perpetuating. It's not due to underlying airway disease, it's more of an upper airway throat clearing cough.
What do you mean by self-perpetuating?
Well, if you cough long enough, you do irritate the airways, and then nerve endings do get ticklish, and then you'll actually have a cough from that irritation. Not scratching yourself, you'll eventually hurt yourself. No problem.
I'll represent to you, doctor, that there are some records pertaining to Maya Kowalski that reference a psychogenic cough. Do you know what a psychogenic cough is?
It would be similar. Yep.
And is there any distinction or difference between a psychogenic cough and a habit cough?
No, it's just a different word.
Well, I'm
When you
trying to get
reference a
legal
habit
vices
cough,
in
doctor,
here,
are
but
you
I don't know if
referring to
StreamYard will allow
allergy
it.
that caused that cough?
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. I'm so glad you're here. Because I need to reboot my computer. So
Well, great. So do I get to look at constipated doctor while you do that?
yeah, look at that screenshot. That's so good.
Lovely.
All
Thanks
right,
for leaving.
I'll be
me with
back in
that.
like 3 minutes. Talk to the chat, Jeff. Love you.
Hi, everybody. Oh, good. She took Dr. Constipation off there. So, what are we going to talk about for 3 minutes? Hi, welcome to the channel. It's all yours. Go with it. Great. That was his O face. That was Dr. O face, I guess we have to call him. I have no idea who that guy was. Somebody tell me who that dude is. I got nothing. No clue. Yeah, whatever. I guess we got nothing to talk about here until Mommy Megan comes back and takes over the corralling of you herd of cats. Seriously, who is this guy? Who are we watching? I have no. What's happening? I don't know. Oh, hey, great. Now I'm all alone. How cool is that? Are you not entertained? Oh, God. Yep, nobody's going to tell me who this guy is. Oh, he's an asthma specialisty. All right. He's an asthma specialist, is he? Well, Pale Rogue One says Megan Fox show Jeff the memes. I'd like to see Megan Fox. Seeing as how I'm here in full screen on her channel, not knowing what to talk about or what to do. So I guess we'll just turn it into my channel. Make sure you check me out tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern US time, 1 p.m. UK time, where we're going to be doing the very, very final Johnny Depp, Amber Heard sidebar dramatic readings with Megan Fox, who has just now graciously and gratefully, thank God, joined us.
I like how the chat's like, I'm confused what channel I'm on right now.
Oh, me too.
I'm sorry, guys.
I thought I was done, but I guess I wasn't.
This is an untenable situation that I have going on here with my my computer, but there's nothing to be done for it. It is what it is. I will fix it, but not.
Look at you raking in the super chats today. You're
Yeah.
making minimum today, man.
I'm making medium wage today. Chad, thank you so much.
Well, that just
for
helped
that.
your hourly income.
I know. It's fantastic.
And there's more where that came from.
There's more where that came from. Oh man.
Dang.
I
Share the bird seed, babe. Come on. Don't hoard it all for yourself.
I think the chat's getting really pissed off about my computer. They're just like, would you just buy a new one already? Please. It's not good. It's not good, you guys. It's really not good. And then now, of course, I've lost my place where we were with Constipated Doctor. We should probably just get to the cross part because this is boring as shit.
In your absence, we decided to call him Dr. O-Face.
Dr. O-Face. Jeff, were you not being respectful of the witnesses while I was gone?
Not a bit. I don't even know who he is, and I was disrespecting him. He could be like a really great guy for the prosecution or then for the plaintiff side, but nope. Just unfortunate first impression.
Got the record this morning, and it was normal.
Okay, and what is Steroid?
We heard that part.
Make sure we're not.
I didn't. Who is this guy, and what is he doing?
All right, he's an allergist. And
Okay.
the defense is playing his deposition to, I don't know, convince us that Maya didn't have allergies either.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know why we need to hear
Possibly
from him.
differential diagnosis, correct? And what were some of the things that you were considering at this point on the differential diagnosis for Maya Kowalski?
I don't know if I had much in mind at that early stage. And then we just seen that pulmonary already. That still makes me wonder if they got it right. And we would just want to get more information over time to see how it all pans out.
And then you note here, quote, I have not changed her asthma med yet. If anything, I'd consider reducing them. Do you see that?
Correct.
Were you, as of June 24,
Asthma specialist
2015, considering reducing Maya
Robert
Kowalski's
Duvall.
asthma medications?
Because of the disconnect between
It does
symptoms
look like
and,
Robert Duvall.
testing, both spirometry, pulmonary function, and pulse oximetry that we always want to do no harm, and too much medicine can do harm.
Did you notice any rashes or lesions on the patient as of June 24, 2015?
Didn't record it, no.
Okay. And would that be something you would have recorded in your
I
ordinary
didn't
practice?
record it and didn't notice
She's
it.
been
Or
avoiding
different
shrimp,
answers.
correct? And she's avoiding shrimp since
True.
4 years of age?
Yes.
And that was on what date?
Follow-up visit on July 1st, 2015.
DHPI, history of present illness. Would this be information provided by mom or the patient, or is this also something that you may have personally observed?
It's our interpretation of the history that we take from the patient and family.
Oh, it came from mom, so it must
Now,
be
I know
false.
here that chest symptoms include cough and SOB, that shortness of breath.
Correct.
Flared
Son
after
of a
leaving here
bitch,
last
is what
week.
Mhm.
Okay, this would have been per a patient or
That's
family
right.
report?
That's in this history. So yes.
So I'd like to know the source of the information to the best of your ability here for the
Well,
comment,
this
quote,
whole-
chest symptoms include a cough and SOB flared after leaving here last week, end quote.
Yeah, the whole HPI is a history taken from whoever's in the room.
And then the next line here says, quote, even though her pulse ox was 96, mom gave her 40 mg prednisone and albuterol, 2 puffs, Q, 20 minutes, time 4, and drove to ER, but it was busy, so they left, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes,
What would have been the source of that information?
the family.
So what is the significance of the documentation, quote, even though her pulse ox was 96, mom gave her 40 mg prednisone and albuterol, 2 puffs, Q, 20 minutes, times 4, end quote?
just to raise a little question about the severity of the attack.
I think you testified earlier that if a pulse ox is below 94, you could get prednisone.
Yes.
Okay, but above 94%. So above,
Depends on other circumstances as well, but there again, that's just kind of a red flag that we want to keep an eye on.
so based on the totality of the information you had as of July 1, 2015, what is your opinion about giving 40 milligrams of prednisone and 2 puffs of albuterol Q20 minutes times 4 with a pulse ox of 96?
On the surface, I would just wonder about overtreatment.
Okay. You had
Who
chance
played
to
a doctor
review,
better,
the
Hugh
Venice,
Laurie or
regional,
Bob Newhart?
emergency room records associated with that visit, correct?
Yes.
Just describe generally the course of
Hi, Bob.
treatment at Venice Regional.
Basically, she went through triage, which means they just checked in. There's a discussion of pain.
Where was that pain?
In throat, apparently 8 out of 10 on the pain scale. Behavior is anxious, it says. And then the only
See, I hate this pain scale thing.
Vital signs.
And what were the vital signs on June 24, 2015?
Give me the same pain, Megan, at 54 and 10 years old.
Pulse ox 100% on
When I'm uncomfortable at 10, everything's at 10.
Is she in a red zone?
Now at 54, it's probably like
What
a
else
2.
Right.
occurred at Venice Regional based on your review of Exhibit 2?
I agree.
'Cause they were trying to use that to discredit her a few days ago. Every time we ask her what it is on a scale, she says it's 10. Because she's a
2018 was your
child.
last
And
She's a child.
You know what time they arrived?
6 till 8.
6 till 8, so 7:54 p.m.
Yeah.
And they departed.
He does sound like Dick Cavett.
22 minutes and departed.
Yeah.
Based on your review of Exhibit 2, how long were the Kowalskis at the emergency room?
6:22.
22 minutes?
Yes.
I don't think the jury cares about any of this anymore.
I was going to say, this is a pretty fucking riveting testimony you brought
Any
me into
indication
here,
from the
Megan.
emergency room records that the patient was in apparent distress
Unknown
with
Heroes,
respect
it's
to a
time
pulmonary
to start a Megan Fox computer repair GoFundMe. Adara the Wholesome says, if not for Jeff, I'd never find this channel. It's true.
I'm
Well, I
sorry.
dislike the biblicizing
cough.
topics.
Just a little bit,
I enjoy the
cough,
content.
worse,
Think
yeah.
you're great. Here's
How do you not biblicize throwing Jesus in the dumpster?
Yeah, I don't know.
So the breath sounds were also noted to be clear.
It's kind
What
of
was the pulse ox
biblicized by itself.
and
What is biblicizing?
Holding court in the
results of
chapel?
Is that a
breath sound
word?
testing.
Breath sounds clear.
Okay, I'll turn back to your WAS 005 consult note offered by you July 1,
Why don't you tell me,
2015.
Judas?
Pick up where we left. After departing from Venice Regional, what was
Jezebel.
reported to you about Maya's condition? Okay. And then, quote, the week prior, she had a 2-day hospitalization for the same thing, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Would that have been per patient report?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicate here that, quote, she finished prednisone
Oh,
yesterday, end
Adara,
quote.
we're
See
just
that?
having
Would that have
fun
been per
with you.
patient or mother report?
Yes.
Okay.
Jesus, give her a break.
Quote, nocturnal awakening due to breathing problems, none, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the significance of that finding on the HPI?
That's a question we always ask: is severe asthma will cause nocturnal awakenings if you're not having it? It's encouraging.
And were nocturnal awakenings happening here?
No.
So it indicates here she's uses a
was
bronchodilator
nice.
infrequently, correct?
That's what it
What is a
Next
bronchodilator?
to degradatory.
Okay, and that's an inhaler. Okay. History of asthma since 7 years old, but had croup episodes.
love you,
earlier required
Adara.
Hospitalization a few times. You see that?
We love you.
HENT.
It's just Megan.
current
She's
symptoms
mean
include
to
minimal upper
witnesses,
respiratory problems now,
lawyers,
end quote.
and
You see that? What's the
chat.
significance of that documentation?
The upper airway.
I don't
She
mean to
rolls.
be.
You noted the nasal
Look at my
secretions are
shirt,
clear.
though. Look
Now,
what it
we know
says.
that you did some
It says Momster.
epicutaneous
It's
skin
not-
testing.
I'm
We talked
not
a little bit about
lying.
that earlier. What were the results of that skin testing?
I'm upfront about who I am,
Probably
Jeff.
the trees, Bermuda grass, a few molds, cat, dog, and cockroach.
In other words, based on your documentation, Maya was allergic to a few things, right?
Correct.
And what she was allergic to trees, right?
Yes, yep.
Any specific type of tree?
Now, is this test being done while she's in the
So
hospital?
there's a family history of allergies.
Exactly.
And I think you said that allergies
No,
tend to run in
this
families,
was
correct?
before that.
I see here that you say,
This is
quote,
an
I was
allergist
disappointed
I saw
to
before the
hear
hospital.
that she ended up on a week of high-dose oral steroids the night she left
It's
here
not
last
relevant.
week, end quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And when she left here last week, that's a reference to June 24, 2015?
Correct.
The consult we've already talked about?
Correct.
Why did you note that you were disappointed that Maya ended up on a week of high-dose oral steroids?
I don't like anybody getting sick. I don't like anybody having to use steroids.
Okay.
This is more a reference just to be personal.
Would you
came
defer
out
to other
ripped
providers
like
though, that
She-Hulk.
prescribe steroids?
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that's unfortunate to hear that she ended up having this happen.
Okay. And I think we talked a little bit about Maya's asthma action plan. Did you see anything incorrect with her action plan?
Yeah.
I think you-
Legendary
No, that
racing.
seems
At
to
least
go on.
Megan isn't yelling at this guy to get a brush.
I think you referenced earlier that red zone action plan was standard of care. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So moving forward here, you indicate, quote, the cough started here in the office, a classic habit cough with normal exam and peak flow rate, end quote. You see that?
Thank you.
What's the significance
Equality.
of that entry?
Just again, put that flare in contacts with the contacts I saw that day, and then she was in the ER the next day. So saying that's how she was the day before.
So when you're saying the cough started here in the office, are you referencing on June 24th?
Dara, are you
Did you
still
observe
here?
a classic habit cough on, or did you observe any cough on July 1 of 2015?
No, I don't believe so.
Say something.
Say something so we know you're not offended.
The testing.
Okay, this is more for skin testing.
Yes.
But I really didn't know what that meant.
So
I don't know what
but she was
bibliocyte
coughing
means.
on
I was
July 1,
really just
2015. You made
asking.
note to that?
Yeah, we thought, yeah. Usually we say still coughing or essentially food on the way home. Someone just said that's kind of where it ended.
So is it fair to say that this reference here is referencing items that occurred before July 1 of 2015?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. And that would include, quote, even later that evening at home with worsening coughs and SOB, her pulse ox was 96%, end quote.
Yeah.
Okay. Like it was the week before when she went to the hospital, end quote.
Yes.
Again, that's a reference to what happened prior to July 1 of 2015.
Right.
And then, quote, it says here, I have advised mom not to use steroids when her pulse ox is, I believe it's greater than 94%, end quote.
Yes.
And why did you make that recommendation?
Because again, things weren't adding up.
What do you mean?
Things were not adding up.
She was getting serious treatment for numbers that were.
Oh, Dara's here.
Oh, Dara's back. Okay. You're
And I
not
see a
going to
reference here to, quote, her
burn.
parents were
Don't
arguing about
say
taking her
that.
to
I'm not even
ER,
reading that out loud.
So I wonder what role family dynamics are playing.
Thinking about it
that.
makes me burn a little bit.
What's the significance of that entry?
I guess, I mean, just to kind of throw in that variable. It's hard to know. I think
No one is
when
burning.
the ER didn't have to get specifics.
Except for me.
Pointed out.
How did you come to learn that the parents were arguing about taking
But
her
in
to
all
the
the
ER?
right places.
I think I read mentioned that dad didn't want to go or something like that. So
to the best of your knowledge, dad didn't want to take the child to the ER?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this.
Come up with that somewhere.
Please tell me what you meant when you documented, quote, her parents were arguing about taking her to ER, so I wonder what role family dynamics are playing, end quote.
I don't know. I don't remember the conversation, but somewhere in there it must have been mentioned that one parent wanted to have the ER, one didn't. But that's not uncommon with allergic reactions or asthma. That everybody has a different judgment.
But if she's suffering from Munchausen's by proxy, if that's
so
what the
did you
mother's doing,
recommend
then
for the
why would the
appropriate
father
time
not
of
want to go to
allergies
the
the patient
hospital
had?
and the mother
That
want to
allergy
go to the
shots
ER?
or allergy immunotherapy would be a therapeutic option.
It doesn't
They
make any
consented and wanted
sense.
to proceed with it, so we were going to move forward in that direction.
What is allergy immunology, doctor?
Immunotherapy.
Immunotherapy. What is
allergy shots?
Allergy shots.
So we desensitize patients to ragweed, cat dog, trees, weeds.
Was there ever any follow-up for these injections?
No.
Was there any follow-ups with your office?
No. Okay. Oh, yeah, we try to call them to remind them. I'd have to see if there's a telephone encounter. What it was, but I think it said she was sick and they didn't want to start the time yet. But you call.
Okay, so the best of your knowledge, there was never any follow-up on treatment number 2 for allergic rhinitis.
They did not proceed with it.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any follow-up for the treatment recommendation for allergic rhinitis?
They did not return for shots.
Okay. How do you know the patients did not return for shots?
They didn't see them again for 2 more years.
You have a note here that indicates, quote, her skin is
Jeff
doing well,
is
just a
getting a loin
residual
fire.
hyperpigmentation, end quote. So as of this date, is it fair to say you didn't observe any abnormal skin
Loin
or
fire.
ailments?
And speaking of fires,
didn't see
I have
those?
to go check
When
on
did
my
you
fire and
recommend
make
the
sure that
patient
I
to
turn it
follow
to the
up
right
for
setting.
the,
So I'll be right
allergic
back,
rhinitis
Jeff.
treatment?
Yes, we
They
remember
started
what
with me
happened
for
last
that.
time.
We'll start the next week. 2 weeks later, whenever they're ready to come in and start the allergy shots.
Okay. And you also notice here follow-up in 4 months, correct?
That would then be to see me as a visit to make sure there's progress on the allergy shots. But shots could have started anytime.
And to your knowledge, that didn't happen?
Did not happen.
Okay. Did she follow up in 4 months?
No.
Did she follow up for the shots?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm
So
gonna
she
fast
legitimately
forward
has
here,
asthma. She legitimately has a
loss
bunch of
8.
allergies.
That's a March
but
13,
she's
2017
faking
note authored by
everything
yourself.
else.
You see it?
Yes.
Okay. And the date on that progress
That's this
note,
guy's
March 13,
position.
2017, right?
Correct.
That is how many months or years had elapsed since you last saw Maya Kowalski?
Be like, 21 months.
I believe the last visit was what?
Kowalski.
July 1, 2015.
20 months.
Shut up,
20
fat
months.
Clark
Okay.
Kent.
1 year, 8 months. Yep, 20 months. Okay. And again, the primary care physician is still Dr. Joan Wassenaar. All right. Under reason for appointment, it is indicated the patient has been doing well. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. What's the significance of that entry?
That's just the nurse put that in there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And what has the patient been doing for allergies or asthma based on reason for appointment?
She's been taking Claritin and Flonase for her nasal symptoms. Her asthma's doing well with low dose inhaled steroid Flovent. And she's not been eating her rescue or reliever albuterol.
And is that the ProAir?
Yes.
So ProAir is just what a brand
Relief,
name.
yeah, exactly.
Brand name albuterol.
Yes.
Okay. Albuterol inhaler.
Okay.
Okay.
Mission accomplished.
Under history of present
Fire's
illness
still
again,
going.
Your
this
house
is
didn't
something
burn
that would have
down,
been
so I
provided
guess
for
it was on
patient
the
or family
proper
reports.
setting this time.
It indicates that, quote, she has been doing well since last office visit.
Yes.
The wood
and that last
stove
office
has to be
visit was
kept going.
July 1, 2015.
Wow, it's
I know,
wood
putting me in
stove
charge of
weather
fire is
already.
bad.
There's also a
idea.
report here that the patient had minimal problems with breathing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any nocturnal awakening due to breathing problems? And it indicates again that she's been using her bronchodilator infrequently.
Correct.
Okay. Some of this will carry over
Yes,
too.
the rest
All
of
right.
it tells carry over, yeah.
And under HENT, I think we have some carryover here as well.
Nothing's changed.
Under HENT, it indicates, quote, current symptoms include minimal upper respiratory problems now, end quote.
No, that's the current report and the rest is carry over.
All right. And what's the significance of minimal upper respiratory problems now?
Things with nose or allergy rhinitis.
Is this a live like Zoom thing? Or is
No,
this
this is a
recorded?
deposition.
Under
Ah,
MSK,
where
they're
conveniently the jury can't ask him questions.
Would this have been per patient
Yes.
report? Correct. All right.
How
Pain in
convenient.
their legs for the past 2 years, now in a wheelchair, end quote. All right.
But I'm guessing
She
they
been
don't give
diagnosed
two
with
shits
RSD or
about what
regional
this guy's
pain
talking
disorder.
about right
No,
now.
I'm
you
guessing
hold
they
yourself out as
don't,
someone with a
just
special
like
expertise
us.
or knowledge of complex regional pain syndrome?
Not at all.
You know what it is? No. What were her vital signs on this day?
He's an allergist.
Her rate was 250.
Why would he know?
Last time I weighed her in the wheelchair. Her blood pressure was 120 over 80. Heart rate was
Cancel
100
him.
over 820.
He's an
Are any of those
allergist.
outside of normal limits?
No.
Blood
No,
pressure.
this is so
significance of that?
snore inducing. We're gonna
Blood
see if
pressure's
we can.
normal.
Can we get to cross?
Albuterol or 2 vials of the nebulizer and give us a call.
And that is if she, quote, falls into the red zone, end quote?
Correct, yeah.
What,
Oh,
to the
we're
best of your
still
knowledge,
on
what does that mean, the
direct.
red zone?
So you get someone's baseline peak expiratory flow rate on the peak flow meter, and then you do percentage drops. So the first drop is 20% would be green zone. That's okay. You get to 20%.
You're making me yawn.
20 to 40 is yellow. It's below
Yeah.
40% lower normal. You're in the red zone or danger zone.
See,
So,
this is the
to the best
problem.
of your
This is a
recollection and
guy
knowledge
whose
here,
voice tells me
prednisone
he
is the only-
doesn't care about his job. So why should the jury?
I know. Let's just watch the. Let's just talk over it while we watch. You can read along with the transcript. I don't even
Yeah,
want to
let's-
hear him anymore.
Do you want to be Fat Clark Kent or do you want to be Dick Cavett Duvall?
Okay, so this was not daily. It was a recommendation for daily prednisone use.
Correct.
Going back to physical examination. I'd like to go through the physical examination done on June 23rd, 2015, and ask you a few questions, okay?
Sure.
Indicates here that the patient's heart rate was 86.
Yes.
Is that within normal
Quality
limits?
chair, respiratory.
Respiration for 20. Is that for normal relationship?
Exosats, oxygenation saturation rate of 98%.
What's the significance of oxygen saturations at 98%?
Normal?
Would that qualify for? Or it's too fast.
Are you on 1.25 speed?
Oh, maybe.
You idiot. This is why she's medium smart. I'm like, there's no way they're talking that fast.
Does that comport with your findings on subsequent follow-up visits with Maya Kowalski as documented in your chart? At any point, did you see any symptoms? It's still going so fast. This is
Just
way
high
more
pigmentation.
entertaining, though.
I should have.
Okay, and under lungs, it indicates clear bilaterally without wheeze, ronchi, or crackles. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what's the significance of clear bilateral lung findings?
Normal finding. The lungs seem to appear to be normal at the moment.
And did that comport with your findings on June 24th?
Yes.
And with subsequent office visits as documented in your
Yes.
chart?
Yes.
Okay, what's a wheeze?
Hidden indication of bronchial constriction. The airways. So you're going through a small caliber bronchial tube?
Well, did you ever personally observe that while you were treating her?
No.
Well, bronchi, what's that?
The other breath sounding indicates inflammation of the airway, crackles, same thing.
Did you ever see that? No.
No.
With Maya?
No.
What are crackles?
Another indicator of either bronchitis or some sort of mucus in the airway.
Well, did you ever document or observe crackles while you were
No.
caring for Maya Kowalski?
No.
Now, it looks like on June 23rd, there was also some pulmonary function tests that were done, correct?
Yes.
What were the results of those pulmonary function tests?
They were normal.
Normal? What's the FVC 97?
That's forced vital capacity. That's the capacity to empty your airways. And it's like predicted levels for your age and height. And she's anything over 80% is normal. She's well above that.
She's 97%.
Correct.
So, yeah, what's that?
The amount of air she can express in the first second of her expiratory phase.
What are the normal limits for a patient like Maya?
Over 80%.
And she's at 107.
Correct.
What's the next entry?
That's a ratio. The ratio of those two numbers.
And that's 100%,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's
normal.
Oh, I said that. What is that? What's this other thing?
That's
And
your
that
mid
thing.
flow rate. 25th to 25 to 75th percent of your total blowing. Make like small airways. The ability to empty air. She
Phrasing.
did very well.
Objection phrasing. What's the
120%.
normal reference range for that test?
Over 80. She's 120%. Yes.
It indicates
It's all
here
right.
that all of the former prior tests we're talking about normal spirometry or
Yes.
whatever.
That she had very normal tests that day.
When you treated with Maya through 2015 and then later in 2017, did you ever notice anything abnormal?
We never did one, and this is the only one I saw. So this is a snapshot in time.
All right, you never did
Yes,
any
no.
pulmonary something.
No, something. I thought they skip ahead. Like there's some sort of weird paragraph break.
I don't know. Why are we still doing this? Why is he still testifying?
Why is any of this happening?
Right.
Porcelain Thunder, don't sound so enthusiastic, Jeff. That's just what this guy sounds like.
It is what
I'm
he
doing my
sounds
imitation of him. Yeah, right.
This is the most boring deposition yet.
Right.
Did you identify her or find her to be in the red zone?
Danger zone of breathing. No.
Oh, here, finally, Anderson. Okay,
Oh,
let's
Jesus.
hear this.
17 visit prior to July 4th, 2015, which is documented as the onset of CRPS symptoms, right? During the visits to USAW, you never made
he's
a
doing his Robert De Niro
diagnosis
impression.
or notations of any psychiatric or
Are you talking to
psychological
me? Are you talking to
issues
me,
or
Anderson?
problems with
I don't
anyone
see
of this
anybody else here. Are you talking to me, Anderson?
and not with the child
Oh,
herself.
Jeff's drinking. I should
Right.
drink.
Did you receive a call from anyone, any of the pediatricians at JHatch, Johns Hopkins Ultra
My glass isn't clean. I need to go
asking
clean
you
my
about
glass.
your interaction with the
I was just finishing what was
What are your
left
thoughts
here. I'm
about
not
drinking
doing-
whiskey out of a dirty glass that
Hey,
just
members
had
of the
whiskey
jury, I
in
think
it?
this is going to be a good time for us to take lunch.
Lunch?
Have them back at 1:30.
No!
As a reminder, we're going to be leaving today around 4-ish, okay? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
Blah,
Do not do any
blah. Okay, they're going to lunch.
Thank you, Judge Tuft Island. You've prevented Megan Fox from drinking.
No,
But,
definitely
yeah.
not. I'm definitely going to have a drink. I'm just trying to decide whether
No,
or
just-
not
just
I should
don't.
clean
Just
this
drink out of
glass.
it. No.
I mean, it's just whiskey.
Extra flavor.
I mean,
If it's the
could be-
same whiskey, it
the
literally
s-
makes no difference.
Yeah, it's the same whiskey, but the glass is not very clean. It's not. It's just a little foggy.
It's already sanitized, so
It's yeah, whiskey is sanitary, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
What time
Anything
is
over
it?
40% or over is
Well,
disinfectant.
it's noon on Halloween. I think that's sufficient,
Halloween.
right?
Exactly. if you've got some port wine or some tawny port, some fortified wine,
It's good stuff.
See, yeah, it is.
God, that was boring. Boring AF. Oh, you know what wasn't boring though, Jeff, was the last Guardian Ad Litem. Did you catch that testimony? The one I was ringing
the
the
one that-
shame bell every 30 seconds.
Yeah, this morning I was listening to it. I was getting ready for work.
Wasn't she terrible?
All I know is I'm just trying to shower and I hear just, liar, liar. After every question. Liar.
Liar. Liar.
That's what I had to listen to getting ready for work. Shame, liar. After every statement. Like, yeah, she's a liar because she is. She's lying.
She's lying.
Yes, I heard that.
Can't you tell? Can't you tell when these people are lying? They're all shameless
Yes, I can
liars.
because you're yelling across my house that they're doing it. My neighbors know she was lying.
Everyone in the world knows she was lying. So
Ronan
screaming in
Varheit
your
says,
ear.
Jeff, what are your thoughts about that stick figure on the judge's desk? It makes me uncomfortable to look at, frankly.
Oh my God, that thing is so weird. It's supposed to be like a reminder for the attorneys to speak into the mic, but it really just
It's
looks
not,
like
it's
get
just a
ready for a blowjob.
I've been purposely trying not to mention that every time I see it because I don't want to lower the level of Megan's show.
Oh, you
any more
couldn't
than it already
possibly do
is.
that. Don't you know I'm already at the bottom of that list?
Yeah, I just didn't want to, you can put things in the trash can, but you don't have to jump on them to pack them down.
Look, I in the coverage of this trial, we are the least we're the most inappropriate. I feel like I have the lock on the most inappropriate coverage, which I'm quite proud of, and I remind
You
the
should
chat
be.
I remind the chat daily, you must be respectful of the First Amendment. You must respect the First Amendment. I expect you to respect the First Amendment and free speech all day long. That could include calling people nasty names.
Like if you just want to listen to it and you want the channel host to shut up, just go watch Law and Crime.
Yeah, go
Or-
watch Law and Crime.
Yeah, somewhere else,
Or somewhere else. I don't get it. I do have people who come in here occasionally and they're like, God, do you have to talk every 5 minutes? Well, maybe. This is my
Yeah,
show, man.
Yeah, that's the commentary part of the commentary channel.
I mean, if you just wanted to watch court, you could go do that. The chat is demanding more Jafar. This was Dr. What was his name?
Yeah.
Malfi or Malik. And my locals chat made him into a Jafar meme because he was trying to hypnotize us with his hand motions. So there you go, chat. There's your Jafar fix for the day. But I personally liked this one from yesterday. The woman who was being held hostage in the little pink room, trying to figure out what she knew. And she didn't know much.
Nothing.
I got paid $450 an hour. What did you want me to say again? I forgot. I love locals. Locals is so funny. Oh, I don't know what they're doing right now. I should go check because I bet there's more memes. I bet there's more memes.
There probably is. It's like this allergist guy. He's also apparently trying to hypnotize us. Just listen
With
to the
his
sound of my voice.
how boring he is.
You're getting sleepy. You feel
You're
the strength
very
draining from your
sleepy.
limbs. Oh, the stress is leaving your lower limbs, your knees, your thighs, moving up your fucking brain.
Oh, Duncan, Idaho, I missed a $5 tip in locals from you. You said so much of the defense witness's testimony seems focused on proving that Maya was faking it, just like so much of their medical care was focused on that. I don't think this helps their case in the end. Hope the plaintiffs illuminate and emphasize that in closing. And then directly under it is this hilarious GIF. I have to share this with you. It's so funny. Look at this.
Share
it. Wait, I'm on the wrong thing. Present. You know, my tech skills are not so good. You know, just bear with me, folks. It'll happen in a second here. There we go. It's a fake. It's a fake. Oh, J-Hatch doctors immediately when children are admitted to their hospital.
No.
It's so true, though.
That's
Why are
good.
they doing this? Why do they do
Well, I mean, just think of the thousands of kids they treat properly, diagnose correctly, take care of. But boy, when you mess up, you mess up big.
Oh, yeah, when they get it wrong, boy, they really get it wrong. They really get it wrong. I mean, geez, and none of them can admit maybe we
that's
made a
it.
mistake.
That's it. That's what we talked about very, very early on. And this is, they just can't go, oh my God, this is one of the, we just naturally think that it's Munchausen's by proxy because that's what the vast majority of these things are. And oh my God, we really blew this diagnosis. I mean, you do this long before mom offs herself.
Oh,
You know,
right,
Because
right.
that's something you can't walk back from.
Right, you can't
just
walk
like,
that
all right,
back.
yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Instead of sticking to your guns and doing all this shit, you go, dang,
Pisses me
we
off.
blew this. We're sorry. What can we do to make this right? We need to, work with us. We'll whatever compensation you want. And we want you to work with us to help us recognize this and prevent these things from the future. You do this. and then you don't find yourself getting sued for $200 bajillion.
Right. Right. None of these
Because
people
they don't
knew
strike
how
me
to,
as the
how or
family that
when
would.
to walk it back. Nobody
Yeah, well, and
understood that.
they don't strike me as the family that would go, aha, we've got an apology and offer to help. They want to use it to make sure this doesn't happen, but we want our $200 million. They don't seem like they would be that way. I mean, they'd want a healthy chunk of change, of course. I mean, who wouldn't? But dang, I mean, just the obstinacy.
So a bunch of you wanted to know about the second lawsuit that has been filed in this case. And I happen to have it right here. So it's 198 pages. Obviously, we're not going to go over the entire thing. Wait, what is this? What is this? Okay. We're not going to go over the entire thing. How do I get rid of this over here? I don't need that. But this would be, look at this. This is Greg Anderson's another case, and he mentioned it today in this trial. This is Vadim Kushner and Elena Dudkina. I don't know how to say that. Individually and on behalf of their children, William Kushner, a minor, and Adele Kushner, a minor.
Front and center. On
Yeah,
the
front and
defense,
center versus
defendants.
Sally Smith. And look at all these names that we recognize. Let's just go over the names we recognize. Sally Smith, Catherine Major, Dr. Major, Dr. Major, Major Doctor. Let's see, who else do we know? Who else?
Oh, they've got Dr. Nick. Hi, everybody.
Nick,
it's me.
Do we recognize
Dr.
any
Nick.
of these other names? Oh, Kathy Beatty.
Kathy
Catherine
Beatty.
Beatty.
George
There
Michael,
she
MD.
is. George Michael.
Right
George.
next to Kathy Beatty.
Let's see, Osborne,
Hatch.
Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital.
All of them.
Johns,
All the Johns Hopkins.
all the Johns Hopkins that ever existed. Pediatric Physician Services, All Children's Health System, Port Charlotte, HMA, Suncoast. Ooh, it's all the same players. Check this out. Let's read a little bit of this. We don't need to read about the plaintiffs. We'll just go down to what are we charging?
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. Yeah, they're going to go over
probably the
who are all the
first 100
defendants.
pages.
Yeah, who are the defendants? Okay, here it is. Let's see. Here it is. Here's the summary. At times, no, we don't want to talk about Smith. Well, here's the same argument that's being used in this case. At all times, material here too. Smith was an employee of J. Hatch or actual or apparent agent in that J. Hatch held Smith out to the Kushners as their agent and or tolerated or permitted Smith to hold herself out as J. Hatch's agent. And consequently, J. Hatch is vicariously responsible for the acts of Smith as alleged herein. You know, phrases like vicariously responsible make the little hairs on my arms stand up. I just love these legal terms when they apply to bad people. Vicariously liable, vicariously responsible. It makes me just want to stand up and cheer. Specifically, J. Hatch allowed Smith as an active staff member to freely enter into the facility and into William's room to offer care, treatment, and medical opinions. J. Hatch also granted Smith, again, computerized provider order entry privileges such that Smith could and did not only order care and treatment for William verbally, but also through his electronic record. Additionally, listen to how similar this is. Upon their first meeting, Smith, without introducing or identifying herself, walked into William's room exactly as every other hospital physician attending to William and demanded that Vadim and Alina provide their son's medical history. The parents complied. And even when Smith evaluated William and took pictures of his body, neither Smith nor J. Hatch corrected the misapprehension that Smith was a J. Hatch physician. Additionally, based upon information and belief, Smith was in a direct or indirect contractual relationship with J. Hatch, whereby Smith taught young Johns Hopkins physicians, and we heard her testify to this on the stand. She did. In clinical identification and treatment of child abuse. She was the rotation supervisor for that. As part of JHM's residency program at J. Hatch, and the resident physicians, as well as their more experienced counterparts, freely consulted Smith and were instructed to do so. Smith's extensive involvement in JHM's clinical trainings, her availability and willingness to provide consultations, her service on J. Hatch's various medical committees, and based upon information and belief, her personal friendship with J. Hatch physicians such as Catherine Major created an environment and appearance that Smith was just another hospital pediatrician. Vodham and Alina justifiably relied upon Smith's actual or apparent authority, just as if J. Hatch had expressly conferred that authority to Smith and communicated same to plaintiffs. As such, J. Hatch is vicariously liable for the acts of Smith. Imagine being this family right now, watching this trial go on television right now, and like just being on the edge of your seat, because what happens here is, I would imagine, going to affect this lawsuit, right, Jeff?
Yeah. I mean, if they win, you know, it's not going to look good round 2.
It's full steam ahead. If they win, this one is full steam ahead. Now, we don't know what stage this one is in. It was filed in 2021. I do know that, but we don't know what stage it's in. But this sure is interesting. Okay, so they're suing Port Charlotte HMA LLC. Also, they say Bayfront Health was acting as a private entity and can be served in Florida. Okay, so now we're just going over the defendants and the venue background. Here we go. On July 13th, oh, this is so horrible. I did read some of this. 2018. William was born after complicated labor and delivery. He emerged with the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck, and physical and internal injuries consistent with a complicated birth, including petechiae, I don't know what that is, bruising, a bluish face, fractured ribs, and brain hemorrhaging. Additionally, William required resuscitation. After discharge and following advice of the birthing hospital, Vodham and Alina brought William to his private pediatrician, Dr. Beverly Anarumo, for 3 separate follow-up appointments in July and August of 2018. William appeared to be recovering from the traumatic birth. On the morning of August 16th, 2018, William began vomiting and exhibiting a small shaking or jerking movement around the time of a feeding. Oh, thank you, chat. Rare in the history says petechia, little red spots on skin from broken capillaries. Chat is the best chat. Thank you. Vodham called Dr. Anarumo, who advised the family to bring William to the pediatrician's office. Upon examination, Dr. Anarumo discovered that William appeared to be having seizures and called for emergency medical services, who then transported William to Bayfront Health. Prior to William's arrival at Bayfront Health, Dr. Anarumo spoke with Dr. George at the Bayfront Health emergency room. Dr. Anarumo advised Dr. George of William's history, including his seizures and a mark on his arm, which Alina had pointed out to Dr. Anarumo, and which Dr. Anarumo believed was the result of a car seatbelt. 28. As Circuit Judge Rochelle T. Curley, Judge Curley noted, Dr. Anarumo testified that it was normal that parents would not know that the tremors or shaking may be a seizure. What am I hearing? What am I hearing? Is that you? Is that your computer?
What are you hearing?
I don't know. I heard something in the background. It's gone now. The pediatrician did not deem the seizures life-threatening, but did find them serious enough to notify emergency medical service. It was not unreasonable or negligent that the parents sought the advice of their pediatrician before going to the emergency room. Notwithstanding Dr. Anarumo's and Dr. George's conversation, the birthing complications, or the lack of any physical signs of injury to William's head, the providers at Bayfront Health, specifically Drs. George and Osborne, had decided within an hour of William's arrival that he had suffered non-accidental trauma and blunt force trauma, euphemisms for child abuse.
Non-accidental trauma. Is that the euphemism we're using now?
Yes. Euphemisms for child abuse. The Department of Children and Families, DCF abuse hotline, was contacted with the allegations of blunt force trauma and unexplained bruising, but details are not known. The very same bruising that Dr. Anarumo had discussed with Dr. George not more than several hours prior. William was then transported from Bayfront Hospital to the J. Hatch Emergency Center. Within 15 minutes of his arrival, the J. Hatch providers had decided that William had suffered not only a head injury, but now also a skull fracture, unattended medical physical problems, and SA, evidenced by a known traumatic injury from outlying facility.
Oh my God, that's like a serious allegation. It better be true.
Despite the hospital's own exams and imaging studies revealing that William's injuries were consistent with the birthing complications, JHatch physicians and other healthcare providers persisted with their false abuse allegations. On August 18th, 2018, Smith clinically evaluated William, and a week later, she authored an 8-page report. Oh, only 8 pages this time. Maya's was 45. She was falling down on her job this time. Authored an 8-page report riddled with inaccuracies, misrepresentations, false information, and speculative and medically unsound theories of abuse, some of which were borrowed from Bayfront Health's and JHatch's records. Based on the misrepresentations and bad faith allegations of the defendants, both William and Adele were taken into protective custody on the evening of August 29, 2018. Based upon the same misrepresentations and bad faith allegations of the defendants, William and Adele were both sheltered under the supervision of DCF on or about August 31, 2018, and Vadim and Alina would only be allowed supervised contact with their 2 children. In an attempt to regain custody of their children, Vadim and Alina retained experts such as board-certified radiologist Dr. Susan Gutnick to conduct a comprehensive review of William's records and provide independent medical opinions to the dependency court. On December 7th, 2018, as a result of the misrepresentations and bad faith allegations of the defendants, the dependency court heard arguments on rendering William and Adele dependent and placing both children in the foster care system. Doctors Anarumo, Osborne Smith, and Gutnick all gave sworn testimony on the issues and causes of William's injuries. Dr. Smith and Osborne persisted with their false allegations and misrepresentations and presented testimony completely divorced from William's medical records, the facts known to both doctors at the time, medical literature and research, and the necessary degree of medical certainty, at times changing their stories to portray Vadim and Alina in the worst possible light. This is my favorite part. Consequently, Judge Curley issued a scathing opinion in favor of Vadim and Alina, ordering an immediate return of William and Adele to the parents' care and custody, and admonishing Drs. Smith and Osborne for their unsubstantiated, highly speculative, and medically and physically unsound theories of abuse. Judge Curley wrote in part, oh my God, this is unbelievable. I need more liquor. It was undocumented in the pediatrician's records that there was a small, it was documented in the pediatrician's records that there was a small linear mark on the child's arm. No other injuries were noted. Dr. Aranumo testified that she would not have noticed the mark had it not been pointed out by the mother. The pediatrician believed the mark could have been caused by a seatbelt in the car seat and advised the mother accordingly. The court finds her explanation is reasonable after reviewing the photographic evidence of a red linear mark on the arm. There was insufficient evidence presented by the state that would show that the mark on the arm was a result of being thrown or grasped or blunt force trauma. Additional injuries to the child include 2 healing rib fractures that may have occurred during birth. It is undisputed that the rib fractures were in the healing stages of about 3 to 4 weeks, which is consistent with the date of the birth. Rib fractures may occur at birth, may be undetected and heal on their own, according to the state's witness. Oh, I don't know what happened, but my screen quit sharing, so I'll just keep reading. But StreamYard, I guess, doesn't, or my computer doesn't want to share anymore. Given the fact that the child was 33 days old and the birth was complicated or traumatic, it would be important for the witnesses who are expressing their medical opinions to consider all medical records, including the birth records. Hey, Jeff, who does that remind you of?
Gee, I don't know. Who does it remind you of, Megan Fox?
Well, it reminds me personally of Sally Smith not putting in all the information into her last report about Maya Kowalski.
Why would she ever do that?
Remember she said it wasn't her job to put in all the information? It was only her job to put in the information that makes you look like a goddamn child abuser.
Because she's the prosecutor, the prosecuting doctor.
But isn't it interesting that this judge here said it would be important for the witnesses who are expressing their medical opinions to consider all medical records, including the birth records. So in Maya's case, a judge should have said, why didn't you consider Dr. Kirkpatrick's records or Dr. Hannah's records? Why didn't you consider any of those records? This is just insane. It's insane. This also says here, the medical records disclosed injuries to the child, including bruising to the child's face and petachia to the right and left shoulders. His brain was deprived of oxygen for a period of time due to the umbilical cord being tightly wrapped around his neck. And the judge continued, Dr. Osborne denied that the child would be hitting or suffering impact during delivery. He testified that the baby would fall out if a precipitous birth occurred in this case. His testimony is not corroborated by the medical records. The medical records confirm that the child suffered facial bruising, some injuries to the left and right shoulder, and oxygen deprivation. Furthermore, it was undisputed that the child's oxygen was cut off for a period of time because the umbilical cord was tightly wrapped around his neck. These facts were unknown to Dr. Osborne when he opined that the brain injury was a result of shaken baby or blunt force trauma. Dr. Osborne was unaware of the child's injuries prior to testifying because he did not review all of the medical records.
Surprise.
You look so disappointed, Jeff.
Just,
I'm just like, welcome to our government. This is how they work.
It's just, it's disgusting. I don't really have any other word for it. Sometimes the English language can be so insufficient.
Insufficient. Yeah. Speaking of insufficiency, there was insufficient evidence to show that results of the brain scans were a result of abuse or neglect and not as the result of a rebleed. Dr. Osborne initially testified and agreed with the parents' position that the images on the scan were consistent with a rebleed. He was very definitive when he explained the differences between the darker imaging on the scan and the lighter imaging. His explanation of the possible pooling of fluid on the brain appeared plausible. At that point, he and Dr. Smith's testimony were not consistent. When he was questioned by counsel for the guardian, he changed his testimony to deny a rebleed occurred. Based on the misrepresentations and bad faith allegations of the defendants, William and Adele were removed from their parents' care and custody for approximately 3 months. William's condition worsened at the hands of Bayfront Health, JHatch, and their involved physicians and other health care providers. And Vadim and Alina were subjected to the defendant's physical abuse, abuse, and medical neglect, misrepresentations, and allegations. As Judge Curley's opinion and the facts set forth above reveal, the defendants acted in bad faith with malicious purpose and or in a manner exhibiting wanton and willful disregard of human rights and safety. Here are the counts that they're going after them for. Count 1, medical malpractice. And then they lay out their cause for medical malpractice. And they're accusing Smith of breaching her duty of care. Oh God, this is unbelievable. It just keeps on. It keeps on going and going. It's so bad, you guys.
And it's the same people involved. That tells you a lot. That it's not just random. It's not just something that's occurring across this. It's the same people, the same weird little cabal that feeds off of each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely the same people. It's the same problem. And it just continues. It keeps going. And until somebody does something about it, which Greg Anderson is attempting to do by shutting down JHatch and literally bankrupting them, it's not going to stop. This case, this is why I have said from the beginning that Maya Kowalski's case might be the most important case in history for this type of corruption. Because if they're finally forced to pay for it publicly, and I know that their insurance will pay for it, so it's not going to hurt JHatch in that way, but it will destroy their reputation. So we've got Maya Kowalski case now, and then we'll have the Kushner case next. And I think Greg's got more than that, because USA Today has done an investigation and come up with multiple families, lots and lots of families that this happened to. with the same team.
It's the same team thing that gets to me about this. Like, I mean, it's not just a bunch of different doctors that are seeing the same thing and interpreting the same way. It's the same group of people. I mean, I won't say an orchestrated thing, but they certainly seem to be feeding off of each other and confirmation biasing each other straight to the same conclusion in multiple cases.
I have this same question. Hey, Joe, will the Dick defense pull out that the baby liked Shopkins and swore at everybody too? That's their entire defense. It really is. The entire
But not
defense is
swearing enough to make a note of it in the notes, apparently.
Yeah, no. Okay, I'm
Because it
frozen
wasn't
again.
degradatory enough.
Frozen again, Jeff. I need you for 3 minutes.
Let it go. Let it go. I got about 3 minutes left, and it's
All right.
It's time to take my dark thoughts asleep to bed and ruminate on these people. Ugh. But I mean, if this goes to a new trial, if these guys win here with Maya and they go to a new trial in this other case, that's not going to look very good for Johns Hopkins at all. They better start writing some serious checks. Assuming that it can be proved, of course, because that's what it's all about, the proof. But it certainly looks bad on the surface. Yes, at least she's frozen with a great smile. We'll give her that. Could be worse. could be Dr. O-Face there. All right, so we kind of hang around here for a little bit until Megan gets back. Not only do I have to go to sleep, but for some reason it's November and there's a bunch of mosquitoes in my room here. I've been bitten like 5 times on my feet and it's driving me bananas. Some spray on it, but you don't care about that. That's my own problems. I don't know how Megan listens to this all day, every day. Oh my God, what have I done? Oh, good. I just opened up another window. I thought I shut the StreamYard thing down. I'm like, well, that would be bad because then you would have nobody here. Oh, that's the sign that she's going to be back here in just a minute. But I mean, I don't know how she does this every day. This is really depressing, but let alone dad sitting in court listening to this all day, every day, and the stuff that Maya's going through. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, literally unbelievable. If you didn't see the evidence, if you didn't hear the witnesses, this would be literally an unbelievable thing. Stupid question, Jeff. Is it fall in Korea? Yes, it is. We are all in the northern hemisphere here in the northern hemisphere. Hi, Megan Fox. Welcome back.
So I know you have to go because you're tired and you want to go to bed, I imagine.
Oh, is it? Well, you probably didn't hear while we were doing this, but I mean, I don't know how you do this all day, every day.
I don't know either. Well, I haven't covered a trial in a long time. That's probably how. Because it's been a long time since I've actually covered a trial. In fact, I think the last one was the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, which was hilarious.
Well, yeah, that was amusing. This is pretty much the exact opposite of amusing.
Well, how have I covered the cases I've covered for 20 years is the question. And it's really hard. It's not easy. It's not easy, but I think the reason why this one has given me why I'm motivated to do it is because finally the wider public is seeing what I have been screaming about for 20 years. Do you know how bad it feels to be screaming into the wind for 20 years to say these people are child kidnappers, they're child stealers, and they're using your tax dollars to traffic kids, and they're getting money for doing it, and have people say that's too evil, that's crazy, that's not happening. No, those parents, we need CPS. They're not going after innocent people. Oh no, they're all child abusers. That's what I've been hearing. And now suddenly everybody's waking up and going, holy shit, is this the standard?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I get that all the time. People going, what's wrong with people in Florida and Wisconsin and Utah and Idaho? No, it's not that there's anything particularly wrong with them. It's they're just one of the few states that actively promote cameras in the courtroom. You're just now seeing it. This has been hid away from the public, the way that prosecutors react, the way that medical professionals act, the way that police officers act. It's all been hidden behind closed doors.
Right. And family court's the worst. It's a literal star
Oh.
chamber. There's no jury, so you don't even get a jury to witness it. Do you know how rare it is for these child abuse cases to go in front of a jury? You don't. You get a judge, and the judge is best friends with the guardian ad litem and all the lawyers for the state. The judge is playing golf with them on the weekends. They don't give a shit about you and your cheap ass attorney that you found in a phone book. That judge doesn't care about you. He believes every single thing that his court appointed professionals tell him to believe. Just like Sally Smith, she writes a 45-page report. She hands it to a judge that she sees in court 300 times. You heard her. She testified in court 300 times. She hands that report to that judge. The judge trusts her totally. Judge looks at her report, has no reason to question her, doesn't believe your attorney. Nah, he says, fuck you. I'm taking your kid. You're a child abuser. That's how it works.
Well, I think, I mean, it's just kind of what we've talked about before, in that these people just day in, day out see real child abuse cases. They see these things over and over again. And you just probably get to the point where just literally everything you see, you just know it's child abuse before you even investigate it. You walk into the situation thinking it's child abuse, knowing it's child abuse, convinced it's child abuse, and you just work your way through confirmation bias. Okay, I see this evidence of child abuse. You see child abuse behind every corner, behind every rock, behind every tree, because you've become so jaded and you just know that people are pieces of shit and they all abuse their children.
Yep.
And how do you argue when you start at that position?
And that's where every single child abuse DCF organization starts from. That is the premise they start from. They start from, you are guilty, and now it's up to you to prove your innocence. It's not up to them. And so they leave out exculpatory information. They refuse to put it in their reports. Cindy Absag had all kinds of exculpatory information. She had letters from doctors saying this woman is not an abuser. They didn't put it in their report. And then her fucking public defender didn't call the doctors to testify on her behalf. What do you do when the state railroads you like this? What do you even do? You can't do anything about it, which is why our system is supposed to be innocent unless proven guilty, because there is nothing you can do when the state decides, if they don't have that standard. When they decide you're guilty and it's allowed,
there you go.
It's over for you. Joe Pottinger says, Megan, it's pronounced petechia. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Petechia. So that, it looks like it's spelled in the Latin.
Well, yeah, why isn't it spelled that way then?
With a CH, and I think in Latin a CH is a hard C sound, so that it must be Latin. Petechia.
Yeah, well, if it's pronounced petechia, then spell it like petechia.
Spell it like that, damn it.
Simple. Well, and I mean, we get to laugh and joke and see the humor in some of these things, but Dad has to sit there in court minus his wife and listen to this shit every day. Every day. And Maya has to live it every day and hear it. And
horrible.
And that's why even though we watch some of the most boring testimony we ever see, it's still kind of brooding on it. It's kind of weighing on me tonight a little bit. It's just,
it's bad. It's not good. It's not good. And watch, when the camera does pan to Jack or Maya, I mean, it's like their pain is really palpable. These people can get up and testify all day long. I didn't think she was in pain. She didn't look like she was in pain. Well, does she look like she's in pain now? Because I don't know. To me, the entire family looks like they're in pain. Kyle looks like he's in pain. Jack looks like he's in pain. Maya looks like, is their pain relevant to you now? It's just, when does pain become relevant to these people? And what kind of pain? What do you have to do? You have to be screaming all the time for people to understand you're in pain? Or can you just believe them when they tell you that they are? Because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of all of this. It's bullshit. And why are parents not believed? Why are children not believed? Children are not believed in family court 9 times out of 10. When children say they've been abused, and I'm talking about the worst kind of abuse, SA abuse, 9 times out of 10, the judges don't believe them. And the opposing attorney wins, and the abuser gets custody or gets more visitation with the kid. It happens so often. Flux wants to know, why are neither of you dressed up? I'm wearing my Momster shirt. This is my yearly Halloween outfit, and I painted my nails green to match my to match my shirt. Look, see? I feel that this is dressed up for me for Halloween.
I'm wearing the costume of my native village in northern Utah.
And I also will top this off with a witch's hat when I go trick-or-treating with the kids. I'll wear my velvety, and it has a lime green bow here. It's very cute. So that's my go-to every year. That's what I wear.
You should wear the hat for our final sidebar reading.
Should I? I should.
Yeah.
I'll bring the hat in.
It'll be the hat of judgment, the sorting hat.
Sorting hat of judgment. It won't fit in the camera frame though. It's really tall. But
Oh wow!
It's still cute. It's still cute. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a face painting today. I was thinking of painting my face, maybe like a sugar skull, but then I got lazy and it was too much.
Too much
to do.
effort.
And I decided I also have itchy eyes, so for sure I would be smearing it. And that's no fun. So
no.
All right. Well, I'm going to continue reading this lawsuit of the Kushners or whatever their name
contemplate the horrible evilness of humanity on this All Hallows Eve.
is. Jeff's going to go to bed in his depressed state, and
I'll feel just going. Me and Eeyore, we're just going to head off. Just get all down on the world and everybody.
Well, we love you, Jeff.
Yeah, and we will see you
tomorrow
around this time. Ish tomorrow.
Around this time?
Eastern.
9
a.m.
No,
Eastern.
9. I'm like, wait a minute, Jeff. It's
around this time.
Okay, around this time. Gotcha. 9 a.m. I will be on Legal Vice's channel, and then we'll catch up with the trial after that. We're doing our last day of Johnny Depp's sidebars. I'm very sad. Judge Fox Karate is on her way out.
Some point in the future, we might do the encore Eve Barlow eviction hearing.
That should be fun. I think we should.
I should know my schedule for the next 10 days or so within the next 24 hours so we can work up.
So we can schedule part 2 of the dependency hearing in the Kowalski case? Great. Because
before we forget part 1.
That's good stuff. That was good stuff. I want to finish that for sure because it gets a lot worse.
Oh, yay.
Yay. Something to look forward to.
Yay, it gets worse.
Elsie says, we love Jeff, not in a gay way, but a prison way. Whatever that means. I don't know.
I kind of don't think I like the prison way. That sounds a little
less violent. It sounds kind of aggressive.
Yeah, it's a little less cuddly.
We love you violently, Jeff.
Great. Well, and on that note, I'm done with the witnesses.
Yeah, no, they're not done with witnesses. We're just on lunch right now.
Ladies, gentlemen, Elsie Merritt, have a good day.
Bye-bye, Jeff.
See you. Have fun, Megan.
All
Enjoy
right,
Halloween.
Will do.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right, so we are not done with witnesses. The court is still on lunch, but I'm going to continue reading to you from Greg Anderson's other lawsuit of this other family that's suing this hospital system and Sally Smith for what they did. Now, my computer is not playing nice with the sharing. So what I am going to do is just continue reading it to you without sharing the screen. I was on the first count, medical malpractice. Upon her assignment by Suncoast Center to handle William's case and her consultations with J. Hatch physicians and other healthcare providers, Smith assumed and accepted a duty of care toward William and owed William such duty of care. Smith breached her duty of care by ignoring, disregarding, and/or refusing to accept the medical opinions and diagnoses of specialists in the field of neurology. Who does that sound like? I mean, this is what she does. She just ignores all specialists' opinions. She ignored the specialists in the fields of neurology, neurosurgery, and radiology, and instead of investigating or allowing an investigation of the causes of William's, hold on, I have to clean my glasses. They're very fingerprinty. That's better. The causes of William's injuries, Smith instead perpetuated medically unsound theories of physical abuse, falsely and recklessly accused Bottom and Alina of such abuse, and provided medical diagnoses and opinions that were not grounded in medical research, fact, or reality. It's her MO. Yeah, this is the way she operates. Smith also breached her duty of care by failing to follow up on the MRI that she requested from JHatch providers and instead widely perpetuated her abuse theories, diagnoses, and opinions, none of which were within a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Smith further breached her duty of care by providing an inadequately researched report and unsubstantiated and patently false testimony to the dependency court after failing to confer with Williams providers and conduct proper medical research, which led directly to the unnecessary removal of William and Adele from their parents' care and custody. Smith's breach proximately caused William to suffer unnecessarily as the causes of his injuries went unexplored and untreated. His condition worsened, and he was removed from his parents' care and custody during a crucial period of his development from August to December of 2018. The undersigned hereby certifies that plaintiff's counsel has satisfied all conditions of chapter whatever, 766, blah, blah, blah. They're demanding, now this is a demand for damages from Sally Smith, including, but not limited to, bodily injury, physical suffering, physical inconvenience and discomfort, mental suffering from embarrassment, humiliation, deprivation of liberty, disgrace, and injury to the plaintiff's feelings and reputations. For special damages, including but not limited to medical care and expenses in the past and in the future, psychological care in the past and the future, probable loss of income in the future, legal expenses in the past to regain custody of William and Adele, and in the future to extract themselves from any public or medical records that indicate that William suffered abuse or that Vadim and Alina were under suspicion of child abuse, and for such relief as this honorable court deems proper. Count 2. Medical malpractice pursuant to Florida Statute Chapter 766 against Johns Hopkins and these other health organizations. Hold on a second. Let's see if we need to read this or if I can skip on, because this is 198 pages. Definitely will not get through it today. Might as well read it. Pursuant to Chapter 766 of the Florida statutes, upon Williams' admission at JHatch, the Johns Hopkins entities, JHatch, JHHSC, JHU, JHM, Pediatric Physician Services, all Children's Health System, and their involved physicians and other healthcare providers owed a duty of care to William. The Johns Hopkins entities breached their duty of care by failing to adequately investigate the causes of William's injuries, by not ruling out organic causes of his injuries, by allowing its physicians and other healthcare providers to defer to and consult with Smith on areas not within her specialty or expertise, by affirmatively allowing Smith to make testing and treatment recommendations and orders in areas not within her specialty, by failing to develop coherent and proper physician and nursing care plans for William, causing lesions and bruising on William's body, failure to perform proper diagnostic and other testing, failing to make decisions based on William's medical history and present condition, encouraging and or perpetuating false allegations of abuse, such as physical abuse, non-accidental trauma, S abuse, skull fracture, medical neglect, and retinal detachment, failing to properly document William's medical and social history and the birthing complications, failing to follow up on the non-accidental trauma workup recommended internally and by outside providers, failing to follow up on the MRI recommended internally by Smith and others, by basing medical treatment on unsound theories of abuse, not within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, failing to involve the proper specialists and tests to determine the true cause of William's injuries, and instead deferring the coordination of care to its staff physician, Sally M. Smith, a pediatrician wholly unqualified to diagnose and treat such a complex condition, ultimately resulting in the coordinated and systemic failure to identify organic etiology of William's condition. Boom. Johns Hopkins entities their breach proximately caused William to suffer unnecessarily. Blah, blah, blah. We've met the obligations, wherefore plaintiffs are demanding justice. We can skip over that. Count 3, medical malpractice against Catherine Major. Let's hear about Dr. Major, shall we? Dr. Major breached her duty of care by making diagnoses not within her specialty of training, failing to treat William based upon his medical history and presentation, and failing to properly document William's medical history, issues, complications, treatments, and diagnosis in his medical record. Dr. Major's breach proximately caused William to suffer unnecessarily as the causes of his injuries went unexplored and untreated during a custody. Oh, Pale Rogue, you want to know about being a mod? Yeah, it's all you need to do. Well, I need to make you one if you want to be a mod. That's fine. I could use the extra help. Here you go. Here's your wrench. Does it work on an iPhone? It should. Here are the rules when you're a mod on my channel. Don't ban anybody for saying stuff. Only keep out the words that are going to get the channel demonetized. So any reference to self-deletion, those of you in chat know how you have to word things in order to stay away from the YouTube ban hammers, right? And all it requires, Pale Rogue, is that you unhide comments that YouTube unnecessarily hides. They don't like certain words like the C word, but you can use words like clunt or see you next Tuesday. We know what you mean. So there's your wrench. There you go. Have fun. But don't ban anybody unless it's spam or porn bots. And in that case, ban away. All right. Where was I? Dr. Major's breach. Okay, what else did she do? Oh, they don't go into lots of details for Majors. Luis Rodriguez, they're going after him too. Let's see what he did. Pretty much the same thing as Dr. Majors. So they're not putting in tons of details here. Then they're going after Peter Hazar, which looks like the same as Dr. Majors. George Jallo, MD, breached his duty of care. Same allegations. All right. We'll just move on. It looks like the rest are pretty general allegations. LaDonna Bingham is another doctor. Failed to investigate. Same sort of thing. Who else? Elliot Melendez. Yeah, this is like general malpractice against these guys. Not a whole lot of details here. Dr. Chandler. They're all getting hit for the same thing, deferring to Dr. Smith, who is not an expert, instead of doing their own investigation and looking at the actual facts of the case. Nick Perilla, MD, he's also being charged in this with medical malpractice. Same. Charles Eldridge. God, there's a lot of doctors. Michael George, Robin Osborne, but no more details. Count. Geez, Roman numerals, man. What are we up to now? Count 16. Negligent hiring, retention, supervision, and or ratification of Sally M. Smith, MD, against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So this is interesting. So this is going to be about her employment, which is interesting to me because we still haven't got to the bottom of that in this case, have we? So let's read through this part. If those of you who are just joining me, I am reading through the lawsuit that Greg Anderson has filed in 2021 on behalf of another family against the same team of child abuse people at JHatch and the hospital. The same story. Except this time, instead of alleging Munchausen, they just called these poor people abusers when it was really birth trauma. I missed a super chat here. Freda Lee, thanks for the super sticker. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Let me make sure I didn't miss any Cash Apps or Venmos. No, I'm good. I should check on Rumble though. Rumble, how you doing? How you doing, Rumble? Actually, I can't check on you right now. I don't have my windows open. And if I do, I don't want my computer to take a dive. All right. Smith was an active staff member and maintained staff privileges at JHatch. The Johns Hopkins entities were best positioned to protect William as their patient and consequently had an independent duty to select and retain competent independent physicians seeking or maintaining staff privileges. They sure did. At all times material hereto, Smith was an employee of a defendant Johns Hopkins entity or actual apparent agent in that JHatch held Smith out to the Kushners as their agent and or tolerated or permitted Smith to hold herself out as JHatch's agent. Specifically, JHatch allowed Smith, as an active staff member, to freely enter into the facility and into William's room to offer care, treatment, and medical opinions. JHatch also granted Smith computerized provider order entry privileges such that Smith could and did not only order care and treatment for William verbally, but also through his electronic health record. Additionally, upon their first meeting, Smith, without introducing or identifying herself, walked into William's room. Okay, we read this already. This was in the beginning. Additionally, based upon information and belief, Smith was in a direct or indirect contractual relationship with JHatch. I want to see that contract. Has Anderson not been able to get that contract? Because it must exist. It must exist. Whereby Smith taught young Johns Hopkins physicians in the clinical identification and treatment of child abuse as part of JHM's residency program at JHatch. And the resident physicians, as well as their more experienced counterparts, freely consulted Smith and were instructed to do so. Smith's extensive involvement in JHM's clinical trainings, her availability and willingness to provide consultations, blah, 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 it showed that she's a part of the hospital. The Johns Hopkins entities hired and retained Smith as an active staff member when it knew or should have known that she was unfit to carry out the job responsibilities that she was hired to perform. The Johns Hopkins entities became aware, or should have become aware, of Smith's history of documenting inflated and false claims of child abuse, and therefore should have either terminated her, supervised her work, or prevented her from working and assessing abuse of children. Uh-oh. Wow. JHatch owed a duty to William to provide competent and properly screened staff and to review their performance over time in treating William, a minor. The Johns Hopkins entities breached, Cash App, yay. Flux, thank you, $5 for the new computer fund. I appreciate that. I need more shame bell. All right, we'll get to it. We'll get to that soon. There should be, I could actually play the shame bell over reading this. Let's see how it works. The Johns Hopkins entities breached their duty to plaintiffs by here, wait, let's turn it down a little. By allowing Smith to maintain staff privileges at the hospital, especially in her employment with Suncoast Center, failing to discover that Smith's opinions of abuse had been rejected by at least one court in the state of Florida.
Shame.
Yeah, shame.
Shame.
Failing to supervise the care and treatment being provided to William by Smith, and when it knew or should have known that the treatment they were providing was below the standard of care. Failing to terminate or remove Smith's privileges when it became aware or should have become aware that the treatment Smith was providing to William was below the required standard of care. Shame. Shame.
Shame. Shame.
By incorporating Smith into the team, providing William care, and in adopting the treatment plan that embraced Smith's opinions, the defendant Johns Hopkins entities ratified the conduct of Smith, Moreover, the defendant, Johns Hopkins entities, their involved physicians and other healthcare providers, and Smith acted with common purpose and concerted action in treating William during his admission to JHatch, and as such, each is liable for the actions of the other. As either an employee or a retained actual or apparent agent, and given her active medical status and her maintenance of staff privileges, or as holding her out as a treating pediatrician, the Johns Hopkins entities are vicariously liable for Smith's actions and omissions. Oh, I like that. Actions and omissions. Remember that omitting the truth is still a lie. If you fail to disclose the truth, it's a lie. Wherefore, plaintiffs demand judgment against defendants, and then it lists all of the Johns Hopkins entities, which are plentiful. We are still only on page 36 of 198 pages. This lawsuit is 198 pages. Count 17, negligent hiring and retention and ratification of Sally Smith against Suncoast. Suncoast hired Smith when it knew or should have known that she was unfit to carry out the job responsibilities which she was hired to perform. And basically, this is going to be the same allegation, which is they should have known that she has been the false accuser in several cases of false child abuse, failing to discover, failing to terminate her after her opinions of child abuse were rejected by at least one court in the state of Florida, and failing to terminate or reassign Smith when it became aware, or should have become aware, that the treatment Smith was providing to William was below the required standard of care. Man, Anderson's going to put Suncoast out of business. They already had to settle with him for $2.5 million in Maya's case. How many more millions is he going to get for William? Bankrupt him, Anderson. Put him out of business. I want to see them gone. I want to see them dissolved, scattered to the wind, broken into a million pieces and scattered to the wind. Isn't that what JFK said about what should happen to the CIA? That's what should happen to the Department of Family and Children Services, which does not serve families or children in any meaningful way. They only exist to serve the state and the state's interests. In this case, Maya Kowalski, and this case of the Kushners, it's proving that. Count 18. I'm so bad at Roman numerals. X, V, and 3 1s. That's 18, right? This is again, negligent hiring, retention, supervision, and or ratification of its involved physicians and other healthcare providers, including Catherine Major, Luis Rodriguez, Peter Hazar, George Jallo, Thomas Geller, and MD LaDonna Kay. This is incredible. Oh, and there's more. Bingham MD, Elliot Melendez, Javier Quintana, Nicole Chandler. JHatch is just full of these people who are completely inept and corrupt. Full of them. I can't even read through all these names. There's so many. Just trust me when I tell you there's a lot of names. Let's see. I'm going to skip through to see what's relevant here. Basically, they're saying all of these doctors were improperly supervised and they should have been fired or reassigned. Yeah, I'm going to get to Beatty. Let's get to Beatty. Kathy Beatty. Let's get to her. Where is she? Where's the count against Beatty? Now I've lost count. What is Roman numeral XIX? What is that? What's XIX? I can't count. I can't count in Roman. Someone help. I'm only medium smart. I can't count in Roman. What's XIX? Oh, it's 19? Okay. How is that 19? Oh, because 10 and 1 before the next 10. Got it. Got it. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. Now I can visualize it. I can't count in Roman. There's so many numbers. There's so many counts. It's so exciting. All right, we got to get to the one for Kathy Beatty. I really want to hear more about her. I don't care about Osborne. Let's skip over Osborne. Going to count 20. Against who? Oh, let's skip over the healthcare system. We know they're going to get, okay, abusive process. Ooh. Count 21, abusive process against Sally Smith. Well, I like this. I like this. Plaintiffs, all right, Smith willfully. Oh, I love this language. This gets me going. God, I love lawsuits against bad people. Smith willfully and intentionally misused the process set out in Chapter 39, Florida statutes for investigating child abuse. Is this how he's going to get around immunity? Because he needs to. Smith's improper and perverted use of this process, good word, Anderson, and the associated dependency proceeding was marked by the removal of both William and Adele without adequate substantiation or investigation of Smith's and the other defendants' abuse allegations. Smith used the process after it was catalyzed by a false and unsubstantiated report of child abuse after the initiation of the dependency proceeding. By continuing to ignore the organic causes and true etiology of William's condition. Yes, sorry. For those of you just joining or who don't understand. Wait, is Anderson on this file too? Yes, this is Anderson's case. It's Whitney's case. It is Anderson and Whitney taking it to Johns Hopkins again. And if it's televised, we will be here again to watch him take down J Hatch. This is a different family. I'm reading to you from a 198-page lawsuit of all the new things that we're learning about J Hatch and Sally Smith and this disgusting band of child snatchers. Mandy B, thanks for the super chat, says, hearing all the physicians on the suit does not surprise me. That's a teaching hospital with all the new doctors and residents that know very little. This is common at most children's hospitals. Scary. Yeah, wow is right. Testicular trauma. This is another lawsuit that is winding its way through the courts right now. And depending on what happens in the Kowalski case, this is going to be big for this family. All right, let's get to it. I'm going to keep reading. By the way, I am monitoring court. Court is still at lunch, so calm down. Nothing's happening in court right now. They're eating lunch. When they come back, we will join again. Okay, so don't panic. If you're on Rumble right now, I'm sorry I can't monitor you, but I just can't with having Adobe open and all this other shit that I'm doing. I just can't. I'm trying to keep my computer from crashing. All right. But I apologize, Rumble. I wish I could see your comments right now, but I can't. I'll go and catch up in a bit. Smith's use of the process. All right, where are we? Oh, yeah. Smith's use of the process was contrary and diametrically opposed to the purposes set out in Chapter 39, which provides for the preservation of families and support of parents caring for medically complex children. Instead of working against the family, ignoring exculpatory evidence, and failing to consider the true causes of William's condition, Smith's actions demonstrated a purpose for which the process set out in Chapter 39 was not intended. Smith misused this process for some wrongful and unlawful object, collateral purpose, and for her own ulterior motives. Specifically, Smith misused this process for her own financial gain. What have I been telling you? What have I been telling you? There's money involved in this, as she is paid hourly for her work as the medical director of the Pinellas County Child Protection Team. In misusing the process, Smith effectively created work for herself for her personal economic benefit. What have I told you? She is using her position to justify her existence as a child abuse pediatrician. Without child abuse, there's no reason for her to be employed. I told you. I told you. Smith's wrongful object, collateral purpose, and ulterior motive was also to misuse the process and detain William at J Hatch, where she holds full staff privileges, is an active staff physician, serves on multiple hospital committees, and acts as the child abuse rotation director for the Johns Hopkins residency program. In doing so, Smith's ulterior motive and collateral purpose was financially motivated. The detention of William benefiting J. Hatch, who was able to bill for William's care. And how much do they bill for that care when they have a neglected child in shelter? As much as they want. And that's this is the money train. And I can't believe, I mean, we sort of got into it in the Kowalski case, but not really. I love where this is going, because this could blow the lid off the whole thing. Let's dig into why they do this and how much money they get for doing it. Literal child trafficking. As a result of Smith's willful and intentional misuse of the process for these wrongful and collateral purposes, plaintiffs were financially damaged in having to expend significant legal costs, interrupt their lives, and miss work, resulting in lost wages and income. Additionally, Smith's actions caused emotional damage in the form of reputational loss, mental and emotional suffering, and deprivation of plaintiffs' liberty. Woo-hoo! Yes, we're drinking already. It's Halloween. Get out your whiskey. There's no shame in it. There will be no shame bell for those of you day drinking along with me. Jeff started it. It's not my fault. Wherefore, plaintiffs demand judgment against defendant Sally M. Smith as follows. Listen to all these things, including but not limited to bodily injury, physical suffering, physical inconvenience and discomfort, mental suffering from embarrassment, humiliation, deprivation of liberty. That's a big one. Deprivation of liberty, disgrace, and injury to the plaintiff's feelings and reputations. All right, let's continue. Abusive process against Johns Hopkins. We'll skip over that one. We're looking for Kathy Beatty specifically. Malicious prosecution against... malicious prosecution. Oh, this is a good one. Count 23, malicious prosecution against Sally Smith. God, Anderson, you're a beast. I love this lawsuit. This lawsuit is amazing. An original civil proceeding in the form of a dependency action was commenced against the plaintiffs. You know what this means? If this makes it through, if this makes it through the preliminary hearings and whatever, this gets rid of Chapter 39, because they're actually going after her for malicious prosecution, which by necessity includes the dependency hearing. It must. I mean, but it's going to depend on whether the court decides if it was in good faith. But see, the plaintiff is alleging that Sally did this in bad faith, which would not be covered by Chapter 39. Wonder if he'll get the same judge. That would be weird. I don't know if he could take it. Would he have to recuse himself because he did the other one? Or would it be more advantageous for him to do this one because he has so much history? I don't know. That's a question for a lawyer, which I am not. I'm a journalist, and that's above my pay grade. And let me see if I missed any. Did I miss any super chats? I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Mandy, I got that one. Yes. Okay. I didn't miss any. I am very excited about this. Hold on. I want to just check in on court. Oh, shit. I've got the spinning wheel of death. Spinning wheel of death, guys. Nice freeze frame face, Megan. That one's terrible. All right. Don't go anywhere. I have to shut down. I'm sorry, but the spinny wheel of death means that it's going to shut down on me. So I might as well do it. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back 3 minutes, have a bathroom break, get some coffee, get your day drinking going. I'll be back. Thanks, chat. I did check the fire. The fire is fine. I was able to turn it all the way down, and now it's on its mode where it's supposed to be. So it should be good for another hour and a half, maybe. I'm back. Okay. Sometimes we just need to, we lost like 60 people. Sorry guys, but it is what it is. You just have to wait for me to reboot sometimes. Hopefully I'll be getting to the bottom of that soon. But I'm a medium poor, so I got to use my money for groceries. Pretty much using YouTube money for groceries and gas. I don't have enough to buy a computer. I did check the fire though, you guys. Fire's good. I checked it while Jeff was on the stream. All right, let's get back. Why do people leave? I don't know. They leave because they don't want to wait for me for 3 minutes. Or maybe they just decided to go to the bathroom and clicked off the stream and they'll come back. I don't know. It's weird. They leave for squats too. When we do squats, they take off as well. Oh, Purple Pros, thank you so much. I see you over on the Law and Crime, telling people that I'm reading the dependency or that we did the dependency hearing transcripts. I see you over there. I see you over there advertising for me. I just happened to look and there you are. Nice. Thank you. All right, let me get back to what I was reading. Let me just check on the court for a second. Now, court's not in session. They are still at lunch. So we are going to go back to the second lawsuit that Greg Anderson is bringing against Sally Smith, Johns Hopkins, Kathy Beatty. They've done it to somebody else, and Greg Anderson ain't letting them get away with it. No, sir. No, sir. Let's go to, we were at malicious prosecution, which I thought was very interesting. What do you mean no results found? Did I spell it wrong? It has to be there. Malicious. My search terms aren't working. All right, I guess I just have to page down. We were on count 2022, I think. There's a lot of counts in this website, folks. A lot of counts. Count 21, abusive process. We already read that. I think it was count 22. Count 22. Trophy Wife, thanks for the super chat, says, where are you located? My husband has a fire going in East Central Alabama, and Law and Crime stream comments were ugly towards Maya and family. I know they were. I'm in New York, and it's very cold. Very cold here. And I have to keep the fire going in the wood-burning stove because that's our heat for our house. We have a furnace that's gas-powered as well, but it is far less expensive to just use the wood-burning stove. So that's what we do. And I have to remember when I'm home alone that I am the one responsible for it. So I have to keep checking on it. But it should be good for a while now. I've got it on low. All right. Yeah, it's in the 30s today. It's not going to be fun trick-or-treating tonight. It's going to be cold. All right. Abusive process. No, I guess... No, I'm looking for malicious prosecution. There it is. There it is. Count 23. All right, if my computer goes down again, please remind me I was on count 23. There was an absence. Oh, this is great. Oh, God, I love this so much. Let me make sure I'm back. They're back. Court's back. Hold, please. Here it comes. We're going to fight about exhibits.
Reconsideration motion. I do believe that in light of Dr. Smith's testimony, the court will allow very limited testimony by the Kushners on the specific issue of what Sally Smith
holy shit
or said when she came in. We are not, however,
holy shit
going into everything else that the Kushners
holy shit
or may not have experienced because of it. So it's going to be
Holy shit.
a couple of questions, and then that's it.
Oh my God. Well, you know who the Kushners are because we were just reading their lawsuit. They get to come in and they get to say she was wearing a white coat.
Almost 2 years after.
So I will allow it, but
It will be targeted.
I don't know if this is you or Mr. Anderson or Miss Lawrence.
I don't know
witness.
until he tells me.
Oh my God.
It-
Oh my God.
It's got to be so very narrow.
Oh my God.
What's next? Are we
Your Honor,
exhibits?
for exhibits, yes, we would like to admit photographs, 3404, 1A. There's 3 of them that we're seeking to admit. They're recent social media postings. If you want to put those up.
Recent social media
This was
postings.
taken within I think within the last week, we can get it authenticated as to the exact date.
Well, what does this have
And
to
I
do
can
with
show
anything,
you-
Shapiro?
I don't know if there's an objection or not.
Yes, there's an objection.
How many are there?
There's 3.
Can we see them?
Sure. 3404 1A, 3404 2A.
Oh, because she went to homecoming? She's not supposed to go to homecoming?
6A.
What does a picture of her last week have to do with anything? What does this have to do with
This one would
anything?
be from Halloween.
I swear they just want to show scantily clad pictures of her to the jury. You know what they're trying to do? They're trying to say she doesn't have the modesty that she claims she had.
I'll make the proffer. These are extremely important to the defense. On direct examination of Maya Kowalski on October 13th, you need a copy of the transcript, John?
No.
On a direct examination of Maya Kowalski, she was asked about her aggravation of symptoms. And of course, in a medical malpractice trial where they're claiming aggravation, it's up to the plaintiff to be able to say, this is what her baseline was, and this is how she's doing now. This was the question she was asked. Well, they actually asked it about 8 different occasions. But here's one that's specific. Page 19. How does that affect your desire to want or go out and do things? Answer. It's hard because I'm a teenager, so I like to go out with my friends, but at the same time, I avoid a lot of things. And I've never told anyone about what happened to me until, now it's pretty public, but none of my friends knew. So they probably just thought it was weird. I was being dramatic, but in reality, I just have really bad PTSD. Page 20, question. And that probably makes you, if there's a decision to go out when you don't feel so hot physically, does it add to it? Answer, for sure, yes. Page 40, I want to talk about your loss of capacity to enjoy life. Let's talk about making friends. Let's talk about.
Yeah, she
making
never
new
said
friends.
she
How's
didn't
that
go out.
going?
She said she doesn't go
Have
out
you met
very
a guy you
often.
like? Answer, well, I recently made a new friend. He's understanding, but sometimes I'll really want to go out, but at the last minute I'll
Mr.
cancel.
Shapiro, I remember the testimony. I don't need you to read it. So
Why do you keep reading it?
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Why are you
I'll be
rereading
I'd
it?
be happy to read the case law. The case law is on all fours that in personal injury cases where the plaintiff is seeking intangible damages, the finder of fact is required to examine the quality of the plaintiff's life before and after the accident. It would take a great novelist like Tolstoy, Dickens, or Hemingway to use words to summarize the totality. If a photograph is worth 1,000 words, there's no better portrayal of what an individual's life was like than through photographs the individual has chosen to share through social media. And so these photographs are absolutely crucial to the defense of this case.
They're
Maya Kowalski
bullshit.
has come to trial and testified that as a result of what All Children's has done, that she doesn't go out, that she doesn't know if she
She
can go
said
to
she
college,
rarely
that
goes
she doesn't
out.
know if she can go back to her school, that her quality of life is now limited or destroyed. For the first time at this trial, we're hearing for the first time, she doesn't even know if she's going to go to college. We've been prohibited from putting a single photograph in front of this jury in 2023. And I can think of nothing more important than for the jury to see she's out like a teenager. She's at homecoming, she's at prom, she looks healthy. It's a totally different depiction than what's been going on in this court. I respectfully can't foresee a reason how this would not be not just relevant to rebut the claims that she's made in this court, but absolutely necessary for us to be able to tell the jury, this is the life of Maya Kowalski today. We did not aggravate a pre-existing condition.
Bullshit.
She's at a prom, She's out in heels.
Three
she's
occasions
has
being
friends.
out does
It's
not
a
mean she
complete
wasn't
contradiction
harmed.
to her testimony. I
Nope.
struggle to see how this wouldn't be relevant.
Your Honor, first, the case
The
cited
judge
there
looks so annoyed.
spoke of social media posts that the plaintiff has chosen to share. I'll point out first that these are not photos Maya Kowalski chose to share. Number two, the 3 photographs would be cumulative. We would suggest that 1 photograph may be probative. Number 3, there's a 403 issue, and it's in poor taste to put in number 1 and number 3. We think number 2 is the most appropriate. They can establish through number 2, if we go back to it, please, which is the photo reel of her and her current boyfriend, that she indeed went to homecoming 2023. And she appears to be having a good time.
Yep.
You can make that point through that photograph.
Yep.
They
You
do
don't
not
have to
need
put
one
the
of
other
her
ones
friends
in.
dressed up as fairies on Halloween.
Yeah,
or
that's
number 1
not appropriate.
either. They're not appropriate.
They're not.
So we object to the cumulativeness. We object to 403 based on number 1 and number 3, perhaps 404. That's our position.
Yeah. Let me get
I'll
this
give you
straight.
The first 2 photos, but you're not getting the 3rd photo on cumulative and 403 grounds.
Let me get this straight. So you ruined her childhood, and now you want to ruin her senior year of high school and adulthood? Dicks. Yep. He's going to let the 2 photos in, but not the Halloween one, which I really don't think they should have even put up on the
Gross.
screen.
Oh, yes.
Or whoever's doing exhibits.
Yes, I
Assholes.
think we're down to a couple here, Judge. Just on 3023, that's just needs redaction. We've agreed on what they are. I just need to have it done and show them tomorrow. On the one with the on 3192, the one with the letter, smarter people than I figured out how we should do that. So I think I was saying we'll make 1A, but instead what we've done, and we have it and we've marked it, is 3192, page 1 and page 2. That's the email with the letter. It's up, Your Honor.
Okay, 3192, 1 and 2. Any objection as it's presented here?
No, Your Honor.
Court receives 3192-1 and -2.
Okay. 30, can I ask a different question, Judge? Because we want to get this exhibit list ready, and there's only a couple more, and if necessary, we can do in the morning. But I really want to address.
Oh, I finally got
that we
over to
get
Rumble.
Right, the list and how it's going to be presented to the jury.
I see your rants, guys. I'll get there in a minute.
Can I hand the court? So this is Excel spreadsheets don't print out great, but this is an example of an Excel spreadsheet that we created for Exhibit 1001. And so you may recall, if you turn the page, Judge, that top page on page 2 is a little messed up. I think we'll fix that. But then you can see it goes to 1002, which is not broken out, right? So we're struggling with how do we give an index type thing for the jury for 1001. That's the 1,000 pages of all children's records. And so this is what we came up with. And I want to make sure that's what you were thinking. If not, we need to adjust.
I mean, to me, the interior pages, you probably should put it in the next column over. It might be easier, but.
I'm not quite following, Judge.
Okay, on Excel, you've got rows and columns.
Right.
So if right here is the main number.
Yes.
Then your sub number just the next.
In the same row. You're saying put the sub numbers in the same row.
Just put another column in there.
Before the description. Before the description.
Oh my God, he's got to school her on how to use Excel.
Well, you could do it before the description or in the same row.
This is so crazy.
When I say a different row, it's you've got the cells at the top A.
All right,
B, C,
I've got to
and
take
D.
a bathroom break
This
and check the
is
fire.
A, maybe the sub number should be in B.
Okay. And then the description in C.
In C.
Okay. Input.
Great.
Okay. Okay, I've gotten carte blanche. I like it. All right, so I understand. All right, so we will work on that. My goal, Judge, is to get that together and over to the other side. We may have some disagreements about language of the description, and I just don't know if we can get that done between now and tomorrow. So as long as we work over the weekend on the description, as long as the formatting was agreed to, that was the main thing.
The issue though is if I'm not seeing it, if the clerk's not seeing it for the first time until Monday, and we do closing arguments.
Okay.
On Monday, with jury deliberations beginning Tuesday morning, it doesn't give the clerk's office any time.
Understood. And so when we're putting this in Excel, the intent though that we would be printing these for the jury, for the clerk and for the jury.
Well, the intent was there would be something in paper and then a little thumb drive that they could search it electronically if they were so inclined.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you don't need all these graphics. Just exhibit number.
Yeah, I don't know why the graphics on there. I didn't request that.
I don't think you should have separate lists for joint and separate lists for defense and separate for plaintiff.
Okay.
Put them all, your exhibit numbers, just make them chronological and.
All right, so we don't have to identify whether it's a joint exhibit, a plaintiff's exhibit, or a defense exhibit, Judge? Just put it chronological? As far as exhibit, well, the exhibit numbers change depending on that. So the way we had it, again, just because we have a short time, I'll make sure I get this right. We have on the Excel 3 tabs, joint, plaintiff, defense, that they could click on to bring it up. But you're saying just one tab and just longer.
It's going to be a lot easier if it's in one sheet.
Okay.
I don't know the inner workings of the courthouse. Will the clerks be here on Thursday morning when we have our discussion on this?
Yes.
Might I suggest that if they give it to us tomorrow afternoon, we will work on it overnight and have it ready Thursday morning for the court to resolve any disagreements on language.
Yeah, they'll be here Thursday.
Okay. We'll do our best. All right.
Any other exhibits?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Let's
3,
just back
2,
in this prologue.
3, 2, 2, 6, 3 to 3 and 4. I feel like we did this one, but. Oh, so the purpose of this, Judge, is Maya Kowalski's description. We can take the photo out if you want, but it's can you make that larger, please, Clay? The words. So this was posted and is her description of her disease, and it's also her description of her time at Tampa General.
So you're asking, this is asking for money?
We can take out, we can take out the money part if you want. Let's see. I think she's asking for them to tag Megan Trainor. I don't see an ask for money. So I just missed it.
I have RSD and no money.
Oh, where's that?
So if anyone wants to, please visit the link in my bio and please donate.
Oh, we can take that out. We could start with it all started July 3rd when I had my asthma attack, Judge. It's her description.
What is it that we're trying to use here?
Well, I think there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of evidence regarding her stay at Tampa General Hospital. This is her description of what occurred at that hospital.
And what day is this from again?
Can you go back, Clay? Sorry. Can you make it smaller so we have the date? We'd have to probably tweet it. We'll have to find a judge, but it was same.
Was this prior to the October 2016?
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Relevance 403, cumulative. The jury's already aware that she likes Megan Trainor. There's a song and video of her dancing to Meghan Trainor. The jury's already aware through the medical records of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and those at Tampa General Hospital that she had a distinct hatred for that program. This adds nothing. It's cumulative of other evidence. It's not probative of anything. And the prejudice would be what they want to do, I believe, is the statement of freaking wrong. They want to establish, again, that Maya used profanity or close to profanity. Again, so what? What's that probative of?
That didn't even cross my mind, Judge, to be honest. I wish the plan would stop giving me.
I will say I probably have heard, I don't know how many witnesses where it seems like there's been a humongous emphasis on profanity.
That wasn't.
But I'm saying, because it, like yesterday, that witness from yesterday, the nurse, I mean, almost all of that with the exception of like one issue was stuff we've already heard of many times. And so I'm trying to see what this does.
Here's what this has to do with, Judge. This whole case is based on a 10-year-old girl's recollection of what happened to her in this hospital. No one else witnessed everything she talked about. The dad's testimony is based on what Maya told him. Everything is based on a 10-year-old girl's recollection 8 years later or whatever on what happened to her in that hospital. This is her recollection of what happened to her at Tampa General Hospital. And I think it's important that the jury see her perspective of what happened in Tampa General Hospital as well. Because the whole case is based on her recollection. Everything about Kathy Beatty is based on Maya's 10-year-old testimony about what happened. This is her recollection of how poorly she was treated at Tampa General Hospital. It goes to her state of mind. It goes to that issue. And I think that's why it's relevant. It had nothing to do with the fact that she used freaking. I didn't even notice that, to be honest.
Well, the problem is this case
And
that
when
we're
her
actually,
RSD started. Sorry.
is there any doubt that that July 2015 date is, I mean, is anyone disputing that? In this
Yes,
case?
there's also evidence already in from the mom saying it started earlier than that. It's my recollection that started in June. And they also are alleging that it started from a twisted ankle that happened quite some time ago. And they're saying that it was a slow build. It didn't start right away. There's evidence that yes, it did start right away. It's all over the map, Judge. And this is further evidence of that. But again,
how does that talk to us about medical malpractice that either did or did not happen in October of 2016 in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, which is not even in the same county? How does it talk to us about what happened in that hospital as far as battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress and false imprisonment? I don't see how this is anything other than cumulative.
because, Judge, this is Maya's own words, as opposed to her mother, as opposed to her dad. This is Maya's own words, and her description of what happened to her at Tampa General Hospital. It shows her state of mind. It shows what causes her to believe that that was the worst thing that ever happened to her.
And this is before the hospitalization at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yes, but it shows her perspective, because this whole case is based on that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cross. You've got this evidence in 14 different ways already.
All right, we'll proffer it, please.
What's next?
1 second, please.
He is here and ready to go.
Oh, okay, Judge, I think the other one that we have to talk about is the performance evaluations. That's gonna take a few minutes, I believe.
Okay.
So we don't need it for today. We don't need any of the others for today.
Well, after we let the jury go, let's see if there's any time to address any more exhibits, because we are desperately short of time.
We only have like two, I think, 2 or 3. And I would say, Judge, the clerk advised me that 3035 has already been admitted. That was admitted on October 20th.
The Moore's Children's Hospital records?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. Okay, please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And no media involvement. Is that correct? Correct. From the defense, who's next?
Defense calls Dr. Jenny Dolan.
All right, then. Ooh, I was listening to that the whole time. I was taking care of chickens and stoking the fire. Ooh, taking the dog out. That was awesome. So Ms. Carell was basically, I didn't hear who she was being denied hearing from, but she wanted to bring in more evidence that Maya swears like a sailor, and the judge was like, "You've already done this 14 different ways. No, we're done." Excellent. Did I go cut a tree down? No, but I did have to haul wood, which is why I'm out of breath. And I ran up and down a hill with the chickens to get them water and feed them. And then I took the dog out and I had to scream at him and so that he wouldn't eat the chickens. I swear. Oh, it was Maya's Instagram post. Why did she have swearing on it? Was there a swear word on a 17-year-old's Instagram post? Oh my, 17 and 10, much different things. Oh, do we need a thug judge? Is it time for thug judge since he denied that? That's fun. I didn't even hear plaintiff argue. I didn't even hear the plaintiff argue about it. It just sounds like the judge just did it.
I understand you're moving for a mistrial when you got additional time and you can call the same witnesses to address whatever issues. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor, because we don't. Okay.
Can we go to exhibits, please?
I like to give the judge credit when he deserves it. I see that this next witness coming to the stand is also using that Clairol box black with the long witchy hair. Is she from the 7th floor coven too? Oh, Lord.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
What's your name?
Good afternoon.
Oh, God, she's
Please
from
state your name
Transylvania.
for the jury, please.
I'm Jenny Dolan. I'm Dr. Dolan.
And what is your
Dr.
current
Dolan.
position?
I'm the chief of pediatric anesthesia at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Can you please provide the jury with the benefit of your education, training, and background from where you went to school, all the way through residency, fellowship, that type of thing?
I did medical school in Colombia. I went to a Jesuit private medical school. The name was Javeriana University. It was an 8-year medical program. After I finished with medical school, then I did my social service year at the same institution. I was the director of the laboratory of physiology, and I was a physiology instructor for the School of Medicine. During that same year, I also did a program in business administration. Then after I finished with my social service year, I moved to the US and I did my surgical internship at Jackson Memorial Hospital with the
Columbia
University of
School
Miami,
of Santeria.
followed by a 3-year residency program in anesthesia, again at the University of Miami. And then I did a pediatric anesthesia fellowship with the Jackson Memorial and Miami Children's, and with the University of
I
Miami.
can totally see her turning to Anderson.
And in the last 5 years, I obtained a master's in public health from the George Washington University in DC.
Can you tell the jury what your board certifications are?
I'm a board certified anesthesiologist, and I'm also a board certified pediatric anesthesiologist.
And do you contribute to any national organizations in your field of pediatric anesthesiology?
Yes, I am an active member at the national level. I am an active member of the Society of Pediatric Anesthesia. I am also a member of the Committee of Pediatrics in the Florida Society of Anesthesia, and I am a voting member of
she's wearing a cross.
Of an organization that is called
I think they were all coached to wear religious
which
items.
is the safety arm of the Society of Pediatric Anesthesia.
If
And
I
this
were the defense,
organization
I would do that.
is dedicated to provide and
I would make sure they all
enhance
came in
for
wearing
the betterment of
Catholic
the
gear.
pediatric patient under anesthesia care.
What about committees at All Children's Hospital where you're currently employed? Do you contribute to any committees and things of that nature?
I belong to multiple committees. I would say the few more important ones would be performance patient improvement program that's called PIPS. I work closely with surgeons in the same thing, improving the care of the surgical patient undergoing the pediatric general anesthesia. Then I'm the leading anesthesiologist in something that is called COSP, which is Comprehensive Unit-Based Safe Program. We use teamwork. We use the science of safety, and we identify opportunities for improvement. So I am heavily involved in safety and quality, and I'm also a member of the Controlled Substance Committee, where we monitor the use of controlled substance throughout the institution, and we make sure that we follow the regulations.
Dr. Dolan, have you contributed to the literature in your field of pediatric anesthesiology? And you don't have to list every publication, but if you could tell the jury a little bit about your contribution to the scholarship in your field.
I have two publications in paint. One of them is a randomized control study, which what it means is that it is important, it's good, you know, the basis of the research is good. And my last two publications, one is where we use the theory of change and visual analytics and data to improve the management of controlled substances in the perioperative area. And then my last publication, it was on June and this summer, and it's in the main journal of pediatric anesthesia, and it is about cardiovascular arrest in the pediatric population.
Dr. Dolan, are you familiar with the use of ketamine in pediatric patients?
I'm very familiar with ketamine. Ketamine is a drug that we use frequently. It's part of our education. In general, again, it's something that we are very familiar with it.
In your experience, ketamine used for the treatment of pediatric CRPS?
It's not the first line of treatment. In general, you try to use other therapeutic measures that don't involve medication. The standard of care of CRPS in the pediatric population.
All right. They're going to approach. You guys are killing me in the chat. It's so funny. How many children have you eaten, Dr. Dolan? We get to the... And did you ever work as a phlebotomist? Her lipstick does look like blood. It does. It is exactly the color of blood, with that black hair. I don't know why they all have that Miss Clairol black box hair color, but they do. The 7th floor really enjoys the black box hair color. And I say I don't know why, but that's not really true, is it? I'm pretending I don't know why, but we know why. Oh, you know what was funny? So I was watching Rob's recap last night on Law and Lumber, and he saw the same thing in the picture that I did. He got really disturbed by the black scrubs. And somebody on Twitter actually sent me a picture of J Hatch Children's Hospital staff wearing black scrubs, full on black scrubs. I've never seen anything like that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm admitting that, okay, they wear black scrubs there, but I find it really weird. I find it really weird that at a
Dr.
children's
Dolan,
hospital you
in
wear
your
black
experience as
scrubs.
a pediatric
You dye your hair
anesthesiologist,
black?
what are the treatment modalities that you're familiar
Strange.
with for the treatment of pediatric CRPS?
Physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy.
Have you ever, in your experience, have you seen high dose anesthetic dose ketamine used for the treatment of pediatric CRPS?
Never in my almost 20 years of pediatric experience.
Was there a time that you came to render care and treatment to Maya Kowalski at All Children's Hospital on October 7th of 2016?
Yes.
Who on your pain team at All Children's Hospital first encountered Maya Kowalski on October 7th of 2016?
From my pain team, that will be my nurse practitioner, Kay Rhodes.
So Nurse Rhodes was the first person to talk to the family and see Maya?
Correct.
And that was on October 7th?
Correct.
After your nurse practitioner met with Maya and her family, can you describe your initial investigation into Maya's care before you actually saw Maya?
Yes, my nurse practitioner had spoken with the family, and then
Wait. Sherry says the jury questions yesterday asked about the black robe looking scrubs. Are you serious? How did I miss that? Who did they question about that? Who did they ask? How did I miss that? Will someone please tell me or give me a timestamp from yesterday on that? Because did I miss it? Was I in the bathroom or something? I like whoever, I can't see it now, but I like whoever said they buy up all the box hair dye, wanted to buy one, get one, and hand it out to the 7th floor.
she also had a conversation over the phone with the pain doctor that was taking care of them. She showed me the information, and it was my understanding that.
Sustained.
At any point, did you come to know the doses that Dr. Hanna had administered to Maya Kowalski the day before she came to All Children's Hospital on October 7, 2016?
Yes.
She can answer that.
Yes, I myself called Dr. Hanna.
And what was your understanding of the doses that Dr. Hanna was providing to Maya Kowalski the day prior to her arrival at Johns Hopkins?
My understanding was that he was giving 1,250 milligrams of ketamine. He gave 4 milligrams of Versed, 1,750 milligrams of magnesium sulfate, and he said that he gave them over 4 hours. And it was my understanding that he no longer felt safe or comfortable and that the treatment had failed. And that's why he was sending her to us.
And we'll get to your documentation from October 7th later, but did you enter into your note on October 7th what you just testified to the jury about Dr. Hanna's dosing?
Correct.
Did you do any other investigation into Maya's case after talking with Dr. Hanna before you saw Maya on October 7th?
Yeah, the first thing, when I saw when my nurse practitioner spoke to me, I thought that she made a mistake. Then after I spoke with him, I was very alarmed by the doses. Those are lethal toxic doses, what she was getting. And I was very concerned, but at the same time, I questioned myself. I said, well, maybe this is something that I just don't know. Maybe this is something in the adult pain world. So I called one of my colleagues from residency. Then I also called, and he's an adult pain doctor. Then I also called Dr. Richard Elliott, who is a pediatric anesthesiologist and pain management doctor. And I confirmed my beliefs that those doses, that my concerns were real, And after I spoke with them, then I did my own literature search.
And after this investigation, did you arrive at a conclusion about the propriety of the doses that Dr. Hanna was administering the day before?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you have some concerns about the doses that Dr. Hanna was using?
Absolutely.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
Why don't we segue now, move over towards your first encounter with Maya Kowalski and her family on October 7th. Do you have an independent recollection of that initial encounter?
Yes, I went to the room. The first time I saw Maya awake, she was very pale, thin, agitated. She had big dark circles around her eyes. She was in the middle of the bed with her mom by her
I have
side.
dark circles.
She was trembling. She was screaming.
Adam,
She
since I was a
was
little one.
angry. She was crying. She was unconsolable. Sometimes she was like in a rage. It was like a very dramatic scene, you know.
What?
Then
what? Yes, this is Fat Clark Kent doing the direct. by
the
the way.
communication with the family was difficult during that time.
At this point, I'd like to pull up part of your note from October 7th and highlight one portion of it for the jury. This can be found at Joint Exhibit 1001-51, Clay. And we're going to be highlighting, it's in the first third of the page. We're going to highlight the history of present illness, pain assessment, all the way down to medication request. And Dr. Dolan, if you could please read that. I have a couple of follow-ups for you. Okay.
The whole thing?
Yeah, please just take a moment to read it.
to yourself.
Read it to yourself while the
Okay.
jury reads it, and I'll follow up.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sleeping during the interview with parents per RN, she actually fell asleep prior to Precedix infusion. Prior to this, Maya was reported screaming and flailing about in severe pain and was out of control. She received a total of 100 milligrams ketamine, 1,400 milligrams magnesium sulfate, and 4.8 milligrams Versed in EC. Also of note, spoke with Dr. Hannah yesterday. She received 1,250 milligrams ketamine, 50 milligrams lidocaine, 1,750 milligrams magnesium sulfate, 4 milligram Versed infusion over 4 hours. That did not break her pain cycle. She's been receiving monthly ketamine,
in
large
addition to-
doses, infusions. Dr. Hannah, outpatient pain physician, admits she has required higher and higher doses. Mom was very assertive and insisting on ketamine infusion, asking for higher dose than we initially discussed. Per history, she was placed in a coma in Mexico to help break pain cycles. She also reportedly asked to have Maya put in a coma here. She had many requests, even asking Dr. Dolan to put in an intrathecal catheter, and gave specific medication requests.
Maya Kowalski's treatment with Dr. Hannah, did you also come to learn a little bit more about her past medical treatments with ketamine? And if so, please tell the jury what those were.
Yes, I was told that that she was taken for a ketamine coma to Mexico twice.
Had you ever heard of a ketamine coma prior to October 7th of 2016?
No, never.
Was there another medication request that the mother made on October 7th of 2016 for you to consider?
She asked me to put a caudal catheter, and she also asked me for an intrathecal clonidine infusion. An intrathecal clonidine pump.
Can you describe that for the jury, what an intrathecal clonidine pump is, where it goes, what it does, that type of
So
thing?
an intrathecal pump is a
So
little
funny.
device, but that device has a catheter that it is placed surgically into the space surrounding the central nervous system. The brain and the spine are part of the nervous system. And the brain and the spine is surrounded by a fluid that is called the CSF, the cerebrospinal fluid. And that catheter goes, the idea is that it goes into that fluid. And then that little pump, it will infuse that medication or whatever medication you decide to give. Those are more or less the basis of the procedure. It's an invasive procedure in the CSF. It has important risk, meningitis, severe infection, migration of the catheter, obstruction of the CSF. That CSF is constantly flowing around your brain and your spine, and those devices can obstruct the flow. The other thing that it could also happen is that the pump malfunctions, and it can give an overdose of the drug, or that it can create, because it's a foreign body that is not supposed to be there, Also, the body tries to reject it, and it can produce something that is called a granuloma.
Well, if it's so bad, why
which
do you
can
use them
also
then?
obstruct the flow of the CSF.
The intrathecal pump is something that is,
Did at any point you
hospitals
advise
use.
Mrs. Kowalski about what you thought about the intrathecal clonidine pump she was requesting?
Yes, I told her that that we didn't recommend it and that we didn't do that at our institution. And if she wanted to have that done, she would have to look for another place.
Were you willing to help her find another institution that perhaps would place an intrathecal clonidine pump?
Yeah. Yes.
So my understanding is you came up with a treatment plan, both in the short term to deal with Maya's acute pain and both a long term to deal with her pain problem. Why don't you tell the jury what type of treatment plan you came up for to treat the acute pain issue Maya was experiencing on October 7th?
So
bleeding, compound, sustained.
Did you have a short-term plan to treat Maya's acute pain on October 7th? And if so, please tell the jury.
So we had an acute situation. She came very agitated. She came with severe generalized pain. She hasn't eaten or drinking for more than 5 days.
She didn't have pain.
She
didn't believe she was in
was
pain, though.
Demonstrating signs of withdrawal also and toxicity. So we needed to treat those three things: the pain, then the agitation, and then the toxicity and the withdrawal. And also we needed to stabilize her.
So what did you choose to do for the acute pain?
So do we think she will no longer understand English?
We had a
when
discussion
class
with
happens?
the
Yes, we
parents
do.
and also with the PQ
Yes, we
team, and we came out together with a plan.
And why don't you describe for the jury what that plan consisted
So the
of?
plan was to treat her pain. So I
Pain we
used
didn't believe.
an infusion of ketamine at a lower dosage.
Pain we didn't think she had. We were going to treat
Normal
that
therapeutic
first.
ranges.
The mythical
So
pain.
I planned to start with that. With
Started
that,
with
the logic
mythical
was
pain
that
treatment.
I was treating the pain, and I was
The fake
also
was treating that fake pain,
helping with the withdrawal symptoms, and I was weaning her medication. Then the other medication that I added, it is called propofol, which is a pure sedative anesthetic medication that was purely for the agitation. And the plan was to just have it for the initial time, like for 4 hours. And then I added another medication that is called Precedex, which is also an analgesic. So it helps with the pain, but this is a medication that we heavily rely to treat symptoms of withdrawal. It treats the agitation and helps us with the withdrawal symptoms.
Did you also formulate a plan to treat Maya's pain issues on a longer term basis once you got the immediate pain under control?
So I also informed the parents that the standard of care in the pediatric population.
Sustained.
Can you just tell the jury what long-term plan you came up with without reference to any standard of care issues?
So the treatment for pediatric anesthesia for CRPS in the pediatric.
Sustained.
Can you just tell them what you decided to do in terms of a plan for Maya Kowalski's long-term pain treatment?
After she will come out of the unit, the plan was for physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy.
And why was it that you chose that plan of action for Maya's pain disorder?
Objection. Sustained.
The Shopkins can treat the agitation. Clearly.
Did
All you have to
Mrs.
do is give her some
Kowalski
more
respond
Shopkins.
at all to your recommendation for psychiatric involvement?
No, she actually got really upset. Both of them got very upset. She at some point they used foul language, but she also said, "We are not crazy. We don't need that." I said, "It's not that I believe that you are crazy. it is that you are living with the burden of a chronic condition, and you and your family need the
What chronic
coping
condition would that
mechanism
be?
to help with this process.
Now, what was your understanding of Maya Kowalski's diagnosis when she came in to Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital as determined by outside physicians?
That she had
I gotta make myself some lunch.
CRPS.
I'm starving.
She was diagnosed by an outside physician with CRPS. We took it as the truth, and we started managing it.
So when you began your management of Maya Kowalski, you did so with the belief that she had CRPS.
Correct. We accepted the outside facility, the outside doctor diagnosis.
And after October 7th, did you have an opportunity to provide care and treatment for Maya Kowalski a few days later?
Yes, I took care of her again on Sunday.
Okay. And that would have been October 9th.
Correct.
What do you remember about that interaction with Maya Kowalski and her family?
Objection, calls for narrative.
Do you have an independent recollection of your care and treatment of Maya Kowalski on October 9th?
She was doing better. She was calmer. I was able to talk to her. I was able to perform an examination. I felt that she was doing better.
What do you mean when you say she was doing better?
She wasn't agitated. She wasn't restless. She didn't have the palpitations. Like at the beginning, the first day, she was saying, "I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm dying." On Sunday, it was completely different. My nurse practitioner and me, we were able to have the chat that you can have with a 10-year-old.
Now, as of Sunday, October 9th, was Maya Kowalski still receiving infusions of some medications at that point?
Yes.
And which medications was she receiving as of Sunday the 9th?
Well, propofol was only for the first 4 hours, but we were still on ketamine and Procedural.
On October 9th, did you come up with a weaning plan for Maya Kowalski?
Yeah, actually, the weaning plan we came out with the weaning plan from the very beginning, from October the 7th.
How do you describe to the jury what a weaning plan is and why you did it here for Maya Kowalski?
A weaning plan is to progressively start going down on the medications that the patient is receiving. Why? Because these medications that generate tolerance or that can generate dependence, those medications, if you stop them suddenly, then the patient can have a reaction because their body has gotten used to get those particular medications.
Okay. I'd like to show you a snippet of your note from October 9 of 2016. Can be found at Joint Exhibit 1001-630. Please, Clay. And we're going to look right here at the middle of the page. There's a paragraph kind of smack dab in the middle, and we're looking at the very last sentence that starts with, "We plan to start weaning IV." If you would please highlight that so the jury can read. Dr. Dolan, do you see the portion that's being highlighted here in your note?
Yes.
Is this line here a fair and accurate representation of the weaning schedule you were just discussing for the jury?
Correct.
And what was Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski's agreement regarding the weaning schedule that was in place?
The weaning agreement, actually that conversation was done in PICU, in the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. Mr. Kowalski was present, but Mrs. Kowalski was over the phone.
And both parents agreed to this weaning plan?
Correct.
At a certain point on October 9th, did you have an opportunity to learn about Maya Kowalski's eating prior to her arrival at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I knew that she had not eaten or drinking anything for at least 5 days.
And I'd like to show you a nursing note from October 9th that touches on that topic. And is it my understanding that you regularly rely on nursing notes when you're providing care?
Yes.
Okay. Clay, can you please put up Joint Exhibit 1001-2718, please? And I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom third of this. It is a text note from October 9, 2016 by a nurse, Christina Noblet, at 0600, at 6 in the morning. Can you highlight where it
Noblet.
starts? Patient also stated in the room.
Christina
146,
Noblet.
yes. Based on your review of this note, what was Maya's eating history prior to her arrival at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation. Overruled.
I knew that she wasn't eating. I knew that she wasn't drinking. I knew that she had severe abdominal pain. And if you ask me about what I remember from that day, I remember being sitting at the nurse station in PQ, and I saw the nurse that was taking care of her. She was all excited, and she said, "Oh, Maya wants to eat a donut," and she was all happy.
Why don't we move on to the end of your note here? At the very end, you have an anesthesiologist note. We can find that at 633, Clay. And based on your review of this note from October 9th, did Maya seem more comfortable on the 9th than she did when you saw her back on the 7th?
Definitely.
And is that something you put in your note?
Yes.
Did her appetite seem to have improved on October 9th versus when she came in on October 7th?
Well, she said she wanted to eat. At the end, she didn't, but I know she wanted.
And I see here at the bottom of your note, tomorrow we will start weaning the infusions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that a reference to the weaning schedule you were talking about with the jury a little earlier?
Correct.
And I also see a reference here about facilitating a transfer to Nemours Children's Hospital, Orlando. Do you recall anything about the transfer of Maya Kowalski to Orlando?
Yes. I know the mom was interested on going to Orlando because they had a CRPS program, and at that point in time, if you see, I said I also provided the family a list of institutions with more resources for her type of condition. We didn't have the amount of, we didn't have the resources to provide the amount of physical therapy that she needed. And we didn't have the resources also to provide the psychological support. We didn't have a psychology dedicated for chronic pain. We did have a psychologist, but she had a full outpatient clinic. So that's why I told them I agree with transferring to Nemours.
Now, as of October 9th, had you stopped the propofol administration?
Yes, the propofol was only for 4 hours, the initial 4 hours.
So that didn't continue past October 7th?
No.
Did you advise the family about whether you were going to escalate medications further or begin to taper them down?
Objection leading.
What do you recall telling the Kowalskis about whether medication would continue to be escalated?
Well, I remember being called multiple times because the family wanted me to keep on going up on the drugs. And actually during Saturday, when I was available by phone, but I was not present in the hospital, one of the other pediatric anesthesiologists called me. Annie.
Yeah, you can't talk about what anybody told
you.
During this October 9th visit with Maya Kowalski, did you have a chance to observe her physically?
Yes.
Did you notice any dystonia?
No.
Did you see any findings that were inconsistent with allodynia?
Hard to say at that moment because I really didn't press on it because of how agitated she was, so I didn't want it to precipitate anything.
Now, my understanding is after October 9th, the next time you encountered Maya Kowalski would have been November 1st of 2016. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during that period of time from October 9th to November 1st, were there other members of Johns Hopkins pain team that were tending to Maya, even if you weren't?
Yes.
And who were some of the individuals that were involved with helping to treat Maya's pain in that roughly month period of time?
I know for sure Dr. Richard Elliott, but we were, at that point, we were 5 of us that did pediatric pain. So any of the others, one of the pediatric doctors was on maternity leave, so we were 4.
Now, I got a little ahead of myself. I jumped forward to November 1st, but I meant to ask you about the use of a medication called Haldol. Do you recall back around October 12 and October 13, the pain service administering Haldol to Maya Kowalski on 3 different occasions?
Yes. Haldol is a medication that is widely used in the intensive care settings, and we use it specifically for agitation, and is indicated for the treatment of toxicity or withdrawal symptoms of ketamine, alcohol, PCP, amphetamines. So that was the indication, but she only got 3 doses in a 48 hours period, and we discontinued the medication once we didn't need it anymore. And again, it was like a bridge between, we are weaning her, you don't need to give more of the same medication, you are trying to wean the patient. So then we use that as a anxiolytic.
So at the point that Haldol was given, the wean had been completed?
We had finished with, I'm sure, ketamine. Yes.
And so why did the pain team decide at this point Haldol was a good option for about a 48-hour period?
Well, the example I want to, the example so that you can understand me is like if you are coming out of, let's say that you are an alcoholic and you're coming out of a detox.
So you said that the Haldol was used as a bridge. What did you mean by that?
Well, we are weaning her from all these medications. When you are weaning a patient from medications, they can show symptoms of.
All right, I just have to say, this microwave kettle popcorn is really freaking good. I don't know where Mr. Fox got it. It's brand name Jolly Time, the official snack of happiness. And I gotta tell you, I'm feeling pretty happy with this kettle corn popcorn. And I've got my apples and the caramel that I made yesterday for dipping. I mean, this is a real Halloween snack. This is my lunch for today. Caramel apples and kettle corn. Tastes like New York in the fall. So good. The perfect snack for this trial, popcorn. Yep, I'm into it. All right. The fact that she said that thing about, let's say you're an alcoholic, she's describing Maya as an alcoholic or making an equivalency to an alcoholic. Wrong.
Yeah, approach for further question.
We're going back. We're not done. I have to crunch in your ear again. This is really good, though. This is really good popcorn. I wasn't making this to be funny. I just thought it looked really good. And it is good. Um. mm, Sorry, I'm chewing in your ear, but I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day, and it's like 3 o'clock. I don't know what they're arguing about, but Whitney doesn't look happy. Nope, he's shaking his head. He doesn't like it.
Dolan, I would like to show you right now what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 1001, 1306, 1343, and 1345. And while we're pulling that up, I'll represent to you this is a medication administration record. The first one is from October 12 of 2016. Can you please highlight the entry that says Haldol, please, Clay? Dr. Dolan, based on your review of this record here, can you please give me the date and time that Haldol IV was administered to Maya Kowalski on October 12th?
At 2:46 p.m., 1 milligram of Haldol for agitation.
Okay. Now, moving to 1343, I'd like to show you another IV Haldol administration on October 12, 2016. And you can see this at the very, very bottom. It's the last portion of this medication administration. Dr. Dolan, based on your review of this medication administration record, what was the second time that Haldol was administered to Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins?
At 8:35 p.m.
And that was on October 12th?
October 12, 1 milligram.
And then we'll go to the third time, which can be found at 1345. This will be at the very top. So please highlight that, Clay. And this again is Haldol IV. What was the date and time, Dr. Dolan, that Haldol was administered for the third time?
4 a.m., October 13, 1 milligram.
Oh my God, they gave it to her 3 times.
Based on your review of the All Children's Hospital medical records, did you locate any other administrations of Haldol in the All Children's Hospital chart other than the 3 we just went through?
No.
Now, I told you that we were going to get to the November 1st visit, so we're there now. This was now your third visit with Maya Kowalski. What do you recall, if anything, about your third visit with Maya on November 1st?
Objection narrative.
Do you have a recollection of your November 1st visit with Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
Objection narrative.
How did Maya appear on November 1st of 2016?
She was sad. She was missing her family.
Did you take any steps to try to help her out because she was feeling down?
Yeah, we
that day?
drugged her.
Yes. I asked her,
We drugged her.
how could I help her? What can I do to help you? How can I make it better? And she said that she wanted to interact with kids of her age. So I immediately called Child Life, and I asked them to please use young volunteers because to interact with Maya. And I also told them to step up their game and to involve her in everything and all kind of activities. Whatever activities they could involve her, I asked them to please have Maya on it.
How did Maya's functionality appear to you on November 1st as compared to when you first saw her approximately a month before?
She was a different child. Even though she was sad, she was able to participate in conversation. Her vital signs were normal. She didn't seem to be in any distress.
And my understanding is you had another visit with Maya Kowalski the next day on November 2nd of 2016. Is that correct?
Correct.
At this point, did you come to learn that she was participating more in child life services at this point?
Correct.
Now, as of this date, Dr. Dolan, and I think you touched on this earlier, did Johns Hopkins have a comprehensive inpatient multidisciplinary team to treat CRPS?
We didn't at that time.
And at this point, what was Maya's therapy for her pain disorder consisting of as of November 2nd of 2016?
Can you show me the notes?
Yeah, sure. Clay, if you could put up 1001, 527, 528. Well, is there a particular page? Do you want to see the addenda at the end? Or it's about a 5-page note. So actually, Clay, put up 533, please.
So the active they are there. The page before, please. Oh no, they're there too.
Okay.
So she was getting pregabalin, she was getting acetaminophen, and she had tramadol. Those are pain medications.
Was she receiving any therapies at Johns Hopkins outside of pharmacological therapy?
Yes, she was receiving physical therapy, occupational therapy, and psychological support.
A whole 3 hours of physical
How did Maya
therapy.
seem on November 2nd as compared to
Maybe 5.
November 1st, based on your recollection?
I thought she was doing well. She was engaged. She was participating.
And you had another visit with Maya Kowalski, I believe, on November 4. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you continue to believe that she was making progress as of November 4th?
Correct.
Okay. And your next note was November 15 of 2016, if I'm correct. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how did Maya seem on November 15th as compared to back in November 2nd?
That day she was solemn, like upset. I remember trying to talk to her like I was doing the previous day, and that day she said that she didn't want to talk to me. That her lawyer said that we were all liars and we were lying to her. I was not giving her the right treatment.
Yeah,
that I wasn't
he was
giving
right.
her the RDS treatment or the
Lawyer was based.
IVG
Based lawyer.
infusions. I remember that.
Did you ever lie to Maya Kowalski?
No, sir.
Were you providing at that point what you believed to be the proper therapy for Maya's pain condition?
Yes.
And if I'm correct here, your last note for Maya Kowalski would have been on November 29 of 2016?
Yes.
And I see in your note that you make a reference to the importance of parents participating in any chronic pain program. Do you remember putting that in your note?
Yes.
Why is it important to have the parental participation when trying to address chronic pain in a pediatric patient?
This is standard care. It's the same.
Based on your care of Maya Kowalski, why did you believe that parental participation in a chronic pain program would be important for Maya?
Same objection. Sustained.
I'd like to go back in time now to Dr. Hana's care and treatment of the patient. At any point, did you testified earlier you came to learn, you had an understanding about what Dr. Hana was doing at his clinic, right?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to review Dr. Hana's clinic records after you were done caring for Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
What did you come to learn about his infusions on October 6th of 2016 when you reviewed his records?
Objection. May we approach? Yes, please.
All right, Rumble. Examoon, you sent me some Rumble rants. Let's go over them. Examoon TV says, get a desktop pre-built from Starforge Systems. They have a something logo and they have a Halloween sale. Cool. Thank you for the link. Also said Starforge Systems has a payment solution so you can pay for a new computer over time. Also says children's hospitals near me have scrubs with flower patterns on it for female and comic book characters for male employees. Black scrubs aren't allowed, not even in the adult patient areas. It's just one more area where JHatch isn't doing its job and monitoring what its employees are doing. They don't subscribe to normal standards of care, obviously, because in children's wards, you would never see nurses in black.
Familiar with the Johns Hopkins All Children's clinical policy on ketamine infusion?
Nope, we're approaching again. Whitney is not letting him get away with whatever this is. Something about ketamine infusions. Fat Clark Kent. You know what would be funny? Is if you guys played with the AI software and asked it to create a photograph of Fat Clark Kent. Just put that in there, a Fat Clark Kent. And see what comes up. Locals peeps, can you do that for me? Can you go get me an AI rendition of Fat Clark Kent? Because I bet that'll be absolutely hilarious. Somebody in locals, Nick Like the Soup is doing AI cartoons right now of the J Hatch staff. And it's freaking hilarious. The only thing you got to change on this, though, you have to make sure they all have black hair and they're wearing black scrubs. That's what you got wrong. They should look like witches. So tell the AI to do it again. Tell the AI that they got it wrong. But I really want to see an AI version of Fat Clark Kent. That's going to be funny.
So Dr. Dolan, in your experience, is death from pulmonary embolus slow?
Sudden and quick.
Three in a row. Oh, yeah. Fat Clark Kent has to also be short. Oh, turn off this white noise. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on. All right, I'll turn it off. Because law and crime is not paying attention. Wow, 3 sidebars in a row. Whitney is fighting hard. I don't know what he's fighting about. I wasn't paying attention. Here he comes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr.
Oh, he didn't get that question out. Whitney prevented him from doing it. All right, it's Whitney's turn. Here we go. Get your popcorn out. I've already got mine. I'm almost finished, unfortunately.
I'm going to probably half an hour. I know I'm limited on time, but I don't know if we want to take a break now or continue. Are you all good to go for half an hour plus whatever additional questions will come up?
Yeah.
Mr. Whitney is readying the podium. He's bringing up binders of information where he is set to expose all of J. Hatch's lies. Binders of lies. You're seeing binders of lies set out on the podium. The witness is getting concerned, feeling a little anxiety. Heart rate is starting to increase. Adjusting the glasses, which may or may not be fake, but are definitely purple.
Did I hear you testify that
And here we go.
Maya did not receive propofol after October 7th?
Not to my recollection.
Will we please put up 1001-1294? You see the top entry there, propofol on October 8th?
Yes.
Please put up 1001-1307.
Can I explain?
No. There's no pending question.
She's allowed to explain.
You have, reiterate, the question was not perceived, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you.
The defense
October
tried to object
13th,
with no
propofol.
question. The Dick defense
For
is at it
anesthesia
again.
care.
Propofol. On
For,
the 13th,
for anesthesia care.
6 days after
So
the
she had a
7th.
procedure,
6 days after the 7th.
but she had a procedure.
Did you testify that she did not receive propofol after October 7th?
Not to my recollection.
Your recollection was incorrect.
You gotta let me explain.
Was your recollection incorrect?
The propofol that she received was not part of the weaning. This is a second encounter where the patient was undergoing general anesthesia. So it was no part of the weaning treatment.
You didn't testify to that detail in your direct, did you? 1001, 1309.
No, she didn't. Whitney, 1. Witness, 0.
Propofol on the 14th.
That's again for anesthesia event.
So you testified.
That's my nurse anesthetist.
Okay. You testified she received it on one day, but she received it on 4 days.
For different purposes.
Now, Dr. Dolan, you're not just any other physician, right? In terms of Johns Hopkins and your roles there. You have been the corporate representative in this courtroom multiple days, have you not?
Correct.
So what you say binds Johns Hopkins. Are you aware of that?
I don't know what you are trying to imply.
All right. What you say is the position of Johns Hopkins as the corporate representative. How many days have you attended trial here as the corporate representative?
Whitney,
I'm
going
not
for
sure,
the crowd.
like 4.
What testimony have you heard?
And the lawyers are going to the bench again. Sounds like Whitney is trying to get the jury to understand that this person is a representative, a legal representative for the hospital, because she has been allowed to sit in court and witness other testimony. For some reason, this is not being allowed in by the defense, but I think it is pretty interesting that she's been allowed, that they can also testify and sit and listen to other witnesses. If you have noticed, J. Hatch has appointed several people to be their representatives in court, and all of them have testified, including this woman, Dr. Peppa Smith, or whatever the hell her name is, Peppa Sanchez, and the other one with the curly hair, the one who didn't really look like a witch. I can't remember her name.
Which witness's testimony have you observed?
Ooh, he's getting to ask it.
I observed.
Defense was overruled.
Dr. Cantu. I observed last Friday. I observed the neuropsychologist from Tampa. I don't know her name. I observed the deposition of Dr. Hannah, the video. I observed Dr. Kilpatrick testimony. Those are the main ones I remember.
Were you here when your colleague, Dr. Richard Elliott, testified?
No.
Have you discussed his testimony with him?
No.
Now, in addition to being the corporate representative on several days, you're also not just any other physician because you serve on hospital committees. I heard you testify to that in your direct, but you left an important one out. As of 2016, you were on the medical executive committee of the hospital, were you not?
It's possible, but I don't remember exactly.
You don't remember if you were on the medical executive committee in
I
2016?
know I was a
Witnesses
member
on
of
so
the
many
medical
committees.
executive committee.
She
I
can't
don't
remember.
if it was in 2016.
Please put up 2142-001. All right, I'm going to read off names. If you, Mr. Reyes, please highlight as I go. Joseph Perno, first one. Anthony Napolitano, fourth.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. Please.
And they're approaching the bench again, possibly. Yep. I'm assuming that her name is on this list. And if we get there, it's going to be Whitney 2, witness 0. But I don't know. I mean, she's on so many committees, she can't remember. She can't remember how many committees she was on. It does not appear that she was on the itty bitty titty committee, but we're not sure. There are too many committees. We don't know how many committees or which committees, and neither does she.
Dr. Jenny Dolan is about 4 down from Napolitano. Dr. Michelle Smith. Were you here for Dr. Michelle Smith's testimony?
No.
Dr. Suzanne Jackman.
No.
You're aware that she treated her on Maya's previous hospitalizations at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I think so, yes.
Diana Young.
I wasn't aware.
Mark Cabot.
Yes.
Look at all the committees.
Slow down a bit, please.
So many committees. What do the committees
Anthony
do?
Kreisman.
Yes.
Ex officio
purpose?
members, Dr. Dipti Amin.
Yes.
Is Dr. Amin with us today
Correct.
as the corporate representative?
Yes.
Jonathan Ellen, the president, served on that committee with you. And Mark Stroud, the chairman of the board. Does this refresh your recollection that you were on the medical executive committee as of 2016?
I knew I was part of the medical executive committee, but that committee got dissolved and I didn't know in which year. So that's why I said, I don't remember if it's 2016.
Now, were you here for either Dr. Perno's or Dr. Napolitano's depositions when those
Oh
were
boy.
for the jury?
No.
Yourself, Dr. Michelle Smith, Dr. Diane Young, Dr. Mark Cabot, and Dr. Amin. 5 of you were on the team during Maya's 3-month hospitalization, were you not?
Props to the cameraman for getting the close-up
Yes.
of the
And
other committee
two
member in
that
the
I didn't
room.
mention there, Dr. Jackman and Dr. Kreisman had seen Maya on multiple previous occasions before this October admission, right?
Yes.
How many times had Maya been an inpatient at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in 2015 and 2016 before October 7th?
I don't have that. I don't know exactly how many times.
You weren't aware that she was an inpatient on 4 previous occasions?
I knew she was an inpatient at least once. I didn't know specifically how many times.
And you were aware, you weren't, or you were aware that she had been there on an outpatient basis 16 previous times?
Objection foundation?
No.
You, Dr. Dolan, saw her for the first time on October 7th, right?
I think so.
All right, just for a moment, if you could put up trial exhibit 2143-001.
All right, folks, StreamYard is not allowing me to put your comments up on the screen again. I'll be right back. Just going to refresh. Just going to refresh. Be right back. And we're back, and I'm glad that that's the comment that got left up. How do I apply for a titty committee? You know, I don't know, but JHatch has so many committees that you could probably find several of them there. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just saying. There's a lot of committees there. Just a lot. Thank you, Isabel, for this super sticker. I appreciate that. All right, let's get back over to the trial.
The 2017 Medical Executive Committee. Were you still on it, Dr. Dolan?
Yes.
So you testified a few minutes ago that your memory was foggy because it had dissolved, but it hadn't dissolved by 2016 or 2017. Had the Medical Executive Committee dissolved in 2017?
Based on this paper, not yet.
So during Maya's hospitalization, you served both years on the Medical Executive Committee. If we could put up Joint Exhibit 1079-0028, please. I'll represent to you, Dr. Dolan, this is the All Children's Hospital Medical Staff Bylaws. And on the page I've got in front of you here, we're discussing the duties and scope of the Medical Executive Committee. If we go down further to 7.1-2, please. Let's talk about the responsibilities of the Medical Executive Committee. C includes providing a liaison between the medical staff and the CEO of the hospital, right?
I think I know the relevance.
Yes.
You agree that's the function, one of the functions of the medical
Pretty sure I know where he's going with this.
Correct.
And D, make recommendations to the CEO and board on hospital management, correct?
Correct.
And
He's proving that she had direct access to the guy at the top.
during Maya's hospitalization, 5 physicians who served on the medical executive committee were part of her team.
Objection outside the scope of direct. Overruled.
Overruled.
Right.
Correct.
I'm going to show you a number of records over the next 15 or 20 minutes. And I want to give you the opportunity to point out some things in your notes if I missed them, because you testified to things that I believe are not in your notes. So if you see trembling.
What does direct access mean? Well, it means this, what Nick says here. Whitney just tied the executives of JHatch to Maya and other physicians, including Sally Smith. This is an agency issue that says JHatch is liable for everything. It also says to me that their protestations. Remember this guy? Wait, where is he? Remember the administrator with the meme face? Where are you? I don't remember his name, but remember him? Oh, we didn't hear anything about this. We didn't know anything about it. We didn't. That's not how we work. We don't. Nobody told me, and it's not my job. That guy? Yeah. Well, they were all on the executive committee together. There's no way that those 5 doctors on Maya's team did not talk about this at the executive committee. They're all lying. That's what it says to me.
In any of your notes, which you described on direct, please let me know, okay?
Objection argumentative. Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Whitney.
You understand, Dr. Dolan?
Yes.
Right. If you see dark circles describing Maya's eyes at the time of admission in your records, as I show them to you, please stop me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you see rage mentioned in your note anywhere, please let me know.
Remember, the question was about recollection.
Ma'am, do you understand? If you see those 3 terms.
The question is,
phrases
what's in your
notes,
goddamn
stop.
records?
Okay.
All right.
You didn't put dark circles. You didn't put rage. You didn't put any of that stuff
you
in it.
testified on direct examination in reference to Beata and Maya Kowalski that they used foul language.
Correct.
So I'd like you to, I know you entered a note about Maya using profanity, right?
What did you say?
You entered a note about Maya
Here goes.
using
She doesn't understand
profanity.
English.
I don't remember.
Okay. If at any point in
called
the
it.
next 15 to 20 minutes, you see a note where you mention Beata Kowalski using profanity, please stop me. Also, I'd like you to look for anything where you suggested in your note that Maya said anything to the effect of, I'm going to have a heart attack.
Okay.
Compound argumentative.
It's not argumentative. It's her own testimony.
We're on compound. I'm going to overrule argumentative.
Would you please identify for me in your records if you see it anywhere where you see Maya say, I'm going to have a heart attack?
Okay.
And would you also identify in your records anywhere you say, Maya said, I'm dying?
She's not even looking at her records now. She knows that it's not there. She's not even looking anymore.
So you were involved in October,
Me too.
on October 7th and October
Can you imagine
9th,
if Whitney
correct?
just broke out
Correct.
into Spanish?
And your plan, as discussed with Jack and Beata Kowalski, was to wean Maya off the medications
Correct.
and discharge her early the next week.
Yes.
That was the plan.
Yes,
That's the plan they agreed to.
yes.
You, Dr. Dolan, were not involved as that week progressed. So let's give everyone a point of reference. October 7th was a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
October 9th was a Sunday. The plan that was agreed to was to wean her off of medications and then discharge her early the next week, which would be Monday the 10th, Tuesday or the 11th, correct?
I don't know when.
Right. You weren't attending, the attending anesthesiologist for Mike Kowalski during that Monday to Friday, critical Monday to Friday, 10th through the 13th.
I was not.
All right. So you don't know, or do you, upon your review of the records, that when the parents attempted to discharge their daughter against medical advice, security was notified?
No,
You're not aware of that?
no.
May I put up for a moment 1001-0062?
Check the foundation here, Your Honor, having a comment on whether this is another individual when she wasn't even on service.
I believe there was testimony. She regularly relies on other nurses' notes and physician notes. Do you regularly rely on the notes of the critical care physicians on the multidisciplinary team?
Same objection.
Oh, we're going to the bench. We're going to the bench. We have an objection. Do you regularly rely on other people's notes, just like you regularly relied on other people's testimonies? Is that possible? Dr. Dolan? That blouse is really straining it. I feel her pain with the button-down blouse. That is not an item I can wear. It's not an item I have in my closet. No buttoning is going on here. The buttons pull. They look terrible.
Thank you.
She's going to burst a blouse button in a minute. I just don't recommend this type of style for us busty girls. It just doesn't work very well. And then you find yourself in this situation where the buttons are holding on for dear life.
All right, so your testimony is that Maya used profanity.
Correct.
So what?
So what?
It
Exactly.
was part of my observations of the things that happened. That's it.
Does that mean that the hospital could ignore her pain?
Not at all. And that was not the case.
Does that mean that the hospital could then take her off her pain meds?
She was never taken off other pain medications. The only medication we removed was ketamine.
You're not aware that she was taken off all of her pain medications?
Not all of them, no.
You're not aware that Dr. Deese and Dr. Smith decided to take her off all of her pain medications?
No.
Since she cussed, does that mean that the hospital could lie to her about her mom being in a mental institution?
Since the facts not
Those
there,
are
it's
your
argumentative.
observations.
I'll sustain the argument of
Since she cussed, did that mean that the hospital could covertly videotape her for 48 hours?
Same objection.
I love this line of questioning.
That has nothing to do one thing to the other.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
just
it
wondering what it
does.
has to do with.
No, what does it have to do with him? Please
What's
tell me.
so important about Maya using profanity on October 7th when she was in severe distress?
That was an observation of my recollection of that day. That was part of my observations of that day.
Because Maya Kowalski allegedly swore on October 7th when she was in acute pain, did that mean that the hospital could strip her down to her training bra and take photographs?
Argumentative.
Boom.
overruled.
Overruled.
No.
Did that mean, because she swore, that the hospital could retaliate against Maya Kowalski for the next
God, this
97
is so
days?
good.
Argumentative.
She was
also
not-
lack of foundation.
Sustain that one.
You spent, as a physician, less than 3 hours with Maya Kowalski, right?
No, quite. Like on that Friday, I didn't leave the hospital until past midnight. So I left the hospital like early Saturday morning. I remember Dr. Bose called me around 10 something or 11 p.m. To the bedside. And throughout the day, I was in and out of that room, beginning from, I will say, after noon or 1 p.m. So I was multiple times in that room.
I said 3 hours. What would your estimate be of the total time you spent with Mike Kowalski?
I don't know, maybe 4, or just on the first day.
4 hours in day one.
More or less.
All right. In total, over the 97 days that Mike Kowalski was at All Children's Hospital during that admission, how many hours do you estimate you spent with her?
What did you say?
How many hours do you estimate you spent with Mike Kowalski over those 3 months?
I think in average for a chronic pain patient, we spend around at least 35 minutes.
So in total, 4 hours on the first day, and then 35 minutes on subsequent encounters?
More or less.
Would you estimate then, 7 hours total?
Approximately.
Less than one shift with Mike Kowalski over those 3 months?
Yes.
And you're not a psychologist or psychiatrist, right?
I think I heard a kid come home.
And you
I'll be right
wouldn't
back.
claim that spending 7 hours with a child over the course of 3 months gives you a basis to know what's going on in that child's mind, would you?
No.
Let's pull up 1001-0048. And Dr. Dolan, I just want to show you this page to show you that this is your October 7th progress note. Would you agree?
Correct.
And if we could please advance to 1001-0051. At the top of the page, it says diagnosed by Dr. Kirkpatrick in Tampa. You were aware of that by October 7th?
Correct.
Oh, I'd like you to point out at any point in your notes as well, if you can show me anywhere where you tried to compare Maya's signs and symptoms to the Budapest criteria.
Oh man, I gotta go soon. Hurry up, Whitney. Halloween is beginning soon.
Are you familiar with the Budapest criteria
Correct.
as a treating physician?
Yes.
Will you please point out to me if you, in any of your notes, tried to stack up her signs and symptoms against the Budapest criteria?
Same objection, Your Honor. On that one, no, it's overruled.
Now,
Overruled.
if you could drop that window for a second, because I want to look at the third paragraph down. It says reports, and then gabapentin ineffective. No discussion of any cognitive behavioral therapy or other non-pharmacologic treatment. Is that what that means? Non-pharmacologic treatment.
Correct.
And this was your understanding as of your encounter on October 7th.
Correct. That was the information that I had.
So you weren't aware that she had been receiving cognitive behavioral therapy at Eagles Wings Counseling Center.
No.
And you weren't aware of her previous non-pharmacologic treatments that you testified to, physical therapy at Tampa General Hospital for a month inpatient?
No. Actually, on Sunday, I learned that she had received physical therapy from having a conversation with Mr. Kowalski, but I didn't know that she had been admitted for a period of time.
And then in the bottom of that paragraph here, it says she was seen by Dr. Hart at that time and am unsure of the follow-up to the recommendations. Dr. Hart is who?
He was a physiatrist from the hospital.
And you were not sure of whether they'd followed up on Dr. Hart's recommendations as of October 7th?
Correct.
Were you aware that he saw her the previous July of 2015?
No.
And so you weren't aware that they did follow up on Dr. Hart's recommendations and attend an inpatient rehab program?
I didn't know it was his recommendation.
So you weren't aware that the first line of treatment that you had testified to earlier today, PT, OT, CBT, had failed Mike Kowalski before they moved to pharmacological treatment options, were you?
No.
I'd like to advance to page 0053. The third paragraph that begins with PICU and pain team agreed on this plan. It says acute flare of pain. You agree that Mike Kowalski was undergoing or experiencing an acute flare of pain on October 7th.
Yes,
And that you noted that cognitive behavioral therapy will be a key component to her care.
correct.
Are you aware that she received between 3 and 5 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy over the next 3 months at the hospital?
As I said before, we didn't have the capacity to provide the amount of cognitive behavioral therapy.
Were you here when Dr. Kessenstein testified?
No,
Were you aware that the reason was she had to run over between appointments and couldn't make time for Mike Kowalski?
I knew she had an outpatient.
His testimony, argumentative.
Sustained.
Oh, the dog is going crazy. The kids are home, so. he's all
And so
excited.
the next paragraph, the third line down begins, goal is for discharge early next week. This is the plan that was discussed, right?
Correct.
Monday, Tuesday, discharge.
Wherever time it took us from weaning her from the medication.
And then the plan was to follow up with Dr. Hannah and Lau, Beata and Jack to take their daughter to the clinic they wanted.
Correct.
And even in this early date, October 7th, the next line here at the bottom, PICU, nursing leadership, social work, and risk management were all present. Is risk management making treatment decisions in this hospital?
No.
Argumentative.
Overrule on that one.
Social work, who was there from social work if you recall?
I don't recall who was there.
Was it Catherine Beatty?
I couldn't tell you if it was her.
Now, if you could zoom out for a second, I want to go to the next paragraph. You were the attending anesthesiologist, right?
Correct.
Member of the medical executive committee,
Yes.
Yes.
chief of the anesthesiology department,
Yes.
and you reached out to Dr. Richard Elliott about this issue
Yes.
to seek his opinion.
That's common practice among us. When we have a doubt or when we
You reach
want
out
to
to somebody
discuss a
lower on the
particular
totem
case,
pole?
that's what we usually do.
He was in his garden when you called him.
I believe so.
Tending to
He
his
searched on his
tomatoes?
phone for whether this treatment was appropriate or not.
I don't think he searched on his phone.
He had to Google it.
Overrule on that foundation.
Who was making decisions? Was it you or Dr. Elliott?
It was me, but I also had a conversation with him. At the end of the day, the decisions were made by me with the PQ team.
If we move to the next page, you recount a discussion with Beata. After a long discussion, the mother agreed but refused site consult. See that, doctor?
Correct.
Were you weren't aware at that point that they'd already seen psychologists at multiple institutions?
No.
Does it make sense knowing that she might refuse a site consult in that context?
Calls for speculation.
Not really.
No, not really.
And so you did October 7th and then October 9th. And then, if my notes are correct, you didn't see the child again until the first part of November.
Correct.
As you sit here today, does Maya Kowalski have complex regional pain syndrome?
It depends on when. That will be the question.
What?
What did I think during the time she was with us?
What did you think during the time that she was with you?
At the beginning, I thought she had CRPS. I accepted the diagnosis of the outside physician as the truth, and I treated her for CRPS during all the time, as you can see on my notes.
And then?
And then I started seeing inconsistencies on her presentation. And then I had doubts, but I didn't change my approach. I still kept on treating her as if she had CRPS.
So you never refuted the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome?
Correct.
So as we sit here today, complex regional pain syndrome is an uncurable disease. You're aware of that?
Not in the pediatric population.
What?
Complex regional pain syndrome has a cure.
Oh God, here we go.
They get on remission.
I'm sorry?
They get on remission. They get better. A big percentage of the pediatric population, they get better.
Oh, because
and
she
they
didn't get
may
better.
never in their life
fake.
have another episode of CRPS.
Mm-hmm.
It goes into remission, but it's not cured, is it?
For most of the patients, it is.
It's a lifelong condition, is it not?
Not for most of the patients.
How does
Were
she
you
know this?
here by chance for the testimony
She's
of
not an
Dr.
expert.
Crane, the hospital's complex regional pain syndrome expert?
No.
You're not aware that Dr. Crane testified that 2/3 of pediatric patients will relapse.
Argumentative
No.
foundation, also trying to have a comment on the opinions of another entity.
Make sure to hit that like button and subscribe since you're here and you're enjoying the
So-
coverage.
At any point during her 97-day hospitalization, did you refute the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome?
I did not.
And so the treatment recommendations you made at the beginning, that this patient required significant cognitive behavioral therapy, remained accurate throughout.
Correct.
And she received 5 hours.
And I gave you the reasons.
Did you ever, do you claim to be an expert on complex regional pain syndrome?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, I want to hear her answer.
Did you ever review the neuropsychological consult of Dr. James Lewis?
Same objection.
What time?
Did you though?
It was, I'm sorry. During your November encounters of Mike
When
Kowalski,
was the evaluation?
October 18th.
I don't remember reviewing it.
You, Dr. Dolan, never consulted a pediatric neurologist to rule in or rule out complex regional pain syndrome, did you?
You don't need a pediatric neurologist to rule out or rule in the complex regional pain syndrome.
So you disagree with the findings of Dr. Lewis?
Same objection.
Same.
You saw her again on November 15th and November 29th. Do you know who the social worker was in charge of Mike Kowalski's care?
No.
It never came to your attention.
Ronan. Have you ever read C.S. Lewis? Just running down the Lewis list.
And you testified on direct that
How
Maya
about
stated
Lewis
that
and
she'd been
Clark?
lied to.
Correct.
That was a statement made to you.
Yes.
Have you ever been to St. Louis? Oh,
If we could put up, did you think that was inaccurate, that she was being
I
lied to?
love this chat. How many
I
Lewises
wasn't
can we
lying to
come
her,
up with?
and the comment was directed to me, and that's why I put it in comillas.
Are you aware that that came to the attention of risk management?
Lewis and Fat
Can
Clark.
you put up 2277-248, please?
What about Jerry Lewis?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overall.
This is not Fat Clark Kent
This is a
talking.
note from the risk
This
management
is
file
Whitney.
and evidence. And you'll
Louis
see
C.K.?
there, Maya feels that Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital is lying to her about her mother, and that doctors are lying about her parents. You ever seen that note before?
Objection. Having
No.
this comment on a note she claims she had no knowledge of.
You just asked if she saw it.
I said no.
And
Have you ever
in your
listened to Huey
role
Lewis?
on the medical executive committee,
Oh God.
that statement to risk management never came to your attention.
Correct.
And after Maya was discharged in January 2017, at no time did the medical executive committee discuss Maya Kowalski's 97 days in that hospital.
Not that I'm aware of.
There were 5 treating physicians on the committee, and it was never discussed.
Objection, argumentative.
Overall.
Not that I'm aware of.
When did you learn that Beata Kowalski had taken her own life?
I don't remember the exact date.
What do you mean relevance?
I
Shut
don't
up,
remember the
Clark.
exact date. I know that I was supposed to testify that week. I think I don't know the reason for the testimony, but I received an email saying that I was not going to testify anymore. And then I received a phone call from risk management informing me that the mother had died.
And even after you learned this in the first part of 2017, while you were serving on the medical executive committee, the medical executive committee never discussed that this mother of a patient had taken her own life.
Jack, relevance.
Oh, it's relevant, sir.
No, but we were treating Maya, not the mother.
I don't believe them. They never talked
Nothing
about it
further at the
at
moment.
the executive committee,
Dr.
a
Dolan,
patient's mother committing
you approximate how long the
self-deletion.
medication Weaning Maya Kowalski was on that started approximately October 7th of 2016?
Could you please repeat the question?
Whoa.
Can you approximate how long Maya Kowalski's medication wean was at Johns Hopkins starting around October 7th of 2016?
No, she can't remember anything, Clark. Fat Clark, she can't remember anything.
Approximately between 5 to 7 days.
And do you
He's
recall
not
some
even
questions
that
about
fat.
the use
It's
of
just a
propofol
hilarious
for
name.
a procedure?
He's like chubby
Can you
Clark
please
Kent.
explain to the jury why propofol is used for various surgical or other invasive procedures?
As I mentioned before, propofol is
Oh,
a
now
pure
she's looking at the
anesthetic
jury.
medication. It is used for sedation or to put patients under anesthesia.
So when propofol was used earlier on October 7th, earlier in the admission, why was propofol being used on Maya Kowalski?
To control her agitation. That was the purpose at the beginning. And we started in the middle of the night of the 7th, so that's why you could see that it finished on the 8th. That was the overlapping. I believe it was for 4 hours.
With a spare time.
And then later on, about a week later or so, you were shown some records that propofol was used again. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Oh,
And
yes,
why
now
was
she knows
propofol
everything.
being used at that point of Maya Kowalski's hospitalization?
She had gastric endoscopy. Remember that she arrived with abdominal pain, and that was part of the evaluation. So she had to go under general anesthesia.
And what is an endoscopy?
An endoscopy, they come with a camera. It's like a hose with a camera at the end, and they go through the mouth, and they go all the way down to the stomach to see if they are able to see any pathology.
You recall being asked by Mr. Whitney some questions about Maya Kowalski yelling and screaming earlier in the admission when you were on shift. Do you recall that?
Clark.
Can a patient yelling and screaming be a sign of withdrawal?
Yes.
Objection, Foundation, may strike.
Overruled.
Sit down.
Anything else, Mr. Hughes?
No further questions this time, thank you.
Mr.
Not at this time, no.
All right, jury questions.
Members of the jury.
It's time for the jury. Time for this jury to get their questions on. I think we're a little bit behind. I can skip ahead a little bit. I'm sorry, but that is such an unfortunate sign. I mean, Jeff and I talked about this earlier today, but this sign right here, I mean, it just, God, it's terrible. It's just awful. The children are screaming and laughing downstairs. That's a good sign. At least they're having fun. I wonder
Dr.
what is so
Dolan,
funny down
you
there.
testified you spent 30 hours with Maya, or
No, what?
3 hours with Maya and her family. Let me start again. You testified you spent 3 hours with Maya and her family on your first visit. Did you not follow up with questions with the family to see what treatments Maya had prior to coming to the hospital as part of your history?
I did. And the response was that, as I mentioned before, the ketamine treatment.
That's all you,
There
but you
was
didn't
no
ask for
mention of,
psychological treatment.
Psychological or psychiatric evaluation.
Did
I
you
didn't
ask?
know at that point that she had undergone physical therapy. The first time I hear about the physical therapy was on Sunday by the father. But that was the information that I had that day.
So you
How
didn't
much
ask.
formal training had you
Got it.
had in treating CRPS patients prior to treating Maya?
CRPS is a big part of the education as a general anesthesiologist. Is a condition that we encounter with frequency as an adult. I had formal training through my pain rotations, both at Jackson Memorial and at the VA hospital, that in the adult population. In the pediatric population, it is a very uncommon condition, but we see it enough time that it is part also of our education. I have seen patients with CRPS both in the Jackson Memorial and in Miami Children's.
How many CRPS patients had you treated prior to treating Maya?
In average, in the past,
She's
we
doing the
used to
full
see
chair
like
swirl.
7 to 8 CRPS patients a year. Coincidentally, while we had Maya in the hospital, we had, during that period of time, we had 2 other patients. Not the overlapping the whole time, but one of them was in the hospital for a few days. The other one was very brief, no more than 1 day. That was in the past before we had the CRPS program. Now that we had the CRPS program, we see around 3 to 4 a month. But it's because we see patients from all over the country, not just from our catchment area or the population that we cover.
Mr. Hughes,
I have nothing wrong.
anything further from the jury? Okay, may this doctor be excused?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I am told we have an approximate 30-ish minute.
All right, you're asking me what does the sign mean? The sign, I believe, is to remind attorneys to speak into the microphone. But it just really looks like a adult store logo. Like, I don't know. It's too much.
Deposition, do you want to? Sorry, go for it.
We have about an 8-minute deposition and 2 emails to publish, so I'll leave it up to the jury if they want a short break or want to work through another 15 minutes.
So do you want to take a break? Or do you want to do what Mr. Shapiro just said and then you can leave?
15 minutes total, and then we can wrap up.
I have to.
Yeah, well, we can take a short break if it's easy.
I
Sure.
can wait.
You sure?
Well,
Take a 5-minute
we've got time. Why don't we take 5 minutes?
Yes. Take 5 minutes.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation.
All right, they're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. Yeah, I think the jury is also tired of hearing the same things over and over, and I think they've made up their minds as well. I think they made up their minds several days ago. This is starting to feel like just too much repeating. It's too repetitive. It's way too repetitive for me. All right, while we're on this 5-minute break, why don't we go back over to the lawsuit that I was reading, and I will keep reading it. Wait, I'm gonna make sure that I turn the court volume back on. I muted it because it was him screaming into the microphone. Okay, where were we? We were at count 23, malicious prosecution against Sally Smith. Now, this is in, if you're just joining us, this is part of the lawsuit that Greg Anderson is bringing against Sally Smith and Jay Hatch again, and a bunch of the doctors there, on behalf of a different family, the Kirshners, who are going to get to testify in this case. We just found out today the judge is going to allow it. He's going to allow testimony, only a small part of it, but they're going to be allowed to say how Sally Smith introduced herself to them and how she did not tell them that she was a child abuse investigator. The children are being loud. They're all excited about Halloween. The termination, let's see, there was an absence of probable cause for the dependency proceeding, as Smith's report was unsubstantiated conjecture and ignored the true etiology for William's condition and presentation to J. Hatch months earlier. Specifically, oh, and by the way, if you're just joining me, this is about a child who was injured at birth through birth trauma, but Sally Smith and her coven of seventh floor witches said that it was child abuse. Specifically, Smith's positive findings of physical abuse served as the faulty basis for the removal of the children from their parents' custody during the pendency of the dependency action. Yes, Watcher, there's another case involving J. Hatch, and I'm reading from the 198-page lawsuit right now. Let's see, Smith acted with malice. Smith's acts and omissions, her faulty conclusions, her failure to consider exculpatory information, and her willingness to express opinions and reach findings well beyond the scope of her competence demonstrated her malice. As a result of Smith's malicious prosecution, plaintiffs were damaged financially and emotionally. All right, let's move down to the next count. This would be count 24. Malicious prosecution against Johns Hopkins All Children's. We'll skip that one. We're still looking for where Kathy Beatty comes into this. Count 25, malicious prosecution against Robin Osborne. That's another doctor there. Moving on, intentional interference with the custodial parent-child relationship by Sally Smith. Oh, I like this. This is count 26. Defendant Smith and J. Hatch, with knowledge that Williams and Adele's parents did not consent, compelled the removal of William and Adele from their parents' custody. The plaintiff's parents had superior custody rights to the child, and defendant Smith and J. Hatch intentionally interfered with those rights. Specifically, Smith and J. Hatch, through coordinated action, detained William despite Vadam and Alina's expressed lack of consent. And oh my God, they detained him too, just like they did to Maya, without a court order. And in doing so, prevented the complaining plaintiff parents from exercising their parental rights. Smith's and J. Hatch's intentional interference caused harm to Vadam and Alina's parental relationship with their children. As the trauma of parental separation during William's infancy and in Adele's early life has detrimental and irreversible effects on familial bonds between parent-child and further jeopardizes the long-term emotional and mental development and health of the children. As a result of Smith's and J. Hatch's intentional interference with these parent-child relationships, plaintiffs were damaged. Now we're moving down to count 27. I can't read Roman numerals very well. XXVII, 27. This would be civil conspiracy against Sally Smith. Oh, oof. Civil conspiracy. That sounds terrible. Sally M. Smith, MD, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and Robin E. Osborne conspired amongst themselves to both commit an unlawful act in improperly detaining William and prosecuting the plaintiffs, and to perform an otherwise lawful act by unlawful means. Smith's, J. Hatch's, and Osborne's coordinated action in detention of William over his parents' expressed objections amounted to an independent wrong that would be just as unlawful had just one of these defendants taken these actions without the involvement of the others. Plainly, oh my God, this sounds like RICO. Plainly, each of these defendants lacked the lawful authority to detain William against his parents' will based upon speculative and unsupported theories of abuse. As a result of their respective positions and cloaked in state power. Oh, what a great sentence. As a result of their respective positions and cloaked in state power, these defendants uniquely possessed powers that none of them possessed individually, and only through their concerted action were these defendants able to commit their wrongful acts, improper detention of William, and otherwise destroy this family. Smith's, J. Hatch's, and Osborne's coordinated action was unlawful in that these defendants perverted the otherwise rightful process designed to protect children from harm at their parents' hands, and specifically perverted the process by pursuing termination of plaintiff parents' rights based upon unsubstantiated theories and without proper due diligence in Williams' medical condition and organic etiology. Melissa Moore says, didn't they say this was in 2018, and no, they didn't learn their lesson with Maya. They've been doing it ever since and before that. I bet you there are many, many more families impacted than just the Kirchners and now the Kowalskis and now the Kirchners. Smith's, J. Hatch's, and Osborne's coordinated action also amounted also to a lawful act by unlawful means. As termination, that's interesting. A lawful act by unlawful means. As termination of parental rights is rightful and lawful under proper circumstances, so long as defendants' actions complied with the purpose and directives of Chapter 39. Trishy, this suit has not been determined. This suit is still winding its way through the court. We won't know what happens with this suit until it comes to trial. So far, it hasn't come to trial yet. Or at least I don't think so. Well, I'll have to look up the path of the lawsuit. It was filed in 2021. Dun, 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 dun. In the instant action, however, these defendants pursued their allegations in bad faith and without proper investigation and consideration of exculpatory evidence and the organic etiology of Williams' condition and presentation to J. Hatch. In pursuit of this conspiracy, these defendants took overt action, including but not limited to making bad faith allegations of abuse without proper due diligence, denying plaintiffs' requests for discharge and reunification, offering unsubstantiated opinions to other involved physicians, and reaching positive findings of abuse despite their lack of knowledge or appropriate expertise to fully address Williams' subdural hematoma and associated condition. As a result, plaintiffs were damaged. And then there's a demand for jury trial, but I didn't get to the part with Kathy Beatty. Where the heck is the part with Kathy Beatty? And wait a minute, we're at page 57. Where's the one that was 198 pages? Hold on. Did we miss Beatty's charge? I swear, wasn't her name in this? It's not coming up in the search. Hold on, let's go to the top again. My find text search isn't working. Yeah, Catherine Beatty is mentioned in the defendants, but not specifically in the filing. Why is that? I wanted to read what the charges were against Beatty. My find text isn't working on this PDF. I don't know why. Oh, there, it's embedded. That's why. Let me try this. How can there be no results? That doesn't make sense. I just found 3 of them. Ugh. So now I have to scan this whole thing. Depo witness about to testify. Wait a minute. It's playing live. Why isn't it working? Oh. Oh, I paused it. Whoops. Oh no! Spinning circle of death. Spinning circle of death. And I can't turn on the damn thing. How come my camera's not frozen, but I have the spinning circle of death? That's a new one. All right, guys, hold on. Sorry, I didn't have it playing, so they must have come back. And damn it. How do I just shut this down and I don't want to shut down the whole computer. Can I force quit just one? No, I can't. Because I have the spinny circle of death. All right, I just have to reboot. I'll be back. Take a bathroom break. frustrating. I'm sorry. And it's not that I wouldn't just go buy a PC tomorrow if I knew it would fix it, which it probably would. I just don't have the money to do it. Christmas is coming, you guys. I have 3 kids. Every bit of everything is going to pay for groceries, gas, and Christmas. That's just the way it is. Inflation sucks, and I still have a little kid and 2 semi-little kids. All right. Let's move back to the beginning of.
We need to address, before we bring the jury back.
No.
Let's bring back the jury.
Well, I saw you had papers. I don't know if you were about to raise them.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Not anymore.
All rise. Transactory.
Yes, we have a. I think,
Oh, I'm so
10-minute
sorry.
dep-
I forgot to ask. I want to confirm, while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, received no.
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Crowles, I apologize.
We have a very short deposition. About 10 minutes of koala padrone. It's actually 2 deps. I'm sorry, 2 deps, so there'll be a short break.
Oh, who's this? Another one with black hair.
Ma'am, could you raise your right hand, please? Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name for the record.
Paola Padron,
And
Oh,
where
this
do you
is
live, Ms. Padron?
Atlanta,
Paola.
Georgia.
When was the last time you worked for J Hatch?
I want to say December 2017.
And what was your position the last time you were there?
I was the child abuse coordinator with the social work department.
Ugh.
And
I don't like her at
was
all.
that considered a management
No.
position?
No.
But so as far as you know, you were not ever management level at Johns Hopkins. Is that right?
Correct.
That's quite a scowl on her. That was short. Is that as short as we're gonna? That's all. Are you
Okay,
kidding?
will the witness please raise your right hand and
That Clairol
raise your right
box
hand and
black
please repeat
hair
the
is
following
getting a real
declaration for
workout.
the record. I declare my testimony in this matter is under penalty of perjury.
I declare that my testimony is under.
In this matter is under penalty of perjury.
And this matter is under penalty of perjury.
Thank you. The witness having declared that her testimony in this matter is under penalty of perjury and the parties having stated their agreement for the record, you may proceed.
This is in December now. Let me just ask you something very frankly. Paula. During the time that you saw Maya over this 3-month period, did you see her acting like an abnormal child of faking injuries, faking things, not telling the truth, acting strangely, cussing, crying, any of these, well, maybe not the crying, but any of these allegations against her? Did you personally observe any of that?
I personally did not.
Well, during this period of time, if you had seen Maya have any acting out, let's call it this time, you would have put it in your note, would you have not?
Yes.
Then we go to 032320, rather poignant one from December 23rd, 2016. Did you have to work on Christmas?
We were oftentimes on call, and given that I was a new social worker, it's very, I wouldn't be surprised because it was kind of the newer social workers covered more so the holidays.
Well, it says plan. This is on December 23rd, 2016 at 12:20. Looks like my eye's been in the hospital about 3 months.
Locals finally made Fat
Action
Clark
taken
Kent.
or intervention completed.
Wait.
And then, can you read what it says there?
Yes. You want me to read it out loud?
AI
Please.
Fat Clark Kent.
Okay. It says this worker dropped off Maya's dresses to her that were delivered by her family for Christmas.
Oh God.
Maya appeared in good spirits and showed a lot of excitement for the new dresses. Maya was smiling and happy during this time.
So she liked getting the Christmas gifts, right?
Yes, she was very happy from what I remember to see her dresses and was holding them.
And the do you remember any more interaction with Maya about Christmas this year?
No, sir.
Can you see this? It says
She had to
Sally
spend Christmas
Smith,
away from her
DCF,
family?
and J Hatch.
I don't really recall the details of Christmas for her.
Well, she was still there when you came back after Christmas, right?
Right. I don't remember if her family like went to see her or not.
In your actions with Maya Kowalski, were you trying to inflict emotional distress on her?
Not at all.
Did you ever observe anybody at Johns Hopkins indicating that they wanted to inflict emotional distress on Maya Kowalski?
No.
Generally speaking, when you deal with social workers, is that your impression that they're there to help kids?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to suspect that Kathy Betty was trying to inflict emotional distress on Maya?
No.
Your Honor, we would like to next publish what's in evidence as defense exhibit 3160.
If it's in evidence, you may.
And it's an email Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski, February 2nd, 2016.
Oh no, I'm muted. I was muted. I was just saying I can't take the chance of sharing my screen again. Whoops. I was just showing you what Locals is up to. What are we reading here? I haven't read this. What is this? This is from Beata to Beata. So this is yet another one of these emails that I don't even feel good about reading because I still don't know if she published them anywhere or if she just intended to, or if she was just keeping a journal. So I don't feel good about reading them publicly because I don't think that she published these anywhere. Not to mention that J Hatch didn't have access to any of this when they treated Maya the way they treated her. So why should they get to use it now? All of this is just to smear her mother, and I don't see what that has nothing to do with the decisions, like the judge said, nothing to do with the decisions the hospital made about how to treat this patient. Whether or not Maya's mother had any kind of problem was not an excuse to treat her poorly, to strip her, to abuse her. None of that. So I don't want to read this. Sorry, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to me. And all they're doing is using it to smear a woman who is dead. And most likely dead because of their actions. Why are we not talking? What's going on here? Yeah, this is the Munchausen argument, which the judge told them they weren't allowed to use. But they keep doing it. Yeah, they're stalking the family. They're stalking their social media. They're treating them like criminals. I don't like any of this. This has nothing to do with their defense. How do you point to someone else and go, well, you know, she was crazy, so that's our defense for abusing her kid. That's our defense. We abused her kid because we thought we didn't like her. It's not okay. I have no idea if these things were published, and if it was a diary, they have no right to be reading it. And if it was published, well, I guess, but I don't think it still doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything about what they did.
I guess to quote the name of the store, in the spirit of Halloween, we're going to conclude our presentation for today. Pick back up tomorrow.
Okay. Members of the
They're
jury,
done.
this is going to be a time that we're going to excuse you for today. Tomorrow, 9 a.m.
All right. And tomorrow at 9 a.m., I'm actually going to be on Legal Vices because we're doing our last Johnny Depp sidebars. So I won't be covering the trial until after that. And then I have to work tomorrow evening. So I probably won't get through all of tomorrow's trial. I also have to work Thursday evening and I think Friday. What day is today? Tuesday? Yeah, I believe that I work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So all evening. So I can do some coverage in the morning, afternoon, but then I will have to either finish up at, with like a late stream or something when I get home if I'm not too tired. So that's what I'm planning on doing. Okay, it's Halloween. I need to go. My kids are excited and I need to get ready and get some hot cider for us to take with us because it's really cold. It's like in the 30s, 40s here. It's very cold. I hope you guys have a really wonderful Halloween with your family and your kids or grandkids or nieces and nephews or just with the neighborhood kids. And I hope you have a safe time. Please talk to your kids about being safe tonight. I really don't want to hear about any accidents. And so we're going to go and where we always do with some friends in a fun neighborhood. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Legal Vices. Don't forget. And don't forget to go visit the merch store. I feel like this merch was pretty accurate today with all the titty committee talk we had. Sorry for having great tits and correct opinions on everything. You can go to the merch store and find this really cool stuff that I have over there for you, including my Oh for Fox's Sake merch. You could find those links in the description below. And make sure you come over to Locals, meganfox.locals.com. I like my green nails. My green nails they're working for me for Halloween. Go to meganfox.locals.com because that's where you're going to get all the notifications for when I'm going live so you don't miss anything. YouTube is asshole. Rumble, thanks for being there, guys in the Rumble ghetto. I appreciate you. And I'm sorry that StreamYard doesn't let me put your comments up on the screen, but I do appreciate you and all you do. So you guys have a terrific night and happy Halloween, everybody. Be safe out there, and I'll see you again tomorrow. All right, bye.
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. I don't alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna stay. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that Johnny's problem is he should come storming in there with a string of garlic and some holy water.
And a cross, a crucifix one.
May the power of Christ compel you.
No, I don't.
You realized his house was infested with succubuses. And
Of what? Yes.
Succu loaders.
When you arrived in the afternoon. I don't remember saying it now. So
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my God.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know why you wanted to drown her.
Laces. And that is
Witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That depends on his family.